Does Earth is Life ever come in here in the BC and talk?
He does sometimes.
He's a global, right? He's a global.
Oh yeah.
Is that Gems?
He's what?
That's Gems, right?
Earth is Life, the one that's in the BC right now.
No, it's B-ball.
Text, BC text.
Yeah, it's B-ball. Yeah, he's he. Well, I don't want to talk about him. He's not here, but yeah, he's one of the guys that really just wants to push the globe on others. It seems so. That's kind of all he does. Is just keeps kind of.
I don't know if I've ever talked to him.
He just kind of keeps forcing it.
Welcome to come in here. Wants to talk.
You've talked to him, Godric.
I'll talk to him. You're gonna put nothing on
I'm
me.
pretty sure you have.
Oh, you're saying I talked to him probably before, but I don't remember.
Yeah, he's a military dude. B-ball for life.
B-ball. Well, see, the military, he has to hold on to his ball because he has to trust that his supervisors are telling him the truth. Because then his whole life path is backwards if he's been lied to. That's a very difficult situation to be in.
Yeah, I didn't know that's who it was because of the name.
I mean, think if your government really did care for you and was telling you the truth, you know. Think how backwards it is, you know, with our supposed controllers not having our best interest in heart.
Yeah, you'd have to ask him if that could be going. Yeah, I wonder what he would. He's probably listening on YouTube. He usually listens on YouTube and then types in here.
I mean, President Biden hasn't given me one goddamn thing.
No, but that's true. Like the globe Earth could go with the military in that way. Yeah, like some individuals might really want to hold the globe because
you have to trust their generals that they're telling them the truth, you know, and they can't believe that they've been lied to about, you know, the shape of the world.
Even though, ironically, in the military they have documents that talk about using a stationary fixed plane, you know. So
it's funny that the globers will take those documents and they'll interpret them the way they want to get back to a globe. You know, even though it says it's flat, they'll say, well, it says it's flat, but it's just saying that as a simplification. It's really a curve. We're saying it's flat because it's easier to be treated as flat. Am I right? But hey, I'll talk to him. Come in here. Come on, Earth is Life. Can Yano talk? Yano Utri?
Yep. Yeah, they're just muted on their end.
Talk to us, Yano. Does the government take care of you? Even like welfare is a crutch because if you get on welfare, you can't get off it, man. You're just stuck on it. You're eating out of the government's hand with that welfare. 100%. 100% relying on the government to give you your bread and butter. So Earth is Life posted a picture of these distant buildings. He's showing like the 11th floor. But he doesn't see that huge ass wave. That's just like almost like a tidal wave coming. He doesn't get that the wave will cover a wave closer up. Let's say, I don't know, 3 or 4 miles will cover a distant building, let's say 20 or 30 miles. A wave that's 2 feet close up will cover a distant building 20 feet or 30 feet, 20 miles away. Yeah, no. Can you talk? Sometimes I think some of these live stream text people might be AI robots. Just running off a program. Why is Branch muted?
Half the time, I don't even think. Branch is muted because you don't know how to converse. I think half the time, people aren't even reading what you're writing when you're debating them in a text chat.
What's up, Jeremy?
Hello, Jeremy and Godric.
What's up, Yano? Talk to me. What you got tonight?
I just did.
What was the topic?
Earth. Earth is the topic.
So do you think that your government's taking care of you, has your best interest at heart, going to protect you? No. You don't trust your government?
No.
The one you pay taxes to?
Correct.
Well, why not?
Huh?
They wouldn't lie. They would never lie to you, would they?
What?
They would never lie to you, would they?
Mm-hmm.
They would lie to you.
Why not?
You're sure you're not a flat earther?
Godric, this is that Rolling the Boulder guy. It's like he creates hundreds of sock accounts. It's one of his sock accounts, it looks like.
Hundreds.
It's okay. It's okay. Let's see what he's about.
False excitement.
Oh, you're saying he's bullshitting me? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying you were excited that it was someone, and it's just this guy that creates hundreds of sock accounts.
Well, I don't remember talking to him. Maybe if I talked to him before, I don't remember. You know, but if
I don't make hundreds, Geo.
just a handful.
I mean, you gotta be on at least 40, right?
No, more like 10. It's like 10. I mean, if you want to get right into it, because it's not free to make a new one. Anyway, Geo.
What do you mean it's not free? You're paying for sock accounts? What do you mean it's not free? You don't have to pay to make an account.
I'm a moron then, because $2 for every account.
Why are you buying them?
I never heard that. Of course, I only have one account. I can't tell you. Does it cost $2 for every account beyond the first one?
I don't know. I just I paid $2 to get a cell phone to validate.
Oh, you have to put a phone number in there, right?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
You're buying cell phones for $2? Now I went from being, I thought you were a sucker, to now I'm actually impressed.
No, it's like he's probably just buying numbers. You can like buy a number that basically just forwards to some other number you want. So you can like buy numbers just to let you like verify accounts or whatever. They usually cost like a couple bucks or whatever. It's just like I forget what the name of it is, but it's like a phone number that just forwards to whatever number you want. So you could like forward it to your cell phone and then you use that number and people use it to create accounts.
Yeah, but you don't need a cell phone. You don't need to verify anything to get in here, though.
What Geo said is not what I do.
You don't need to you don't need to verify a cell phone number to get on Discord.
I think you do. Not
No,
this
you don't.
server, but to get into Discord.
Jeremy, you're sort of right and sort of wrong. I mean,
explain to us. Yeah, no.
Okay. So you can go online and say Discord verification and find a website that will do that for you. Yeah, actually you can find many, and some of them say for free, but I promise you the ones that say for free are lying. Ones that you can pay for, I have found one that is consistently honest, and they actually will do verify. Now, here's the rub. Discord cares about your email address. So do a Gmail, do a Yahoo, do a mail.com. It all matters to Discord, and they care. Some of those addresses you can create without any phone number, but then Discord is very suspicious. Some of them you can create with your own phone number, and Discord will trust, but then you can only do that like once. So, like, it's all fucking shits to the wind. But there are websites that will do the verify over and over again. And if you have, I should mention.
Yeah, it's because they're trying to stop spammers. They're trying to stop spammers and people creating tons of accounts and advertising.
And Discord is fighting the good fight. But so if you just do this from your own computer, then you'll lose. But VPN is not that expensive, and so if you want to be like me and show up again and again with a different name every time, it's gonna cost you $2 and a VPN account. And that's it.
What? Why do you need to show up on? Why do you need to show up on different accounts? Why not just have one account?
Good question. Because the places that I liked were Tartaria and 24/7, and I kept getting banned.
Why are you getting banned?
You'd have to ask them. They don't like people that pose hard questions. And honestly, if I could ever make any endorsement of a server, it would be to Geo, because he doesn't
Geo's a
ban
cool
people.
dude.
He doesn't ban people until they're an asshole.
We don't really ban at all, but
You really don't. You really don't.
There's only a very few bans, and those are extreme situations.
I stand by this. Geo bans less than Gem Panda. But Tartaria and 24/7, where I was most interested, banned quickly. So
Yes, I agree about that.
I started making sock accounts. And Geo, I apologize. Sorry. It wasn't to harm you. It was because of those two servers. And why, I guess you would ask, go to so much trouble? From the very beginning,
Because you love flat Earth.
No,
You love flat Earth.
No, way back when I saw a Netflix documentary, Behind the Curve. That was my first contact with flat Earth, and I wanted to talk to flat earthers.
It's boiling in your soul. You just gotta express it. You gotta figure this out. You gotta think about it. You gotta.
Geo gets it.
Go through something here.
What do you like about Behind the Curve?
What did I like about it?
Yeah.
It made me angry because no one could do those things.
Made you angry?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this: would you be angry if you were found out you were lied to since birth?
No.
Then what are you angry about?
Being lied to from the time I was in a cradle.
That's what I just asked you.
No, you didn't.
Okay. Right, cradle. Okay, good. Yeah, well, I mean, so we can't trust the government. That's for sure, correct?
Government?
The governments of the world that rule the people.
What does that
leaders,
matter?
controllers.
What does the government have to do with anything?
What I'm trying to find is a point that we can agree on.
Okay, agree on. Is air denser closer to the ground you are?
Yes.
There you go. We have found a thing to agree on.
But that doesn't get you to space or vacuums.
Oh.
That's not logical.
Is that our goal?
Just throwing it out there. Just because it gets lighter to go up, does not mean it's going to get to zero.
What? I said, does it?
I'm jumping ahead so you don't have to worry. I'm jumping ahead.
I see. Jumping ahead. All right.
But in other words, there might be a firmament dome up there. It gets lighter than it hits the dome.
I don't care.
Never zero.
I don't care. You know the black swan photo?
I know of it, yes.
Describe it.
There's two, what do you call them? Oil rigs 10 miles out. I think the classic black one is 1 foot observer height. And at that point, if you were to use the globe geometry, we could have something like 45 feet of hidden height curvature of distant objects, and we do not. So the black swan picture debunks the Earth's curvature.
Okay, so you did a very good job
Thank you.
of saying that. Now, I want you to tell me what a glober would say.
Refraction.
No, just one word. Walk me through a glober argument.
I mean, there's different things. I mean, but Globers say that the light's bending around the curve, so you can see over and above beyond that curve that's supposed to be there. You're
Okay,
do you,
do you
in
buy
other
that?
words, you're looking at it like it's flat. It appears that it's flat, but it's really
Mhm.
seen around the curve.
So
So that's
what
why
do
we
you
don't
think?
see the hidden height. A refraction wouldn't do that. Refraction would aberrate the images in the distance. It would we would never see farther. You'd see
Okay.
less.
So you
far.
don't think refraction
Would
is
never
real?
get you to see over a globe. No, never.
Okay, so like the bendy crane.
That would seeing a bendy crane is not seen over a globe, over a curve. We agree on that.
Right, but seeing the bendy crane means light doesn't bend, right?
The light does bend. Light does refract. It would never let you see
light does
farther.
bend. Okay,
It just means that
And-
the medium between you and that object is causing distortion.
It would never
Right,
let you
right.
see farther. It would make you see closer. Like you said, distortion
okay,
does
fair
not
enough,
make you see
fair enough,
farther.
fair enough. Fine. Let's not go there yet. So light could bend.
Light does
curve.
bend.
Light does bend the curve.
It does bend and
But-
could bend.
But what it definitely does not do is ever bend or curve around a thing.
Correct.
I see.
And I seen one video. It was a science trick. They shoot butane
So like
in
light
the air.
could never
Hang on,
bend around
hang on.
something.
I saw
It just-
one video where it's a science trick. You shoot butane, and that
Uh-huh.
causes the light to bend over the curve, right? So you could do a science trick. It could
So
happen,
you have seen it happen,
but not in reality. No,
but
just in a science trick
never
control
in
situation.
anything that would contradict flat Earth.
No, I'm just saying you can get it to happen in a controlled environment, but not in a reality from A to B
Never
from an observation.
So controlled environments are not reality.
Butane, they're not examples of reality. No, they're
I see. Okay, so something that you
they're
do when you
manipulated.
control confounding variables are not
like the laser in the laser
just
in
agree
the
or
fish tank.
not. Agree or not. If you control for confounding variables, it's not reality. True.
That's
False.
not what's happening.
No. If you control for confounding variables, it's not reality. True. False.
I don't know. That's not what's happening. I don't know.
True.
You
or
have
false?
to give me an example. You have to give me an example.
Why?
What does it mean? Control for confounding
I
variables.
have to give you an example so
Those are
that you
some
can
big words,
decide
man.
whether or not it reifies your
Can you
belief.
dumb it down to layman's terms?
I know. You're a quantum eraser acolyte. You've been around a long time. You don't need me to dumb it down.
How is
for
QE
you.
doing?
He's bad. He has cancer.
You're throwing big words at me. Confounding and variables.
Yeah. Really? Those are big words?
I cheated on all my spelling tests.
All right. Well, you know what? Let's go through it syllable by syllable.
Roland, have you watched every single one of QE's videos that he's ever put out multiple times?
Everyone, no. I've watched a lot of them, and
Are you one of his top fans, would you say?
yeah.
Top
Yeah,
10?
I would say top 10.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's hard to say. I don't know about top 10. How about 50? Can I get 50?
Top 50.
50. You know what I like about Quantum Eraser is the hostility. Like
Yeah.
he would be wrong, and he wouldn't care, and he would just go wholesale wrong. Like, he didn't care.
How's he doing these days?
I don't actually know. I haven't heard from or with or of him since Nathan got announced from YouTube.
Was Nathan taken out of YouTube?
Oh, like 6 months ago, dude.
No way.
Yeah.
Nathan
well,
Oakley was taken out of YouTube? He has 2 accounts, though, right? Was both his accounts taken?
You're asking me more questions than I have the answers to. Gio, you know?
I'm gonna go to his YouTube right now. I can't believe that. Nathan
Yeah, I don't know
Oakley.
what you're talking about, dude. He's still got his channel. They do their shows. They do their show every day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What I know is that not Gio. Shit, sorry, Gio.
He got kicked out of Discord, but he came back, did he not?
QE never shows up in 24/7, which is was his home turf. So something went down.
We got Matthew.
And I haven't heard from him even as a lurker for.
It wasn't really
6
his home
months.
turf. I mean, if you want to call it that, it wasn't really that. He wasn't on 24/7 for most of it, really. The whole 1.0 server, he wasn't really on much at all.
I wasn't here for that. The 1.0 predated me.
Yeah, and then the 2.0 one, yeah, he did start coming at some points. Yeah, there was a time when he started coming there all the time. And then whatever's going on now, I don't know if I guess he doesn't go there anymore. He did like a run there, basically, whatever that was, 8 months or I don't know.
While we're, laying the spades on the table, so to speak, Gio, I want to ask you, why did you and Shane become enemies? What happened?
I'm not enemies with anyone.
Okay. I mean, but like seriously, like legit. He's not in your server. He's banned, right? I'm banned from Tartaria, so it's not an appeal to like, hey, everybody go there. Shane and you are both like,
You like the conflict in the discussions,
no,
right? You know.
No. You misunderstand. Shane and Gio are like the most civil people I have ever met, and yet somehow they have ended up angry at each other. But they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you're either fabricating or just coming up with a narrative. Because yeah, I don't have any of those things. Whatever you just said, anger or whatever. I don't. None of that's happening. So.
I dropped
I'm
the
not
video.
fabricating. That's what Shane has told me, and I trust Shane and I trust you, and so I thought this might be a moment to clear the air somehow, but I know Shane would like to. Shane will ban me on site, so never mind what I say.
Yeah, I dropped the video in Livestream. I wanted you to see it. Make sure you saw it. Maybe you saw it, but 2 girls are on the Bible.
So I see that, but let's do this. How about you go flat and I go not flat, and we'll fight to the death, and Gio is the referee. Go.
Well, you were talking about the bending cranes on the Black Swan. That doesn't get you a globe, does it?
The Black Swan is more compatible with globe Earth than flat Earth.
But it does get you a globe, does it?
Doesn't get me a globe. I don't know. The data is more consistent with globe.
I don't know. I would
Flat
say. I
Earth.
don't know. I would say. I'd say that's a no.
Based on what?
I don't know.
Your
Based on your
fantasy?
answer. Let me ask you this: if it was a globe, right?
So you don't know
it would
how to
be,
do math. You don't have to evaluate a model, and
There would be
just say,
curvature,
right? There is.
right?
There's ample
So,
curvature.
and there would be curvature.
Yeah,
uh,
there
To the
is.
specifics of the dimensions of the reported globe,
Well, that's a good question.
not just
If you want to
saying we can't see the
steelman it,
boat, therefore curve.
if you want to steelman it, you will account for every possible effect. If you want to strawman it, you will use geometry and say, blah, look at that. Does geometry?
Oh, okay. So geometry doesn't work to get you the globe. With observations, you cannot use geometry by itself. Is that what you're saying?
Good point as well. With some, yeah. If you want to let the observations, as you say, cover lots of miles, then sure, it will. But if you want the observations to be really like, it was 8 inches per mile squared over 0.1 miles, then yeah, we got to bring in all the things. So what do you want? Do you want to be general and look over a long distance?
It's much easier.
Or do you want to be specific and care about all the factors? What
It's
do you
much
want?
easier to be general.
What do you want?
It's much better to be general, because what
Good.
I'm going to show you is that there's no curve that's indicated.
No, you're not.
It should be there.
You're gonna wish you showed me.
Well, do you use the global calculator, the one that's 8 inches per mile square? You do go by that model?
Good. Let's do it.
So let's say at
Just out of curiosity,
8
before you go
miles.
forward, could you actually use any other model?
What do you mean? You mean like the global calculator?
Yeah. Could you
I don't know how
derive
to.
any? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So carry
Do you?
on. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just going by. I
I
just
do.
go by
I
what
do
the
know.
rules.
I know. I know how to derive all those things. Carry on.
So let's say 8 miles. If you use the global calculator at 8.1 miles, which is one observation that Karen B did.
Did you
The
say
Rampion windmills.
8.1 mile?
Yeah, the Rampion windmills south of Sussex, from the beach to the Rampion windmills, 8.1 miles. It's supposed to be 19 feet of curvature, 5 feet of observer height. And instead of 19 feet curvature, we saw the base, the very bottom of those, the water markers on the windmill. So no curvature.
How much curvature would that
19
have
feet.
shown?
19 feet just
No.
vanished.
How much? Seeing those the feet of the things. How much curvature is that?
You're supposed to have 19 feet.
No. I don't care about what you're supposed to have.
There's zero curvature. There's zero.
No. Oh. There's zero.
Zero over the 8.1 miles. And that's a fact because you can see the
Are
bottom
you
of the water.
really sure that you want to stand by what you just said? Like, if I looked in those photos in the background of things and stuff, nothing would fuck you up. Are you sure?
Yeah, and when I'm looking at the background, we're looking at what they're showing you.
You've looked in the background.
If
tried to
in the background, I'm glad you versed on these discussions, because in the background you do have objects disappearing, right? But that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at
Of course, that's not what we're looking at. Of course, that's
the
not
measured, observed, distant
Right.
Rampion windmills, which are supposed to have 19 feet curvature, which do not.
Patrick, you can't be this
so
naive. You can't be this naive.
No, I'm just going. This is the first point. If you can't get past this, I mean, you can concede.
But look. You have a thing that you believe is evidence, and you say, "Here's my exhibit
It's
A."
a mild proof. It's a mild proof.
Doesn't matter. You say, "This is my exhibit A," and the first thing that I do is say, "Okay, let's take exhibit A as factual truth." And if we look in the background of exhibit A, then XYZ. And you're like, why? No, that's not why I introduced exhibit A. I don't want you to look in the background. Blah, blah,
That
blah,
would
blah,
be
blah.
that would be a fallacy.
Right. So why are you doing that fallacy?
No, I'm saying you're doing the fallacy. If you wanted to
What?
measure
I
that
haven't
distant
introduced
object,
anything.
if you want to measure the distant object, we'd have to measure it. We can zoom in on it. Example. So we
Yeah,
didn't
but
measure it. We didn't
it
zoom in on that. So
supports.
you
But
can't
it
use that.
supports. This supports the globe.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It doesn't.
Okay. Walk us through step by step.
So what you just done?
Number by number. Go ahead.
You asked me.
That doesn't matter.
You asked me to offer my first point. I did. You just galloped away from that, which showed flat.
No, I'm not gish
To something
galloping
else in
away.
the
I'm
distance,
zeroing
claiming
in
that
on.
that gets you a globe.
I love it,
Bro.
You,
And I know why you get banned
gish,
now. I know why you get banned now. You can't focus.
I gish galloped away because
I'll tell you what. I'll meet you halfway. If you can get past the missing 19 feet of curvature in Exhibit A, we'll talk about your distant object in Exhibit B. How's that sound?
No, I decline.
You decline. Okay, let's rewind.
Because you
Let's
can't
rewind.
stand by your own claims.
Let's rewind. Okay.
Okay,
This
rewind.
is just. I'm not even showing pictures yet. This is just talking points. I know you know the
I'm not
discussion.
looking at anything.
You know
I'm
the.
not even looking at.
You know the arguments. Okay, and yes, I know. I've been around a little bit on the block, so have you. So, ramping on windmills is a 5 feet observer height on the beach, 8.1 miles, and we're seeing the bottom of the watermarks at sea level, no curvature.
Okay,
that's
so
my
reify your model. Let's reify your model.
How do you explain that if it's?
I don't want to.
Curving?
Let's just reify your model. Earth must be flat.
According to the observation, yes.
No, according to your.
It's not about observation. I just get you on YouTube, bro. I'm not going out there with a P900.
Yes, you are.
Be real. I'm just
not.
using shit.
You're not trying to be real.
It's just a discussion, you know.
No, it's not.
We're just talking right now. You don't have proof. I have proof.
No.
I just want to see if you can explain. Is this the coffin closing right now? My first offer of the exhibit A. Is this your coffin closing over the globe, or can you explain it?
My coffin closing over the globe.
Well, I mean, if you can't explain it, if it should be curving 19 feet, and it's not, then it's flat, right? How do we explain that?
I disagree. You're wrong.
Okay, explain it then. Tell me how I'm wrong.
You don't know how digits of precision work? That's how you're wrong.
Right. So with digits of precision, that somehow lets you see over 19 feet of curvature.
19 feet of
everybody's.
Listen to yourself. Listen to your own self.
For everybody's.
To the words coming out of your mouth.
For everybody's benefit, let me drop some pictures. So we do have some observations. Let's see.
Godric.
I mean, we can move on, but if you can't explain
I
that
don't
simple
think we
thing.
can move on. I mean, you're a liar, and you're here to carry the party line.
Let me draw some pictures. And then you go to and when they start losing the argument, they go to the attacks. This is globe stuff you're doing now. When they lose the argument, they go to attack. Is that what happens?
Have you ever stopped
I'm a liar
to
now?
wonder why globers sound so similar?
So I mean,
no, I asked you a question. Have you ever stopped to wonder why?
It's like they're on the same brand of dope.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that's reasonable?
I don't know, man. I don't want to say anything about Glovers. I would treat
It's too
anybody
bad. It's too bad.
individually.
I wish you thought more about why the people talking to you said the things they said. You'd be better off.
I'm going to get these pictures for everybody
But
listening.
here you are, towing a party line for which you have no idea why.
I just call it like I see it, man.
No, you don't. You
It
call it like you were told to call it. You're
doesn't
not
seem like you
brave.
can.
You're not brave.
It doesn't seem like you can survive this. This is a short conversation.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
can I just give you these pictures just so we know we're on the same page?
no, you can't.
Well, I'm gonna drop it because we started this. I'm gonna drop it because
I'm not looking at them.
I don't
so
want
go ahead.
I don't want to upset anybody listening. I'm gonna drop some pictures that are. I mean, again, I wasn't there. We'd have to really do this ourselves to really confirm it. But the experiment was 5 feet observer height, 8.1 miles from the beach to the ramp down windmills. The measurement, the given globe measurement should indicate 19 feet of curvature. And we're seeing the bottom of the wind. Let me drop these right now for you. Let me see if I can do it right. So take a minute. So here's the first one. That's where we are. Let me see.
Good luck, Patrick.
Just tell me if we're on target. Tell me if we're on target. You didn't just leave, did you? Yeah, no, you didn't just leave, did you? Oh my god. Just getting warmed up here. Picture 2. Picture 3. Is anybody listening? Everybody looking VC text. This is the Rampion Windmills observation. 5 feet observer height, 8.1 miles to these Rampion Windmills. That in the distance. Picture 3. Picture 4. Getting closer. Zooming in. Zooming in.
Where's the curvature?
Exactly. Picture 5. We're going to go 8.1 miles.
Where's the curvature?
Picture 5. Did Yano just actually leave on my first point? Jesus. Okay, and then we're going to go 6. Why are we seeing the bottom of the watermark here? Why, unless it's really flat? And we can do a couple more. If you want? Why not? Zoom in. And we'll do one more. 2 more.
He's back.
Yeah, no.
He's not.
Here's
I
my
was joking.
observation of no curvature. The problem is, after 8.1 miles, 5 feet observer height, we should have 19 feet of curvature. Let me put it here. Rampion windmills, 5 feet observer height.
You want to hear my rebuttal?
And one second, let me finish this. Height 8.1 mile distant windmills should have 19 feet of curvature. with the given globe radius should have 19 feet curvature, but we see bottom watermark indicating 0 curvature. And I put Yano in here. And also
My
Earth
rebuttal
fine.
is refraction, gravity, space time, dark matter, dark energy.
Right. Dark energy. Dude, dark energy can do some serious shit, bro. Dark energy can fucking mess up gravity, can do all kinds of crazy shit.
Hey, these windmills, dark energy, dark matter. Believe it. Science. Science doesn't prove anything. Horizon moves, curvature. Yeah, I have windmills, the exact same thing, but they're on prairies, 50 miles away, whatever, 20, 30 kilometers away, flat, spread out, no curvature. It's probably easier on water, better on water, but
Okay, so that's a globe killer,
we'll
man.
just say
I don't know what to say, bro. It's a globe killer.
the windmills you see are not there. They're a mirage. It's an illusion. Is there? That's their
Many days, it's
defense.
amazing these P900s can zoom in all the way, you know.
Everything you see is an illusion. Believe the government. The government would never lie. Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see curvature at that altitude anyways. So-called Professor Dave says you can't see curvature at that altitude.
Horizontal itself does not mean perfectly flat. It can lay horizontally while you being in a slight angle, for example, and no one is concerned over the term use, but a horizontal line has different requirements. Yes, Jerry. Jerry, are you going to come in the VC? Jerry? You come. Okay. Who was I talking to? Yo, are you there? Jeremy? Check out this video. I'm gonna post it again.
Yeah, what's up? What do you want?
Hey Jeremy, Yano asked Geo to moderate the discussion. And my first point, Yano runs off. And I wanted to know if you caught that.
Who?
You caught that little debate right there.
Who ran off?
Yano.
It's Roland, not Yano. Just call him Roland. Don't call me Yano.
Well, shit, you know, sock account. I'm just going by the sock account name. Roland, was it Roland? I don't remember his name, Roland.
Yeah, it's Roland my boulder. Yeah, he's on his 5th sock account.
I just want to know if you have a comment there, Jeremy. Okay, yeah, now go to sleep. You know, Shay wants to go to sleep. Let him go to sleep.
I don't know.
Okay,
It sounded like he was drunk.
the sleep of a laboring man is sweet.
I would say you should set up like 10-minute all the measurements, all the distances, all those 7 pictures, and then you'll have a globe destroyer. Another one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't do it myself. Just following it. We would, like I was telling, we'd have to actually go there and do it. You know.
Like I said, I have that picture like 3 miles from my house. It's on the prairies. I have 30 windmills spread out over 20 kilometers north to south. But I mean,
Are they in water?
like it's on flat prairie. But I don't have the close. I don't have the 1 mile, the 3 mile, the 10 mile, the 5 mile like you did at that point. But it completely resonates because that's exactly what I see as I drive up to it.
Yeah, if you took a P900 and zoomed in, you'd as long as the earth was flat, as long as there wasn't like mountains in the way, you'd probably or hills, you'd probably see the bottom of those hills, depending on how far they are.
Oh, yeah, on a colder day, you'll see even further and clearer, depending on the colder it is, the less blockage.
Right, because the heat will refract the images, right? But see, the globers somehow use refraction to see farther over the curve, whereas in reality, it just lessens your distance, lessens your observation. So the globers got flip back.
Yeah, you wouldn't even. Yeah, it wouldn't. After 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, you wouldn't even see the windmills. There'd be how much curvature after 15, 20 miles? 200 feet, 500 feet, something like that. So
there's 19 feet at 8 miles, and it just gets exponentially more after that. It's probably if you can get 20 miles, it's probably 100 feet, 150 feet. I don't know. Gotta do the. I can do it now if you want it. You see?
Oh no, at 56 miles, it's over 2,000 feet. The Chicago skyline, 56 miles, is over 2,000 feet. But that doesn't seem that far. That only seems like 10 miles, like you said. So 10 miles is only 600 feet or something.
Okay. I'll have a calculator here.
Let's look at the meme here. So, 10 miles, it's only 66 feet. 10 miles is 66 feet of curvature. So the windmills are like 150 feet, but like even 20, 30 kilometers away, I still see the whole windmill. So like they're at, yeah, like I don't see any blockage of any yeah.
I got 19.17 feet. I'm gonna go ahead and post this here. Post this picture. Here we go.
Yeah. 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 See, all they're gonna do is they're gonna say, "What's your picture location? What's the observation elevation? What's the height? What's this?" And then, unless you have every single detail, they're just gonna like discard it. But that's why they hate the Chicago skyline picture, because it's a mainstream picture. We know the size of the dunes. We know the max height of the dunes. We know the distances. So I mean, like, it's a verified picture, and that's why they hate it. That's why yeah. I've seen McToon debate, and if you bring up a random picture, they're going to ask you every single detail, and if you don't have every detail, they'll just throw it out. But yeah, Obviously, those who can see will see, and those who deny the truth will deny the truth.
No earth bows in the way. How you going to bed, Anna?
Oh, he was wasted. So. he was on he was jumping servers.
Zero refreshing.
It is. I guess it's
I
only
put zero
4:30.
refreshing
It's
to
only
this is why.
4:30 for you. It's only 4:30 for you on the Western time zone, but
Was he wasted? Did you guys heard that?
oh, yeah, he was wasted for sure.
Shit, I thought I had him. He just walked off. So what we do is take observations where the refraction is at a minimum, like temperature, like desirable temperature, and weather, bringing refraction, making refraction negligible. What that? Refraction negligible. Uh, Just read these tags.
Imagine how defeated they must feel when like nobody, if anybody, ever goes back to the globe. Like once you go flat, you never go back. So all these guys are fighting for years, years and years, and hours, and like they they don't gain any traction. It's just double speak and bullshit.
Yeah, I was talking to
Like
reminded me of Rihanna. I was talking to who was it? Oh, it was somebody in Tartaria today. Shit. Some Glover guy. I forgot who it was. Anyways, he was like, "Oh, Jeremy had him." No, it must have been this server. Jeremy had him like talking about dark matter and dark energy. And Jeremy's like, "Where's the measurements for this dark matter, dark energy?" You know, he's like, "The measurements have been done." I don't know because I didn't do them. You can't take me to court and have me prove something that I didn't do in the first place. It was funny because Jeremy had him over a barrel. He didn't want to give up. He just kept going like,
It's probably cultural, but
"You
it's
can't
too easy. You
expect
just
me to
ask.
measure dark matter." You know, he was saying that, but it's there because the gravity
It
indicates
was
there's
Jace.
dark matter.
It was Jace. He's a molecular
Who was it?
biologist and something else.
Like
What's
face
his
to
name?
face.
What's his name?
Yeah.
Jace. He's a
Jace.
molecular biologist and something else or some other title he's
Jace?
got.
JC?
Jace.
Dude, you crushed that dude. He was just stuck. He didn't want to give up though. He kept.
It was stupid. It got to a point of stupidity.
Bro, you crushed him. You in Montreal.
If you remember the other day,
much credit.
Jeremy, you remember like 2 weeks ago where Kosho said reality is not a thing? I don't know for me. You remember when you cornered Kosho and you're like talking about reality and actual, and he's like, reality's not a thing. So yeah, that's the state that the Globers are at, where they say that reality is not a thing. Just grasping at straws.
I think in the morning is the best time to do observations before the sun comes up. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, when it's minus 30, minus 40 Celsius, I can see the furthest distances. So the colder temperature is going to be the less blockage.
Yeah, because like once it gets high noon, like you can't see shit. Like it's all gonna be just blurry, refracting. But in the morning, for example, or right when the sun's coming up, but before the sun goes overhead, it's very cool, and the temperatures of the water and the air above it are pretty same, and that's where you get the best distant observations, I think. Unless I'm wrong, somebody can correct me.
Yeah. I would say pretty much 5-10 minutes into your flat Earth research, and then they're like, you see too far, you see Chicago skyline, you see these lighthouses from 56 miles away, and you're like, holy shit, it's not a mirage. I'm actually seeing that physical thing. And they're like, I already hate the government. The government lies. And yeah, it just.
I'm just wondering at which point in this you reach some point where you're like, the reality is that's not a thing. Like, how lost are you at that point?
I have a clip of that. It's like a minute long of Kosho saying reality is not a thing. I think it's unlisted. I didn't publish it, but I clipped that. I clipped Kosho saying reality is not a thing. It was
like how
it was
far
one of those. Yeah.
How far have you fallen at that point when you gotta be like, reality? It's not a thing.
Yeah, that's. I I should probably post it for you just so you can see it.
I heard it. I remember him saying that. Yeah, fucking stupid, bro. That's what I'm saying. This shit has reached a point of like utter stupidity.
Yeah, once you ask him for the measurements, he just crumbles up because there are no measurements.
Like seriously, see
So
if someone made.
It's an unlisted video, but I'll post it. Coach O says reality is not a thing. Epic.
Jeremy, can you link? Are we live streaming this right now? Can you link the live stream to Earth Awakenings?
Bro, just search it on YouTube. Go to YouTube, search Earth
When I
Awakening.
do that, it gets me old. Was like 2 months old.
You gotta go to the live. Go to live.
Coming through right now.
Don't go under video. Go under live.
Awakenings. Live. YouTube. Earth Awakenings YouTube. Okay, when I click on it, okay, live. I think I got it.
You fix your arms, please. Come on, kiddo.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna turn in, man.
Yeah. Or Godric, I know you remember this. Remember when Kosho said that he would. Godric.
There we go.
Go ahead.
Here we go.
Remember when Kosho said that he would kill 3 billion people because they were useless?
Because they were useless eaters. But he had to retract that. He had to retract that, though.
And he was useful because he was fixing 3 of his friends' computers.
Exactly.
Remember that?
He wouldn't be cold because he knows how to fix computers, so that makes him more valuable than the other million people he's going to kill. It's a good thing he's not God.
I just had to bring that up because
bro, that's a good
I hope
point.
you remember that because
Kosho showed his colors right there, bro. I'm so glad you brought that up. He showed his colors right there.
Hey, you know what happened? I tried to clip that, but that video, that segment was not available anymore. I wanted to clip Kosho saying that, but I couldn't get the clip. It got deleted or whatever. But
we can maybe hopefully ral him in again into that.
No, as long as you remember that, I remember that, dude. And some other people who was in the room remember that. As long as me and you remember that,
I drew him out. I asked him the question. I drew him out.
Yeah, I know you did.
How does that work? He's like one of these like elitist fucking. He's like Thanos.
That was
in Marvel Universe.
Yeah, that was evil. Yeah, at that time, but yeah,
bro, that was pretty dark.
Yeah.
He would kill like millions of people because he determines that they're useless eaters, but he's not a useless eater because supposedly having like 7 felonies, beating like 7 or 5 felonies. He's so valuable, All right, good night, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I don't mind. Like, obviously, he's a Glober or whatever, but I just remember that moment, and I tried to clip it, but I couldn't find the video. And as I know, we had a couple DMs there, and like as long as you remember it, it could be years from now. Like hopefully, oh yeah, maybe we're the only 2 that ever remember it, but that is the Glober mindset right there. That is what we are debating. That is what they believe. That is what they're pushing. So yeah, it is the Glober mindset.
That shit with Jace yesterday was fucking ridiculous. Dude, if somebody makes a claim, I don't care who said it before or who fucking did it, you're making a claim now. It's on you to fucking come with the claim, with the evidence of the claim. Doesn't matter if it's I'm just insinuating that someone else might have done it or whatever. Like, I'm making a claim. If I come with say, hey, yo, spherical excess has been measured, here it is, and then it's not there where you said it was, then you didn't come with nothing. Not a single measurement. If I say, hey, I got a unicorn, it's in my shed, you go to my shed, it's not there. There's no unicorn. There's no measurements. Like, I don't know. It's fucking bullshit. That was some slick shit he tried to pull though. Like, he tried to bring how his bullshit science works. Like, I'm not worried about how your pseudoscience works. I'm worried about how fucking logic works.
Science isn't working too good for Globers. They can't prove anything. It's weird you bring up something that has no proof of something that you need to prove. That's just weird.
Flat Earthers haven't proven anything at all, Demo.
Welcome to Flat Earth, then.
Oh, streaming Earth.
Huh?
Some form of Earth that's not flat.
You mean a realm?
Actually, Demok, I just noticed in my profile picture, I only just noticed that. I never took any notice that that's a photo of the Concorde at 60,000 feet. The horizon's slightly curved, but the fuselage of the airplane is not, so that can't be the lens of the camera doing that.
When you get the ISS in your view, let me know. Buddy, old pal.
It's a couple of 280 kilometers higher than that.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's only 250 miles up. And if I can see it from the ground, you're telling me you can't see it from 60,000 feet. Are you okay? So you can't see the ISS from 60,000 feet, but I can see it from the ground 60,000 feet below you. Okay. We'll go with that.
Oh, so you can see the ISS?
No, you can't. That's the claim. That's the globe claim. The globe claim is everybody can see it from the ground.
You can.
Is that not the globe? I don't believe in globes. I'm only going by your guys' claim.
I know. So have you not seen the brightest?
No, I don't know what an ISS is.
Have you not
No,
seen
I've never seen an imaginary thing
moving very quickly?
UFOs. I've seen lots of UFOs.
Okay, Godspeed.
So you're saying you saw a UFO? What about it?
No, I saw the ISS, which is corroborated by where it's supposed to be.
We'll take a picture of it at 60,000 feet.
People have done. It's not. You can't really.
What are you waiting on?
Unless it's transiting the moon or the sun. Have you never seen any of those images?
I'm waiting on yours. I'm waiting on a real one. I'm waiting on you to send a high altitude one up.
Even
with
your
camera on it. And your camera should film it every 90 minutes. Every 90 minutes. What? Hold on a minute, dude. Every 90 minutes, your camera should see the ISS. Let's go.
And we do,
As
but we
it goes
can't
up
see
and
the
up
shape
and
of it
up.
unless it's transiting the moon or the sun.
So can you see the ISS or not with the high
Yes.
altitude balloon? So demonstrate.
Sweet baby Jesus.
So no demonstration. That's how a globe works, guys. No demo. Just believe. Go to sleep and imagine.
That's how dumb fuckery works.
Yeah, that's how going to sleep works. Just go to sleep and imagine. Stay in a coma, Jazz. Go to sleep in a globe coma.
Sweet baby Jesus.
No, evidence works like evidence if you got any. You don't have any? Okay.
You've seen more, a million times
I
more
haven't
evidence
seen
than
anything.
you guys have provided because you got none. But you just all
Well,
say
if
that
you
it's
can
fake.
fly your helicopter up to 29,000 feet and film up at the ISS, we'll wait. Stop lying. Stop just saying weird shit and not doing anything.
Why the fuck would I do that?
To show that you're not a liar. Because you
No.
believe Tooth Fairy ISSs exist somewhere, demonstrate it. Or else quit lying about it. It's just a belief because you can't demonstrate it.
No, Demok.
So you can't let a helium balloon go up from your helicopter with a camera on it or a drone or anything?
No,
And the camera,
it'll go through the rotor blades, and that would be bad.
so where are you at? You can't see the ISS. Are you in some magic area?
Oh, no, I see the ISS all the time.
So send a high altitude balloon up and let it see it. And stop lying. It's going to see it better than you, clearer than you, bigger than you. So don't lose your mind on it, buddy. Let's just see it.
See, Demok, this is the problem. Paranoia.
I don't
has
have a
taken
problem.
over.
No,
You do.
you're paranoid.
as fuck.
You're paranoid. You're paranoid of no evidence. You're paranoid of getting real evidence. You're paranoid of actually doing something. We know. Paranoia took over. Don't be afraid to demonstrate your global lies. Demonstrate them, paranoid. Why are you so paranoid to demonstrate something at high altitude? Because you know it doesn't exist? You know you could send something up, right, with a camera, and then you can have the ability to zoom live, real time with your camera with some type of remote from the ground. And then you press the button and you zoom in. When you see the ISS coming, you're like, oh, there's my UFO dot. There's my ISS UFO. Let's zoom in on it. We're at 60,000 feet. Zooming in straight up to the ISS. It'll be back in 90 minutes, folks. Don't worry, and we're going to zoom in again.
See, that's the funny thing, Demok. You say it'll be back in 90 minutes, and it will, but it won't be anywhere near where we are because the ISS is going in a
I don't know anything about your claims. Nobody. How do you demonstrate that?
So the ISS
demonstrate
90
that.
minutes later will be thousands and thousands.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Where?
Relax, man. You gotta go one at a time.
Well, I mean, what are you talking about, though? A thing doing what? Where? How do you demonstrate that?
Well, Demok, when you see the ISS, even though you don't think
I
that's
don't.
what it is, hang on. Even when you see the brightest thing in the sky moving at a great rate of speed, that's the ISS. Okay, hang on.
The sun?
No. Apart from the sun, okay, and the moon, okay. The next brightest thing is the ISS. The ISS is moving in a straight line. But
it's a nice claim.
But when you witness it coming over from the horizon and going down below it doesn't even get below the horizon. It goes into the Earth's shadow. And the thing doesn't do a straight line. It does an arc. And that is because the Earth is rotating and the ISS is going in a straight line orbit around this spinning globe Earth.
Where's that at? On a computer?
Right above you, dipshit. You can see it.
On a computer somewhere?
No, you can see it. Or do you not?
Well, demonstrate it. Get close to it and demonstrate it. Or stop lying.
Demonstrate it.
Stop making stuff up.
You can see it for
yourself. No, you can't. You can't do anything. You can't demonstrate it.
Science, you just need to be able to see it. But you can't handle it. You can't handle the truth. I need
Handle
to get my
what?
Nicholson impression down.
What
You
am I
can't handle the
handling?
truth.
What are you talking about? What am I handling? Get some footage, dude.
So the light you can literally physically see yourself is fake, is it? Reliably, predictably, that you can look up, see exactly when it's going to go over, is that fake? You got to be pretty.
You keep saying you can see Superman and Buzz Lightyear and all this other weird stuff, and the word it. I just don't understand what you're talking about, dude. You seeing Twinkies in the sky, UFOs?
Of course you don't. Of course you don't, demo, because if something's predicted,
Something where?
Matter. Hang on. It doesn't matter if it's maths. It doesn't matter if it's anything. If it's a date and time and it happens in reality, then that means it's happening. Otherwise, you're claiming that it's fake.
No, that means you can lie about UFOs.
No, and
I can
if
point to a UFO and say it's Superman.
It's up to you to prove it.
Superman it's Superman. You can't prove me wrong.
I can prove you wrong because Superman doesn't exist.
No, because you can't get high altitude footage of your Superman.
There's that, Demok. What you don't understand is Superman's in a movie. There is footage. There's photos. There's all this shit. There's fucking SpaceX Dragon crew capsules going up to it every week. You can see.
No, we just need a helium balloon.
Demok. You can see
cheap one. Little kids can do.
You can see the brightest light in the sky.
No, you can't.
The sun and the moon. Yes, you can. And you
no,
can
you
look
can't.
Up, and you can look up and see when in reality it should be coming over.
You
And
can't see shit.
It will.
There is nothing there at high altitude. There, nothing exists. If you can't demonstrate it, then stop talking. You're paranoid of a demonstration. You're paranoid. Somebody wants to see proof. We know. We got you, no shower.
I just gave you the proof. You can literally go out.
Proof is on your video.
You can literally go out.
No, you can.
Predicted to go over.
I don't believe in Narnia. Do what myself? Believe in Narnia?
Shit.
So I'm going to go lay down and go to sleep and believe in it? Is that what I do?
No, that's not what I'm asking you to do. I'm just
So do you have high altitude footage of it? 20,000 foot, 10,000 foot, 70,000 foot, 80,000 foot? Do we have these different altitudes and locations to see it? Like, we need different altitudes to see it. If we can only see it at right here where you're standing, and you go up in the air and you can't see it no more, we have a problem, Houston. You think it disappears because you fucking get closer to it? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Demok, we do have a problem, Houston.
So you think the ISS disappears? Things disappear when Globers get close to them, you guys.
No.
That's how they prove things, by not getting close to it and showing you it exists. Demok, we want to get close to your leprechaun.
Notice how you're not capable.
Notice how you're not capable of a hot air balloon or a helium balloon, or taking a video footage of something in your helicopter as high as you can go. Notice how you're incapable of doing anything productive.
Am I allowed to talk now?
Talk about Narnia all you want. Non-productive, non-producer.
Okay, so I'll be able to talk for 5-6 seconds. Demok, what you were saying is, using your very own logic, is you cannot fucking, because you think that you believe the Earth's flat, or that you think you knew the Earth's flat, curved, reality, and now some very intelligent person, I won't name names, has made everything so simple to you and made everything so fucking fake to take away for the fact that that's what you thought, but you had questions, and now someone's come up with the same questions and made up answers to what aligns with what you thought. You never understood that the Earth was a globe. You believed it. And now that everything's been set align with the flat Earth, you're gone. You've always had those questions deep in the background, and you've gone, oh yeah, Eric Dubé, he's the man. He's fucking got all this shit. You never ever understood.
Never met him.
No, you don't need to meet him. What I'm saying is, and for every flat earther, and fucking peg me down and mark me wrong or right, every flat earther says they believed in the globe or the heliocentric model. And I believe that they did, but they never understood it. Because if they understood it, they never would have been a flat earther.
How hard is it to understand that water has to curve at 8 inches per mile from your feet in all directions? How hard is that to understand? Do you think we're ignorant?
It's simple as fuck. It really is.
Yeah, so you're saying that we don't. You believe we don't. We never understood it.
No. Hang on.
So we did understand it.
No.
But when we went out and tried to measure that and didn't get it and got flat, you're saying that we don't understand now flat Earth?
Hang on.
Maybe it's you that don't understand.
Hang on. What I'm saying is, all of you say that you believed it.
Yeah, that's what we were taught by authority figures. We believed it, but it's not hard to understand. 8 inches per mile square.
Exactly. No. Hang on.
Simple math.
Hang on. You were taught it was a globe and it was spinning, and we're going around in space. What I'm saying is that as a youngster, you did believe it, but you never understood it. And what I'm saying is, if you did understand it, you wouldn't be a flat earther.
No, we understand 8 inches per mile square.
Don't.
That's what I'm.
No, you don't.
You don't think I understand 8 inches per mile square doing a tangent line, a horizontal line at one point, and having it drop? Why are you interrupting, dude? I let you speak your drunken nonsense that you can't even make a statement. You're a globe representative. You understand what? Have you ever measured 8 inches per mile curving water? I doubt it. Do you understand that you would need to do that to prove that it's a globe? Do you understand?
I'll just let you get your rant out of the way, and then I'll.
It's not a rant. It was a very specific question. Are you drunk enough or sober enough to understand? A very pointed question. Do you understand that if you need to prove a sphere, you have to prove 8 inches per mile square of curving water? Very simple. You don't have to go any further or any less than that.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of factors that come into that.
Not really. Physical water, not really. Physical water curving at 8 inches per mile square in every direction from your feet of where you're standing at the water.
Okay, well, I'm going to use your own logic right here, right now, against you. Physical water. When is physical water really ever flat?
What are you talking about? When it's static, it creates a horizontal. It's definitely. No one said anything about flat. Did you hear the word horizontal? Not curving.
Okay, okay, big dog. So I'm gonna use this in my favor, because if there's waves,
I doubt it.
If there's waves, that's going to create a longer.
Are you talking about waves? We're talking about static water. You're talking about raindrops and waves.
That's why
you're way behind, sir. Yeah, no, you're way behind the argument, sir. You might not understand. You may be the one that doesn't understand if you're going to bring in waves. Sir. So you bring in waves when we're talking about static water. Do you know what static water is? Do you know what horizontal is? Not curving.
Okay. Static water, so not curving, so that would mean there's no waves, right?
That would mean no waves, correct. Now you're learning. So let's take a body of water that doesn't have waves, like a static lake. No water flow, no tide changes, and all of that. How would you prove that physical water curves 8 inches per mile square? And if you mention waves or raindrops again to prove curved water, it just proves that you're going by a script and it's you that doesn't understand.
Okay, good sir. What I'm going to say is to get a good distance, you're going to need a long way because of certain conditions, which you guys.
No, that's not true.
No,
Every direction.
Hang on.
That's a lie.
Hang on. It's not a lie. It's a fact.
Yes, it is. On a sphere, you don't need distance. You need about a half a mile at the radius given to measure 2 inches. 1 mile would measure 8 inches. 2 miles would measure 32 inches.
You could measure 2 inches over 1.225 miles. Do you really think he'd actually accurately measured that?
Well, you're saying we can measure centimeters of wobble of the moon over a year, but can't measure 8 inches over 1 mile? Maybe it's you that don't understand.
Yeah,
maybe you need to come out.
65 days.
Yeah, maybe you need to come out to a job site and measure 8 inches over, I don't know, less than a mile. See how easy it is. Even you could do it.
I could do it.
You could come out as drunk as you are right now and measure 8 inches over a mile. I promise you.
I'm not actually that drunk, but my
drunk. Bullshit. Lying again.
The dumbness and
you can't even put together a sentence. You don't even realize how drunk you are and how dumb you understand. You think we don't understand? You have no clue. Yeah, you have no clue. You just want us not to understand. So you can keep living your fantasy world.
Hey, big dog. If I have no clue,
my name is Rakia, not Big Dog. We're not on a first name basis. You can call me Rakia. Think you can understand that?
Rocky, got you. Stallone.
Rakia.
Rakia. Rakia or Rockia?
Oh my God.
Maybe
go sober up, sir.
I saw your name, good sir.
Maybe go sober up before you tell people they don't understand.
I don't really think it's necessary.
You don't? Well, maybe that's the issue then. Maybe it's you that doesn't understand because you can't even comprehend that someone's telling you to go sober up because you can't even put a sentence together.
Is it me, Rakia? Am I the reason that there's not 100 million people in here claiming?
It's just me and you right now, sir. It's just me and you right now. It's one drunk person that's telling me that I don't understand. When I mentioned static water, you brought up waves as proof as it's curving. It really means that you don't understand, it seems.
I brought that up, Rakia, because if we're looking at waves over bodies of water.
We're not looking at waves over body of water. No one ever looked at that.
Sorry,
you want to measure the wave height?
Hang on.
You can measure the trough of a wave, the height of a wave very easily too. But that's not what we're talking about. But if you want to talk about that, I can. I know how to do that also.
Yeah. We'll see.
You don't seem to. You don't seem to understand.
Hang on, Rakia. I don't think you understand because
exactly. I just told you how to do it.
No, you didn't because you don't understand how to do it.
I brought up static water. You brought up waves. Who doesn't understand?
Exactly. So I'm going to tell you the difference.
So you're going to tell me how you were wrong? Go right ahead.
Okay, so
I already know the answer how you were wrong. You brought up waves when I mentioned static water.
Shut the fuck up for a second.
Sure.
You brought up static water. I said that's flat.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I said there's waves. When are there waves? Not on water.
There's not waves in static water.
Oh my God. I'm going for a smoke and I'm going to.
See you later. Fuck. That was easy.
Yeah, you dumb cunt.
Maybe one more insult before you go get more high to tell us that we don't understand, sir.
Like I said before.
That would make the representative of the globe here seem more, let's see, intelligent.
Hang on. Like I said before.
Let's not hang on anymore for you, sir.
Hang on.
Let's get someone that can represent the globe who knows the difference between horizontal and flat and static and water with waves in it. Oh, by the way, we can easily measure those waves.
Oh, you can't handle the truth. Hang on, just
can't handle the truth. I've been speaking truth since I opened my mic.
No, you've been speaking bullshit.
Not really.
That's
Static
why
water, horizontal, waves curving.
That's why you're incapable of listening.
I'm incapable. You seem to be projecting a lot, sir. Maybe go sober up again. Instead,
Okay,
you want to go smoke again.
Hang on. So
Don't quit telling me to hang on, man. I don't need your permission to do anything or tell you to tell me what to do. Just speak your piece.
I'm not saying that, and I would if you'd allow me to. This is what I'm trying to do. Am I able to? I just made a simple statement before of what you just said. Everyone in this room backs you. There's fucking 12, 16 people.
Could care less about that.
Okay, you couldn't care less.
Nope.
So if you are right, why are there 100 million people, which is only 1/8% of the global population, that are backing you up? This is what makes you people crazy.
You people? Are you a bigot?
No, I'm not a bigot. All I'm saying
who's
is...
you people? Who's you people?
That's the thing that makes people crazy. They don't know
what makes people crazy is people like you spouting nonsense. And if those 100 million people would hear me and you speak, they could go out and test the water and go out and prove that a wave curves. Yeah, they could prove those things themselves. Most people don't even get into this argument. They don't know the difference. But when they do and they deny it like you, people like you that come on here and spout nonsense and tell us we don't understand, when you haven't measured anything, when you haven't done anything, be a drunkard on the internet, then I think they would understand who's coming from where. That's what I've found out in reality. When you actually discuss it civilly and you take a tool that's made to establish a horizontal plane over a surface like water and measure down to it and it doesn't curve, then most people start to realize that maybe it isn't true. And when they look into more of, they already think that they're being lied to by the same group that's telling them this. And then they hear you.
Yeah.
You're the best advocate for flat earth there is. Every global representative that comes in here is a great flat earth advocate because they come in here and cuss and fuss and get drunk and talk stupidity without having done anything.
Because a lot of people like to have a few drinks when they listen to comedy, and we shouldn't do it.
And then they follow the script and say they come here to be a bigot. Yeah, they come here to get drunk and be a bigot against a group that they don't believe in, like you. It's just being a bigot is all it is. Seeking out a group that you can make fun of to make yourself feel better as you're drunk. You're laughing at. You just said you would come in here and get entertainment and laugh at a certain group. That's a bigot.
I don't physically laugh at.
Sorry, Gio, but Jesus, man, for hours.
Yeah, that's what he does. It's kind of all he does. thing that's even more sad about it is that's actually probably what he really thinks.
Yeah, I actually think that's okay to think that way, but you can't just project onto others and say you're here for entertainment to laugh at that group. Even if I was a Glober, I wouldn't allow that. It's ridiculous. It's the same script, right? You hear the same exact thing. Why are you here? I'm here to laugh at flat Earth. I've never checked it out myself. You believe, they tell us we believe, but all they've ever done in their whole entire life is believe. Another like authority figure that's told them. And then go out and observe actually concave and flat Earth, but say that is because of what they've also been taught by others. They've never checked into it, perspective and refraction and all that, mirages, but then deny refraction and mirages could happen on a flat Earth. It's so big that it presents itself at flat, and then within that 4 or 5 miles presents itself as refracted light and mirages occur all the time. But that couldn't happen on an Earth that was actually flat. Come on. Double speak. It's taken years, right? It's taken years to come up with the arguments and realize that they have been double speaking all this time. But now it's just too easy. Like it's not even a challenge anymore. There's no way not to double speak if you're in there on their side. We know the exact size of every bird's beak at every age, but we can't measure 8 inches per mile square of water curving from your feet in any direction. It's not like you got to go in a specific direction. Just go stand in the middle of the lake, pick a direction to go in. That water has to be falling. Think about that for a second.
Hey, Rio. Yeah, Mark? Hello. Hello. What's up, pals?
Yo.
Yo, what's up?
All right. The ballers are cheaper today.
Day. I came in here the other day and J Ace was like mouth breathing super hard. He's like, like freaking out. Oh man, that was funny. Yeah, just a heads up. Like, if you guys are mouth breathing, you probably have something like physically ill about you. It's just it's a sign that so many things are going wrong with your health. But
yeah, that can't be good. Yeah.
No, it's terrible for you.
I find I wake up sometimes in the morning with my nose stuffed. Does that happen to you?
Yeah, I usually start every day with like a sauna type situation. If I'm on the road and I don't have access to a facility, like I'll boil some water and get a rag, and then put that over my face. Obviously not with boiling hot water, but like pretty damn hot, and then kind of inhale with that and get those that steam.
That makes sense. Loosen up the mucus. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hot liquids too. I drink ginger every day. Like I'll boil some up for a few hours till the water turns brown, and then I put it in a jar, like a mason jar, in my fridge. I can just take shots of it.
Yeah, that sounds good. I heard if you raise your bed where your head is by a few inches, that's supposed to help your fluids. I don't know. Yeah.
For me, dude, I'm a thrasher. I can't sleep next to people. I'm a thrasher. A lot of pillows and blankets are on the floor by the time I'm done sleeping. I don't know why, but it's just the way it is. So like even the slightest incline, I'll roll off that bitch.
I hear that. The wife tells me, "Hey, you elbowed me yesterday." I said, "What? I elbowed you? You gave me a nice elbow." I said, "Sorry."
You tell her to protect herself at all times. Yeah, I'm really not digging this fucking time change. Like, are half my clocks wrong right now? What's going on? Are you in a state where they do time change?
Yeah, they just did it yesterday to us.
Ugh. It's got to be a scam. It's got to be a scam, right? Where they're just like, yeah, we hate these people that we rule over. We're just going to fuck with them. Fuck with their clocks twice a year.
I've heard freaking stories about that concerning farmers to get most daylight hours. Then I heard something about Germany. They did it during the war. I don't know what's up with that time thing.
Here's the thing. You can just get up early. You don't need to change everybody's clocks, right? So for doing something in wartime, it's like, I mean, I literally see merits to having both. Where like I like it when it gets dark at like 9 o'clock at night in the summertime because of the time change. But if we weren't to do that change, okay, now it's only getting dark at 8. That's big whoop. I don't really care, But I also like if I want to go surfing or go to the skate park early in the morning, I like being able to get up at 5 a.m., hit the park, and then get home before traffic gets crazy. But I could just fix that issue by like not living somewhere where there's traffic. Oh. Are you on the east or west coast of Canada? I assume
I'm in Montreal, East Coast.
Okay, yeah. I assume there's literally. I'm on the west coast.
Cali?
Yep.
Nice.
Southern California.
when you hear skateboarding and stuff like, you know, they're in a hot freaking climate.
Yeah. We've been getting a shit ton of rain this year, and we did not need it. I'm just gonna say that we don't need it. We can fuck off now.
You don't need rain in California. That's the first time I hear that.
I know, dude. That's the NPC programming that California's in a drought and blah 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 blah. No, it's not. We've got some greedy corporations that are probably fucking selling our water, but it's not like a normal natural drought. And the type of rain that we're getting is causing like landslides and mudslides, which are in this summertime going to dry up and turn into fucking dust bowls and create like swaths of land that'll be fucking ripe for fires because the soil's all loose and the types of plants that grow there are in the ecological succession that like need more water. It's just, yeah. I think during this last storm we had like 2 weeks ago, California became the wettest place on earth for like a day or something.
Geez, that's like completely different from what you hear in the news. It's unbelievable.
I know. And well, you go around LA and you ask somebody about the weather and they'll be like, well, we needed it. And you're like, oh, okay. So you just, get your normal programming there. This looks like it checks out. Very good.
Yeah.
I did something I did not want to do last week, but I needed the money. I did a job for Hollywood. I know, guys. I need to get a new job, but I needed this. I needed that money pretty badly.
What, an acting job?
Oh no, I'm not an actor. Fuck no. No. I do heavy lifting. I'm a mover. I'm in the mover business, not the movie business.
I was going to tell you could get a few tips from eggshells.
No, I don't need. I had a 10-year-long career in Hollywood that I ran away from. So that place sucks dick. But
yeah, I worked in Hollywood too. Sunset Gower Studios.
No shit.
Yeah. Yeah,
wow, dude. I've definitely delivered shit to you. Oh, you did? Okay, so I haven't worked like last week. I did the Oscars, so like just setting up like prep or whatever. Last week was my first job in like 4 years. So if you have, I haven't been on any sets in like 4 years, but Sunset Gower definitely delivered shit.
Yeah, I haven't been on in over a year. I was doing grip work, and everyone went on everyone went on hiatus and stuff for a while. So it just kind of put me in a predicament. So I ended up taking on another job, and I've just kind of been there ever since.
Good, man.
What work did you say? Grip work?
Yeah, grip.
What's that?
Studio grip. Those are the guys that like essentially they hang all the lights. I mean, they do various things, but it's a lot of like the construction that's involved.
Yeah.
Not necessarily prop building, but maybe Platypus would be able to explain it better.
Working the corner in Hollywood.
Yeah, they do the dangerous shit where if they fuck their job up, somebody's probably gonna die.
Yeah, we're like the guys that are up on the catwalk and the perms and stuff up high.
Yeah, they got like safety gear and shit.
Yeah, we're like dropping down ropes and shit to like support things and just all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad you got another job, dude. That's good.
Yeah. I've been here for over a year now, and I'm
you know,
just waiting to
those
cash out.
boys, those boys that deliver Quixote shit. Like, do you guys ever get like deliveries from that company, Quixote?
You know, honestly, I didn't do studio work for too long, so I honestly don't know. But I'm good friends with the Deersing family, and he's the vice president of what is it? Is it Warner Brothers?
I don't know. But if you got a cousin or a guy that gets you in, that's usually how it starts, dude. The guy that got me into Hollywood, was the guy that was the first person to ever tell me the Earth was flat, and it was really fucked up because I needed the job, I needed the money, and I like, wanted to work in Hollywood at that time. And like he was like, no, you don't want to work in this industry. You don't understand. And I'm still good friends with him to this day. This was like 12 years ago.
Hey, I came on because I wanted to ask you what you thought about SVB.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna have companies doing shady shit. It looks like USDC said they're gonna fucking replace the liquidity, and I haven't checked this morning, but it looks like they did.
Yeah,
that's all I know about it.
Well, yeah, basically, there's a bunch of, I mean, even Ripple might even have money tied in with these guys, but supposedly they're like the 6th largest bank in the States. They went bankrupt, not because of corruption, but because of fractional reserve lending. And now the Fed's coming in to bail them out because they're worried that it could be like a domino effect with people having like fear and uncertainty with the mainstream outlets and pulling money out. So just major bank runs. And yeah, you're right. I guess USDC will tie in with it. So they went from $1 down to like, I think 87 cents at the low. And I think they're back up to 96 cents, which is still under $1. And with that being said, everybody freaked out and started pulling their funds,
Ethereum gas
it over
went
to Tether.
Yeah. It was crazy, dude. But here's the thing. Here's what I will say. That means that the system doesn't want to die. So people who are like, dude, get out of that because the stock market is going to crash. It's like, no, it's not. These corrupt motherfuckers are going to just keep dumping and pumping till they can't do it anymore. Like you'll know when it's over. You'll know. And it's not over right now. And it's not going to be over for a while. Like crypto is inherently. You're kind of.
The first time we're seeing major.
Is it just me, or is he breaking up really bad? Fuck, maybe it's me.
Nah, it's probably me. Sorry.
Oh, now you're clear. Now you're crystal. You were saying I didn't hear anything you said, so if you don't mind repeating yourself.
Fuck, I don't remember what I said, dude. Go ahead, dude.
I was just gonna say, like, crypto is just a fucking means to an ends, and that ends is just money, and money's really gay. So the whole system is whack. I just see it as like the returns are much better than buying lottery tickets.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. It's like the everlasting gulp stopper of lottery tickets.
Yeah, I will say, I bought the dips. Shameless. I almost bought a bunch of USDC at like 90 cents because I was just thinking, well, it's got to go back up, unless USDC is going to cease being a thing, which I kind of doubt. It would have been an easy like 10%.
Yeah, that's true. Right on. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think this is just the beginning. I think we're gonna see a lot more of this shit.
I don't. I think we're gonna see we might see 1 or 2 more instances of like some panic, but not too much. They don't want to upset the order right now.
I mean, have you seen all the bank runs going on worldwide? Like, I think there's like 7 different countries involved right now where they're having like liquidity crises.
Yeah, I've heard. I don't know all 7 countries. I think the only one I've heard of is like Nigeria. They're having some issues.
Nigeria, Lebanon, fucking. There's a couple in South America. I forget them all, but the mainstream.
Turkey's one of them.
News. Turkey,
big problems.
Yep. The mainstream's not really promoting it too much, so it's kind of hard to like get information.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess they want to just pretend like everything's okay.
This bank failure is a serious thing.
Oh yeah,
Like no one's talking
major
about it, man. Yeah.
It's a major fucking thing, dude. Put it this way: the feds haven't stepped in since 2008 because of bank crisis. So you remember 2008 was historical. So yeah, this is like the beginning of the end of fiat, in my opinion.
Does anybody know the reason of this failure? Is it bad loans?
Well,
What is it?
It's fractional reserve lending. So when Clinton was in office, he passed the Glass-Steagall Act, which allowed banks to use their investors' money to gamble with. And if they won, they got to reap the rewards. And if they lost in the investment, then the taxpayers just bailed them out. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what fractional reserve lending is. And it's a way for the rich to get richer and the poor to get poorer, essentially. And that's what it's created. It's created a liquidity crunch. So they didn't have the assets that they claimed they had at the time that was required for them to have it. And that caused a bunch of fear and a trickle effect to the point where you had like hundreds of people lined up at that specific bank trying to pull their money out.
Oh, they had to
money to be
run.
had.
Oh shit. Okay, I get it. Yeah, yeah. So they're not gonna get bailed out now?
Well, the government is probably going to have to step in, but this is just going to be another, quantitative easing, which is just a fancy way of saying we fucked up, whether intentional or not, and unfortunately, the taxpayers are going to fix it.
Too big to fail. Yeah, I remember
Yep,
those.
the too big to fail
stories.
banks. Right.
Damn.
I'm surprised you said Turkey because I thought Turkey was part of the EU, and whoever pays into the EU, money goes to those in need. So if any country in the EU, European Union, blah, 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 is suffering, then they pull together and they help them out or whatever, lend them money, whatever.
I don't think the EU is doing too good themselves.
But hold on, he's right about the EU is not doing bad actually, but Turkey is not part of the EU. So in there lies the problem. Yeah, yeah.
No, Turkey's part of NATO. They're not part of the EU, though. They're not NATO. What's the other one?
They are part of NATO.
It is NATO. It is NATO. You're right.
You're thinking of the Arabic nations, or the what is it called? The
Emirates or whatever. No. I was thinking of another one, but it is.
You're thinking
NATO.
of the Warsaw Pact, maybe, with well, doesn't exist anymore.
No, I think
they
I
are
was
part of
actually
NATO.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say something.
Saudi Arabia, in comparison, had made 162 billion. I think in the last year or something. So the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, don't they?
Yeah, you want to hear something about Saudi Arabia? You're not gonna believe this. This is how much money they have. Turkey is in the midst of elections now. So Saudi Arabia just deposited $5 billion with a B dollars into a Turkish bank.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, from my limited perspective as an American who just reads the news sometimes, I thought the EU is not. They've been doing pretty bad for a while. Like ever since they opened up their borders, they've been having big problems.
Actually, they did have problems with refugees a couple of years ago, thanks to Germany, which had an open border policy, and 1 million refugees went through Turkey, past Greece, a EU country, and went to Germany. 1 million people.
I heard it was way more.
Enough. Yeah.
I heard it was way more than 1 million, dude. I'm not. Sorry, just
possibly.
saying.
Yeah. Possibly, yeah. But the number was 1 million they were throwing around. But yeah.
That's insane, dude. It's so crazy.
All this happened in 1 year. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, but in ways like I watched, the buildings go up, the rental buildings, the flats and all that, flats go up in the UK during the pandemic. I'd never seen so much building work in 25 years. and all of a sudden we've got we've got enough housing for these people, and they say we've got a housing shortage. That's not the case, man. So it's almost like some of these things are pre-planned, you know?
Oh, I
Yeah,
100%
you know what?
agree
You know
with
what you guys are doing in the UK? You're putting them up in hotels, just like us over here. Hotels. We got people starving on the streets, but we're putting up refugees in hotels.
Yeah, that's a bad business model. That's like, I
It's sick.
remember in 2011 when the Arab Spring was happening, and I had this coworker who was kind of telling me, like, look, like his prediction was that letting in all these refugees is going to create like a vacuum effect in the countries that they're leaving, where like, so all the people that left were the ones that were skilled enough and had enough resources to get out, and all the people that they left behind are the ones that just didn't. They're not skilled laborers. They're not, for lack of a better word, they're just not smart enough or whatever.
Yeah, brain drain, it's called.
Yeah, dude. And now those countries are just filled with, like, you know, bad stuff happening. The people that left behind they can't deal with the problems that were so bad that made the people with just enough resources to get out flee. So he was saying it's going to create like famines in Africa. And this was back in 2011, right? This was a long time ago. I don't know if we've seen famines in Africa, but who knows what's going on in Africa. But we've definitely seen, I don't know if you would call it like a famine, but like economic crisis, political turmoil, etc., in a lot of these Middle Eastern countries that they fled from.
I would look at their mineral deposits and how much of that they're worth in minerals. They're probably trying to get people away from these areas so they can mine them.
Right, so they can send the children back to the mines, exactly.
Yeah, it's sickening what's going on there. It really is sickening. Yeah. And these are the countries that are full of resources. And yeah, the greedy, well, it's our fault. Our fault meaning the West, right? So yeah, that's a burden we have to bear.
We're not even the West anymore. We're just fucking a puppet for Israel.
Yeah. Well said. Well freaking said. Yep. Finally, somebody said it.
I mean, fuck. It's got to be said, dude. It's got to be understood, and it's got to be realized. I mean, we're not free anymore. We're literally just the goy.
Yeah, literally. Freaking literally. Just look at your legislation. Just which is it the House or is it the other one? Where if you're I guess it's the Senate, eh? Yeah, it's the Senate. If you're a senator, listen to this, man. If you're a senator, you have to sign a letter that says you're a friend of Israel. Now, if you don't sign that letter, your re-election chances are zero. You're not going to get any funding. I mean, you guys should look into this, man.
Yeah, no,
Like,
it's true. They swear
it's
allegiance
sickening.
to Israel.
Yeah.
They swear allegiance to Israel above the United States. Think
Yeah,
about that.
man. Yeah.
And it says directly in the Constitution that if you swear any allegiance to any opposing nation or outside dictatorship, that you're not allowed to be a part of the Senate or Congress or House or any of that committee. So
Yeah,
there's like massive treason going on right now, right before our eyes.
Yes, sir.
But anybody that speaks against it is just an anti-Semite.
Yep. They got it all covered, man. It's crazy how they have the most powerful country in the world by the short hairs. Yeah. And part of that, I'm sorry to say, is because of the Bible Belt. The people in the Bible Belt, they're the biggest supporters of Israel.
They're not even the Bible Belt anymore. All of those churches are literally just Zionistic Christians, whether knowingly or unknowingly. They're full on Zionistic Christians, not American Christians, Zionists.
Yep.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I've been to the Bible Belt. They did not know what I was talking about when I would ask them questions. I'd be like, so why are you guys so supportive of this country that kind of just shits down our throats?
And what was the answer?
They don't even really know. They don't really understand the politics. There's not a lot of Jews in the Bible Belt, you know.
The funny thing is, they're good people, man. It's not that they're bad people, right? They're the kind of people you want to hang out with, like, and trust and stuff. They're like down to earth, good people, God fearing, and they take
They're
advantage of
heavily
it.
indoctrinated, man. They
Yeah.
don't use critical thought. They just go with whatever the pastor of the church says, so that they can keep their social repertoire and keep it moving forward. They don't think twice.
Yeah, it's a real thing that this is how they control. This is how, I mean, it's not nice to say, but this is how 5 million people literally control 300 million people. It's fucking scary, man. But they're doing it right in front of everybody's nose.
If you were in Israel and it said that Israel's got they've got the first of the technology, yeah, so they always invent the stuff first. They get a world patent sorted out, and then they sell that to the other countries, yeah, therefore making their wealth extremely high, and therefore they can buy into companies and get the 51% share. They call the shots, and it's just all based on what patents possibly.
Yep, the technology sector, they have it right. I really admire them. Don't get me wrong. I'm not bad mouthing them. Like, anybody that would do that, right? That's just human nature, right? I'm not against them. It's just that we got to check them, man, because they work together. They have a plan, and man, it's working. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, it's a very complicated issue. It's and it's developing as we move forward day by day.
If we all are under the assumption of one thing, we're all pointing the fingers at the same person. Maybe that's a deliberate thing, and there's something behind them.
Yeah, they're organized. They're smart. They plan long term, right? They're everywhere. They're everywhere. They figured out the game, right? They figured out that what you need to control, you need television, right? Public opinion, and you need the lobbyists in the government. And they have the news and they have the lobbyists, right? It's game over. I mean, they're smart motherfuckers, don't get me wrong. Extremely intelligent.
I think a lot of it has to do.
Look at Hollywood. Sorry to cut you off. Look at Hollywood. Look at look at the owners of these stations. You're gonna find a Jewish name there. I guarantee you. In every movie, you're gonna see a Jewish producer or something. Everywhere. They're everywhere. News, Hollywood.
Yeah, they are.
Old school was Polish Jewish, so the likes of I'm trying to think of their names. Yeah, many people. You know, the Emilio Estevez, Charlie Sheen, and you've got I'm trying to think, but many famous people. Yeah, Polish Jews.
Google how many Jews are in the Senate and in the House. Google how many Jews. You'll blow your freaking mind. Have a look.
It's 80% at least.
I don't know if it's that high, but yeah.
I know Biden's cabinet is like 80%, and like I don't remember if it's the Senate that has 80% dual citizenship or their spouse is a dual citizen, but it's very close to that.
Yep. So if you think you're American and your policy is run by Americans, well, you're wrong, sir. It's as simple as that.
And I was going to say something I forgot now. Something about them being kicked out of all these countries. Oh, yeah. They sort of mastered the blueprint for globalism at a very early time in history, just because they were getting kicked out of so many places. So, like, their skill set became moving long distances, but maintaining contacts with the Jews that were, like, in the places that they left, and, like, creating this global network. right? Or worldwide network, whatever.
Yeah, in a way, it's like self-defense, right? They've been kicked out of all the places, and the reason why they get kicked out of all the places is wherever they go, they try to take over. Like they'll try to take over the bread industry, the steel. I mean, it's well known. I mean, this is not anti-Semitism; these are facts.
Yeah.
So they go into countries, they try to take over the government, they try to take over the industries, and they throw them out. They've been kicked out of 187 countries. 187 countries. I mean, that's not by, you know.
Well, the underdog would be China. China, you know, the investments into other countries, property, all that sort of thing there. So I think that's China.
Well, you know what they call the Chinese in Asia, right? They call them the Jews of Asia. That's per some Asian people that I met while I was in Asia.
They buy properties from abroad. They stay abroad, but they buy properties abroad. So like, you know, like fucking rental in the UK. UK's tiny compared to like drinking or whatever like that. But a lot of the landlords that own the rental properties that paid off construction during the pandemic because they had no money coming in, they own the stuff, you know. So it's what UK own. A lot of UK is privatised outside the countries. Our water, some of the things, you know, loads of stuff like we're just subcontracting outside the countries. So yeah.
You know what freaks me out, and I hope I don't insult anybody, but you know when our Christian buddies call God Yahweh or Jesus Yahweh? That's a freaking Jewish word, man. Why are you doing that? Why?
Hey, shalom, brother.
Shalom, brother. But
It's
I
called
mean,
Hebrew. And Jesus isn't Messiah. Jesus isn't God the Most High. He's not Yahuwah. I mean.
Yeah, but that's a Jewish word.
Messiah is Hebrew. Okay, so there's 12 tribes, right? Judah and the other children of Israel. Israel is a people, children of Israel, hence the 12 tribes. And so my Messiah, is Hebrew from the line of Judah. And there's something in Book of Revelation, it's Revelation 3:9 or something like that. Those that say they are Jews and are not. And so when you really get into the scriptures, I think those, because there's scriptures that they took out, that the second Esdras, because Esdras is in the 66 canon that we have, second Esdras, they took out, and it says that Esau is going to be at the end of the world. So Esau was the brother of Jacob that got his name changed, right? And then he gave up his birthright. And then also Jacob, this sounds like a soap opera. Anyways, Jacob deceived his father so that he could get the blessing, the firstborn blessing, which it should have gone to Esau, which I think these people that you guys are talking about are from that line. But, you know, I mean, I hear what you're saying because you're absolutely right. They get kicked out of a lot of places. I don't think those are the people that the Bible is talking about were his chosen people at one point. I do not think that.
Yeah, I would say, just to piggyback on that, I would say that like showing a picture of an American from 2023 and like understanding what it means, what an American could be in 2023 is very different from like a 1776 American. And that's like sort of a microcosm of like what a Jew is considered today and what the people of Israel were considered in the biblical times. Because yeah, that one Revelation quote where they say they are Jews, but they are not. They are of the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, it's very telling.
Mm-hmm. I hear what you're saying, SE. Absolutely.
Yeah, the reason why I'm saying that is because I really like Americans, right? I really like you guys, man. And I spent time in America. You're good people. You've invited me into your houses, man. So I feel a kinship with Americans. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like, I've been invited to an American home when they did a Greek Easter, the whole thing, the lamb, and it's like I feel kinship to you people, right? A lot. And when I see this, it fucking bugs the hell out of me, man. I'm telling you. When I hear people say Yahweh, I say, look at them. They're brainwashed, man.
Well, but don't forget, we are following. Well, listen, Easter, it shouldn't be in the Bible because when you look at the Greek word, it says Passover. You know, none of the holidays that everybody knows about are in the scriptures. You know, people are just following, and we've inherited our father's lies. When I say that there's more conspiracies in the Bible and AKA religion, I'm not kidding. You know, in the 3rd century, you know, Messiah's followers were not called Christians. That didn't happen until the 3rd century. And, you know, it had a lot to do with Rome. So,
yeah. Can we talk about that for a second? Because that, like, Essie, are you familiar with how Christianity went from being like, as far as in the Roman times, directly after Jesus's death, like in a very short amount of time, it went from killing Christians, hunting them down, torturing them, to it being legal to enslave them, to then the Roman government said, okay, you know what? We're not going to make them slaves. And then, like, I think it was only like 50, what was it? It was Thessalonica, right? And then you had like, it was either like 50 or 100 years later.
Not only do I know the story, bro, I feel really bad because it's one of my ancestors that did that. It's Constantine.
Yes,
King Constantine of a Greek, yeah, and I feel really ashamed of that.
your
To be
fault.
honest with you, yeah.
Well, just think about it like this. It's like, okay, let's say the United States government, right? Let's say the West was just outright killing and enslaving an entire group, an entire ethno-religious group, or just a religious group, right? Forget ethnicity. And then in the time span of, you know, a few hundred years, they're just like, wow, this shit is really popular. Like, we're gonna have to get with this. We're gonna get ahead of this. So we're gonna make this the state religion and control it. And that's what's been going on pretty much since the beginning.
You hit the nail on the head, bro. Exactly.
Yeah, that would be my biggest beef with like modern day Christianity, is that it stems from a religion, or it stems from a massive psyop. Like, if you're a Christian, you got to understand. Whoa, what was that?
What was?
Anyways, I don't know.
I totally agree with you. And not only that, what's really interesting is, you know, in the book of Revelation, it talks about, or was it Daniel, that it appeared that it's in Revelation, I believe, that it says that it appeared that his head, you know how a lot of people think that, you know, his deadly wound was healed. It's like in Greek, it says, at least the Greek manuscript that I see, it said it appeared as if it were wounded, right? And so to me, that the Pope in gosh, when was it? Alexander the Great. Who was it that conquered and arrested the Pope? And it appeared as if Rome wasn't really running the state anymore, you know, and I believe that they really never stopped, and that's what's going to happen with the coming times that we have right now. Rome is going to be on top of everything, and it will probably be the one world government, love, peace, you know, unity. That's probably going to be the big thing. I'm all about peace, but I'm definitely not about unity. I appreciate everybody's differences, you know, and that's what's going to be the problem. People like me and other believers are going to be like, you're what's wrong with the old world, and, you know, you're antiquated, because things are going to happen to where a lot of people are expecting to get whisked out of here because they believe in this rapture doctrine that is before Messiah's return.
where they should read Revelation, it's pretty clear that you're just not descending to heaven or something like that. Actually, that will never happen.
No, I know, right? You would think a lot of things are clear, but well, look at the shape of the earth. But there's a veil over people's eyes, and they just don't want to see it. They can't handle it. Same with the Bible. There's a lot of conspiracies within the scriptures, and
I mean, what I can't wait for, and I had this vision, is when I'm going to be raised into the cloud, above the clouds, meeting with the Messiah. That's where I have a vision. I have literally a vision imprinted on my mind that this is going to happen. That's the greatest thing. Like every time I might be, in a, we all go through struggles sometimes. We feel bad. I always remember this vision, and I know that he talks through visions. Mainly the most things I have revelation through are visions in while I'm sleeping, in dreams. And one of the most beautiful ones is actually the one where I'm being lifted up and I see the tops of the trees, and the sad thing about this vision too, right? There's also something very sad, and I see old friends, like people I'm not friends anymore with right now. They're just standing there on the ground looking up, with unbelief of why I'm actually being
well,
floating
mortals make
upwards,
it
right?
through the tribulation. There's going to be people that survive the tribulation for sure. So those are the people that are going to be required to go to Jerusalem, Zion, and learn. This is for the 1,000-year and millennial reign, and learn the instructions. And if they don't, the Bible says, basically they're just not going to get any rain.
So
yeah, I think there will be a lot of chances, right? Like it's not like, even though many people are now blind to the truth of the Messiah, I think there will be still a lot of chances given, right?
which Messiah, Clay? Which Messiah? The Jewish one or the Christian one?
Hebrew.
The Hebrew one.
I love how you
Yeshua
distinguish
HaMashiach.
Hold on. The Hebrews, or call them whatever you want, they're expecting their Messiah, right? Not your Messiah, not the same one you guys are expecting. Am I wrong on this?
Well, that would be the Jewish one. I'm following the Hebrew one.
The Messiah who has revealed himself through the word that has been given to the world.
But he's got a point, Clay. He's got a really good point, because Christianity is all about Jesus, 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 Jesus. Where's the Father? Oh, they made him into the Father. So he's got a very valid point.
Yeah. They don't recognize the relationship, the wonderful relationship, which I once was also guilty of that, right? That I was not really clearly understanding this wonderful relationship between the Son and the Father, which is literally how we should live by, right? As he did that as an example. And what Christianity did, they just made this Trinity doctrine where they put the Messiah onto the throne instead of him being actually, like it is written, next to his Father, right?
It goes back to what Platypus was saying. It was co-opted, and I think it was like the 3rd century, but
yeah, as soon as the Romans realized, okay, we're killing these Christians, and for every one that we kill, 10 pop up, and for every one that martyrs themselves publicly, 100 pop up.
Yeah.
Right. And so they had to get ahead of that. That is way too infectious. That's how empires come crumbling down. And it was kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Because by co-opting Christianity, they skyrocketed into the most successful empire ever, and kicked off the Western world with advances in technology and medicine, et cetera, et cetera. But because they were
empire. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to finish. But I would say, from my Christian perspective, because as bad faith actors, posing as Christians and just trying to unify different types of Christians all around the region, just for the purpose of basically going to war, right? What was it, Charlemagne? He was the one who had all of these different Christian denominations and like tribes put the cross on the shield so that they would all go to war for him. You know, that backfired. It backfired on that empire, but Christianity continued to explode. They had decoupled from the Roman Empire in many ways and has spread throughout the world.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that part of history. When the Eastern Roman Empire, one of which we speak right now, with Constantine, that made Christianity part of the Roman Empire. That empire, the Byzantine Empire, lasted from around the year 400 to 1400. It lasted 1,000 years. 1,000 years.
I cannot believe you just said the Eastern one, because you know what's really funny? In Book of Daniel, there's a statue. Nebuchadnezzar has a dream, and Daniel, through God, interprets a dream. And the statue, it has two legs, and one represents, from my studies, the Eastern Roman Empire, and there's another leg that represents, in my interpretation, the Western Roman Empire. And then it has feet. It's partly iron. The last empire is going to be, the kingdom is going to be partly iron and partly clay. I don't know, transhumanism. But then it has the 10 toes that are going to be the bases, the leaders then. So there's 10 kingdoms that are going to come up through the Western kingdom.
10 kingdoms? What is it? Is it a G12? What is the G? How many members does the G have now?
Yeah, I don't know. I often wonder how many, who's going to be in where, you know, and it's probably going to come through the United Nations. I don't know. It's pretty exciting though to see what's happening in the world. What do you guys think about AI? Because I forgot to send it to you, Platypus. I saw this short video on AI. It's like 5 minutes, and he brings up some really good points as far as like who's creating it, what software they're using. It's called Demons, the software that they're using, and he compares it to like a Ouija board. You know, summoning. You know, you could be like summoning demons, and I was like, that's interesting.
What is the central unit that your PC needs to work? It's a motherboard. Get it? Motherboard, and it has ports, portals. Yeah. It has an Ethernet connection. You know, you have SATA link.
Well,
I mean,
okay, if I was to pop into my if I was to put my like evil mastermind cap on right now and put the AI thing into perspective for people, I would do it like this. So we had the scamdemic, which normalized people working from home, working from their computers, you know, doing these kind of I don't want to insult anybody, but I'm going to call them like nothing jobs, where you're just answering emails, you're doing something that a robot could do, right? And as we've had this technological advancements leading up to the scamdemic, you know, the whole thing was like, well, yeah, you know, all these truck drivers and all these people that bag groceries and stuff, they're just going to lose their jobs because robots, right? Robots are going to take over. And you got all these smug ass people in the tech industry talking about how these, you know, these manual laborers are going to have their jobs taken. Well, fucking joke's on them, because I've used AI for work, and it's incredibly useful. It's insane. And the first people who are going to fucking have their jobs replaced are the people that we just programmed with the scandemic to work from home. Because all those people's jobs can be taken. An AI, a well-programmed AI, can absolutely take over these people's jobs. It's like, so they set it up so you've got a large population, or a large part of the population, that's now no longer doing real work. And then they release a technology to the public that can now be developed that will take their jobs. So anybody that's been playing their game and like thinking that because they're doing what the TV told them, they're gonna somehow come out on top. It looks like all those people are actually being set up for a devastating event in which their skills are no longer necessary because this AI, it works 24/7, 365, doesn't need to get paid, doesn't need to get fed, and is completely emotionless.
Funny, we were talking.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, funny, we were talking about that last night. Some people are under the opinion that one day there might be a utopia where robots take over, and we don't have to work as much or none, and we'll just get paycheck and everything will be honky dory. We'll hug a few trees and everything will be fine.
Yeah, but you won't be able to think whatever you want.
What a boring
Never
word,
gonna
man.
happen.
Why
It's
don't
never
want
gonna
people?
happen.
Why is it that people don't want to work? Like I think work is amazing, man. Like working is like as if it's meant for you as a human being. I don't understand like this whole direction you want to go. Like work as little as possible or something. Like that's just boring, man. What a boring life if you don't work.
No, they're saying that because they see, I think, the inevitable, right? We have robots and they're gonna replace everything the way it's
Yeah,
going.
no, I don't want to have that kind of world. I think work is just very important for mental health, man. It just keeps you
How about
going,
if a
keeps you
robot
being around
replaces
people.
your job? Let's say you're
I
a
don't
taxi
think that
driver, right?
yeah, but my job will not be replaced by a robot. No robot can give you the experience someone gives that serves you.
I
In a
bet you it'll
restaurant.
be replaced. I don't know. I don't want to pry into your business, but I bet you whatever your job is, one day it will be replaced by a robot or AI.
They listen, Essie, they get their New World Order. They absolutely get it.
No, they don't.
They do for 3.5 years. Yep,
Says
they
who?
sure do. Well,
says who?
Says a historical written document that's been proven to.
Wait, the past says what the future's gonna do.
Yeah.
I don't buy it.
No, the book, the Bible, talks about what's coming.
I
He
know,
gives
but
us
I don't buy
prophecy.
that.
Listen, I knew about the New World Order way before I became a Bible believer, and then when I saw it in the scriptures, I was like, "Oh snap! Wow, it really is coming."
Kind of big facts right there.
What's that?
Big facts. No, I had the exact same experience.
And not only that, let me tell you something. The whole world follows the beast. Okay, so what's going to happen?
Yes.
Most likely is that they're going to have probably maybe a cyber attack. I don't know. They warn us about it, and so everything goes down, right? For no ambulances, no police, no distribution for your grocery. Your water turns off. You don't have any power. So let's say 3 months purge, right? Purge gone live, and next thing you know, these daddy government or these NGOs that come on the scene and save everybody, people are going to be begging for some kind of normalcy to to have them take care of them. They want running water, they want food. It says that people are going to be just following the beast. And like being a conspiratorial mindset critical thinker, Sensei, you have to see that that's possible.
There's a lot of, especially a lot of Christians, dominations. That's going to be the first one to follow the Antichrist. Like the thing is, he's gonna be like he's gonna unite the nations. He's gonna do like miraculous things, and many people will fall down to their knees and worship him like a Messiah, because they're deceived. We see this being set up perfectly. I mean, I would still think, this optimistic way. I just see a lot of optimism that Glad has, but when I look at the people, when I look at their mindset, when I look at the state of the world, it just all looks perfectly like it's already set up for
I know
people
it's
to
very
just.
convincing, but listen, I'll believe it when I see it. I love you guys, but I'll believe all that when I see it. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I hear you.
I get you,
I don't
man.
want it to be true. I like my cushy life. Okay, let's be very clear about that. I like going to the grocery store. I love having air conditioning. I live in Florida. I don't want any of this stuff to happen. Okay, but yet I'm being drawn to like I hate to say it, but I don't hate to say it, but to the okay. So for me, there was so much evil going on in the world that like my spirit was broken that I cried out. And then I was like, well, if there's so much evil, there has to be something good. And so that's when I was like, okay, let me just start reading the Bible. Zero religion or anything whatsoever. And I mean, I don't see that I did that on my own, but yet
Let me ask you something, please.
Yeah.
If you were born in Iraq and you grew up a Muslim woman, how do you think you'd be talking right now? Or what do you think how do you think your life would be?
That's really tough because the girls that are standing up over there now just got poisoned. So that brings me to another point. I think that a lot of those people over in the Middle East are possibly descendants of Jacob, and they changed their religion to stay in particular lands. So, I mean, I don't have it all figured out, but I am looking for when Israel is surrounded and they get their butts pummeled so badly.
That's not going to happen because you guys are going to send your sons to fight for them.
No.
Yes.
It's definitely going to happen. It's definitely going to happen so badly that they're going to be burying bodies for 7 months and burning weapons for 7 years.
Is that what it says in the Bible?
Yes. Yeah. But see, a lot of the AKA, Christians, they think that God's going to save his people by that. And they don't realize that God's people aren't the ones that are being propped up over there. And I'm sure that there's a lot of, maybe Messiah followers. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the people that are running the governments, right? Whether you guys believe in God or not, it's kind of, I don't want to say it's irrelevant for what's going on, because it's absolutely relevant for yourselves. But however, our world leaders, they do believe in God. They just don't like him. They worship like Lucifer, the one guy, the one angel that got kicked out because big bad mean God.
Now that I can believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So they're running our world. The central planners do believe in God. They just don't like him. They're blinded to his scriptures, and they're provided with like manifestation, wealth, fame. Essentially they're selling their soul to the devil, right? So they're getting their kingdom right here.
The Bible, though, they use the Bible in their ceremonies, though.
Yeah, probably bits and pieces, right? I mean, you can make the Bible say anything you want.
Well, do you think that when the beast, the Antichrist, is going to come up as the most loving, wonderful person in history, being televised, bringing all major religions together? And this is actually what's already taking place, right? You have had this Jesuit of Catholic meeting with all the major religions, where they said we just need to become one. We need to be united, and all nations need to become one, no borders, and so forth. And when that Antichrist comes up, and trust me, even the very strong, conspiratorial people, flat earthers, whatever. Many people will actually fall for this deception, because it's just so great. He will obviously use biblical verses. He will look like the Messiah probably, and you also see the predictive programming and on Netflix, on YouTube, everywhere. It is already being put out.
I have a
That these
question.
this Antichrist, false Messiah is going to come some
Blaze, I
point in
like
the
what you
future.
Blaze, I like what you said. You can make the Bible say anything you want, right?
Yes.
Out of context, yeah.
Is the
Yeah, I mean,
Messiah, is the Christian Messiah supposed to be Jesus that comes back?
Well,
many
that's a
times you wanna
tricky
ask it?
question. That's a tricky question because that the Christian Messiah, in my opinion, is the one that they made the God that stripped his divinity and came down and became the Son. So that, to me, that's what the definition has always been explained to me, that Christianity is the belief in that God came down and became the Son. And here's the thing. We are told that we are not supposed to make anything in heaven or below. We're not supposed to have any gods before the God of the Bible. And then we have all these pictures of a white-looking hippie dude in statues and stained glass and,
Exactly.
like pictures, paintings. That's breaking the commandment. Simply, even just the 10 commandments, that's breaking the second commandment
Yes.
and the first one. And so, they've been told, unfortunately, that the front of the book, Messiah already completed that. So essentially, don't worry about that. Just focus on the love, 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 love. And, I'm not saying I'm not going to be deceived, because I'm trying to work out my salvation with fear and trembling, because, I can't take it for granted.
But Blaze, there's no definite mention of what the Messiah or who the Messiah will be. Really? I thought it was Jesus.
Well,
Trust me, I know
God?
very little.
It's God. So if you think Jesus is God, the Son, it's actually God being the Son of God. I mean, it depends on what you believe. I don't think we'll ever know. That's a question we will be answered when we get to heaven.
And this is where it gets all messed
Okay,
up.
but it's God
Yeah.
though. It's definitely God in a form of a human being, right?
Well,
Well,
the Son
no.
of the
Well,
Son, what
Son, yeah.
Jesus was.
Or
Yeah.
the Son.
So,
Okay. Yeah.
well,
What
so
comes
Rakim,
back, I don't think is going to be this man, the Son of God, man in a flesh
well,
being.
but he ate. He's a resurrection. He's the first of the first fruits. And so you said something really interesting. When we die, I definitely don't believe we go to heaven. I believe we rest in peace, right? And then when Messiah comes back, then the dead in
I agree.
Messiah. Yeah, the dead in Messiah, because then we inherit the earth. So that's another doctrine that is a lie. Because we inherit the earth and the 1,000-year millennial reign, where Messiah comes back and he teaches us how to have a righteous government, and teaches us how to live a set apart life. And then check this out, Essie. After we have a peaceful 1,000 years, guess what? The Bible says in the book of Revelation that Satan is let loose again. You're like, what the heck?
That's exactly what just went through my mind. Yeah. Thank you
Right?
for saying.
But check this out. So God is such a merciful God. He's going, I believe, not like it's the truth, but from my interpretation of my studies, I believe Father is so righteous that he gives these people the free, because everybody was born into this beautiful love government and everything's just hunky-dory, right? But I believe that he gives people free will so that they can choose to follow him or not. And this is where he comes on this scene again and appeals to ego. And the people that are interested and want to follow him are going to be able to. You know, and then and I really think that this is what happened in the Garden of Eden, right? If it hadn't, the serpent, as it were, hadn't enticed or, you know, spoke to her and whatever, that's when free will was introduced. You know, so how else do you? I don't. You know, he gives us free will, and really quickly,
Choice proves love, right? He wants
yeah,
us
and
to
that's
prove our
what's
love for him. Choice.
yeah, and this is the last thing, yeah. But so the people, the central planners, it's so wild. They're going back to the Tower of Babel. One language, one government, one everything, and taking all of our choices away. They want to be the God. They want to dominate us. Where our creator gives us free will, and these people, these central planners that run our current world, they want to take it away.
So
All
why
of our
don't why doesn't the creator stop it before it happens? Isn't it a
Because
bad
we
thing?
already won. We already
No,
won. See,
no,
here's the
no.
thing.
I'll tell you.
Please,
I'm
please.
so glad you
Why,
answered. You
hold on.
asked.
Why doesn't I'm gonna lay it out a little better. Why doesn't the creator, the all-loving, all-knowing creator, help us so that we don't have to go through any of that?
Well, hold on a
What
second. So that's
happens?
really interesting. Remember when I said they took second Ezra's out, and Ezra's is in the 66 canon? I don't know if you were here. In the book that they took out, it talks about the end times. And it talks, and Ezra says that to God. And the angel is talking to him and saying that God decreed a certain amount of souls, and Sheol is not full yet and then when Sheol is full, that's when the number of souls or something to that effect have been satisfied or met the goal or however you want to say it. Then that's what's happening.
So it's personal preference whether or not God comes and helps out the people he loves.
No. He's
Can I say
decreed.
something? Can I say something real quick?
Here's what I'll say, and then I'll stop.
Can I?
I'll stay.
No,
I'll stay, and then
Clay,
I'll stop,
just
please.
give it 1 second because I wanted to just let him answer.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this real quick. There's no excuse for pain and suffering. So when that happens, and then people say, "Well, it's just the will of God," I say, "Well, then your God's an asshole." So there's all that.
You're a
That's
loving
it.
person. I can
Hold on.
understand
I
what
am a
you're
loving
saying.
person. That's why I
What's pain
hate
and
the fact
suffering?
that people
wait.
will sit back and say that it's okay. Oh, we're gonna have this 3.5 years of
No,
tribulation. Oh, but
that's
it's
just one
okay because it's
opinion.
all gonna be good after that.
What's
It's not.
pain and suffering? How do you know what pain and suffering is?
Life experience.
Life experience.
Yep. So if
Where
I get cut, I learn what physical pain is.
So you know what love is because of hate. You know what pain is
No, I don't.
because
I know what love is because it was the first thing that I saw in my mother's eyes when I was born. I didn't have to be taught that, motherfucker.
but you didn't call it love. I mean, it wasn't love
You just
then.
did a whoops. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. I'm done.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
Yeah,
Let's keep it
this
civil, guys.
is
Let's keep it civil. Come on.
yeah. I think the problem that Sensei is having, and excuse me for calling it a problem, just from my perspective, it is a problem. It's that you've been duped by this whole thing of like worship of anti-suffering, where like suffering is the worst thing that can happen, and it's like if God is real, why bad things happen, right? And I get it. That was a big one for me, trying to understand like how can God exist if there is suffering, and I think it's just a matter of understanding the context of our suffering and putting it into comparison of like being separated from God, right? This whole from my perspective, this entire thing we call life is about maintaining and strengthening a connection with your creator, as opposed to pushing, destroying that connection and pushing yourself away from the creator.
No matter what, no matter how much pain and suffering you go through, no matter how many of your kids pass away of the most awful, horrific accident or death, who you turn to in that moment proves your love. Like you choose your creator over everything.
And let me just piggyback on that, because you might be saying to yourself, why would I turn to the person that's in control when everything is out of control, right? Like why would I be okay with my friends and family and children dying and saying and still praising the creator, the sole reason for all of this happening, right? Well, chances are you wouldn't sacrifice your child to save the world. And if you would, I don't know if you would be doing it for the right reasons. And that's what's happened for us. God sacrificed His Son for us. So I think
he doesn't because he knows the mercy in that. He doesn't ask us to do that. He only asks us to make the right choices, no matter what decision, no matter what's coming at you, because the world has fallen. We're living in a place that is basically without God. You have to gain that relationship by choosing to have that relationship and building it throughout your life where you live in a land of deception, right? It's ruled by the great deceiver, and that proves what side you're on. That's all. That's period. So then we're promised, right? If you believe in all of that, you're promised eternal life with no, issues like that. Like you never have to deal with that again. You'll never feel pain again. It won't even, there's no way to know pain because there won't be anything negative, anything bad. You won't.
So
that's what you're trying to gain.
Hold on, man.
No, dude, I
God
can never
didn't
say
have
something.
to sacrifice His own. Hold on, man. God didn't have to sacrifice His own kid for us. He's God. He could have just snapped His fingers on some, Avengers.
Yeah, He just chose to do it that way.
Well, hold on a second. So when He created the world, He had it all in mind, and Messiah was the first that was created, and everything else was created around it. So in order to have free will introduced, we also had to have so we think, unfortunately, with a Greek mindset, linear, right? This has to happen before this happens. But in Hebrew, I'm learning that it's cyclical, it's in patterns, it's in types, it's in antitypes. And so it's, the book of Revelation is not written in order. Like, the first chapter, the second chapter, it's not written in order. And so it was a line of salvation. It's written in the stars that what was supposed to happen. They knew the creation. They knew what they were on. They knew the celestial clock and calendar as well. And I wanted to say something to Sensei, and I think it's coming back to me.
Well, I wanted to say something to Rocky real quick. Why, if He didn't have to kill His son, like why did He sacrifice His son like that? Like for no reason. This guy's fucking sick.
Sacrificed himself.
This guy is a sick maniac, killing his own son.
He didn't.
Well, that's your choice to feel that way.
Can I quickly say something? The Messiah
sacrificing your own son when you don't have to.
Can I say something? I wanted to say something for 10 minutes now. I wanted to say something for 10 minutes now. Can I say something, or am I being?
Hold on, man.
Down?
Relax.
Yeah,
dude,
I'm relaxing for 10 minutes,
sacrificing your own You can go.
I can.
You did this the
your
other
own
day,
son.
Clay. You did this the other day, Clay. Like, chill out, bro.
Dude,
sacrificing your own son when you don't have to is fucking. I don't know. That's fucking. I can't fuck with you if you do that. Like if you did it for no reason.
Fuck. Well, then who do you turn to?
We got
not
man.
that,
So
dude. I'm not.
No, who do you turn to? Because I'm
not
interested
turning
now.
into dude that sacrificed his own son when he didn't have to.
Okay, I understand. I heard you, Jeremy.
Holy
smokes!
Get out of hand. Come on, guys.
Well, he's talking to me. Can I
answer this,
maybe?
Please?
Wow.
Can I answer this?
Clay, dude.
I'm trying to talk for 10 minutes and I want to interact into the conversation. If I'm going to keep on being forbidden to interact.
All right, dude.
Clay, you're just interrupting, man.
Nobody talk except for me right now. Clay, I've muted you just so I can literally say what I'm trying to say to you, and I'm going to unmute you. So please be patient. Waiting 10 minutes is not an excuse to start screaming on the mic. If you think that there's an issue with the order in which people are being allowed to speak, you can bring it to the attention of a mod. We are going to have a normal conversation where people wait their turns. You're unmuted.
Yes, there is a problem. If I need to wait 10 minutes, I've tried. Like people were
Can you
made
just talk
aware
about what you were
that
going to talk about? Because you interrupted a direct question to me. So go ahead and speak your
yeah, it's
piece,
all
man.
my fault. Okay, get it.
Just
So
go.
Jeremy said that why is it that the creator would kill his own son? Okay, if you read the New Testament, you will realize that the Messiah always had decisions to make. He was tempted, okay, which means that he could also have gone against his own will, right? He could have decided to actually, listen to the adversary and be tempted and just forget all about his plan. He was fully aware that he's going to be sacrificed at a certain point in his life, even though being aware of the sacrifice that he needs to do and that he's not going to be there, that it's temporarily, with his apostles, he still decided to let all these things happen to the glory of his Father and in order to finish the work that needs to be finished. So no, it's not this evil perverted father what you think about that just wants to kill his son or whatnot. No, it was based on free will. The son always had the will of either going against this plan or fulfilling it, and he fulfilled it, and that's why he gets all the glory. Does that make sense to you?
I don't know,
I
man.
think
They told me God sacrificed his son. Obviously, God doesn't have to do that. That's fucking. He could have just snapped his fingers on some Thanos shit. Like, I don't know.
No.
Well, I mean,
he did
personal
it, and
journey.
people still don't give him glory. It's weird. Like he chose to do it that way to let you make the choice, and you still don't choose him. So it's kind of strange.
This is what's also interesting. Being flat earthers, we know that this place is created, right? But then we get to judge this creator on how he should have done it, who he should have done it with, the things that he should change, and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, I trust the higher power, the creator of everything. I may not understand why he did things, and maybe I'm not supposed to, but we can all go back to, you guys are in charge of your home, and it is run the way that you want to run it. If you guys have businesses, it is run the way that you guys want to run it. You hire who you want, so if we can take it on that level and then just go, okay, cool. I don't understand why he's doing it. I don't like it because, yeah, it does sound weird, but surfacey, it does sound weird, but that's why you have to study the scriptures. Messiah, God didn't sacrifice his son. Messiah laid down his life. God created a person that had the free will to fulfill the prophecies that were told of him, the coming Messiah. He didn't have to lay down his life. So I understand that it's a complicated situation, but I invite you guys to look at the earth as a creation is a business, right? So it's being co-opted by
Blaze. Let me try to go in the middle here to get some middle ground, right? You have the faithful, and they believe, and you guys say you believe, and this and that, and it's faith and that, and then you have the atheists, right? That don't believe at all. Then you have the people that are somewhere in between, and they look at the story and they say, it's kind of fishy. The big man, the boss, killing his son. Well, he didn't have to do it, and you have to admit it's a little strange, that story. That's all I'll say.
Can I quickly
I'll take
just,
it. I'll take.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
go
go
ahead.
ahead, Clay. I'm
Okay,
not
I
going to
just
forget what
wanna-
I have to say. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, man. I just wanted to quickly read this. From that time on, Jesus began to show his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and undergo great suffering at the hands of the elders and chief priests and scribes and be killed, and on the third day be raised. And Peter took him aside and began to rebuke him, saying, God forbid it, Lord, this must never happen to you. But he turned and said to Peter, Get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me, for you are setting your mind not on the divine things, but on human things. So he was fully aware of what he has to do. Okay, so it's not like, you know, the father killing his son in some kind of weird sacrifice or something. No, he had his free will of finishing the work that he has need to finish. I hope this is clear now. And
I don't know.
it's
As
not.
a father, if I was watching and somebody was about to kill my son, you better damn well believe I'm gonna stop it at all costs. I don't give a fuck.
He chose
Right.
You guys got kids?
Let me, Jeremy.
Have
Let me
you
ask you
listened to
something
what
here.
I read?
Jeremy,
Jeremy.
you're kind of proving my point, really.
Here have
Or
kids.
I think what. I'm sorry. What?
Here have kids. I just want to go through this little thing real quick, just so everyone understands.
Well, okay. What about it?
Do you have kids?
Asking if you have kids, man. Do you have kids or not?
I don't want to talk about my family on Discord.
Has
Sorry.
kids,
well, sit out there.
Kids would know that they would do anything in their power to stop their kid from being killed.
You're cutting out. I don't know if it's for me or does anyone else hearing what he's saying?
You mean parents,
He's
Jeremy?
cutting out, but he's saying that a parent would do anything in their power to ensure that their child did not pass. But that's also looking at a fleshly mother and father, right? Not wanting their child to pass, and you're talking about a heavenly father, right? Which understands that the life is eternal. So the fleshly passing is nothing that terminates that individual, right? So I think
And
that's
you
different.
raised Messiah. Messiah's not dead.
Here,
Right.
Jeremy's back. Let's, Jeremy. I think you're cutting out a little
Oh,
bit.
he wasn't here.
Can
Say
I
it
just mention
again,
one more
Napalm.
thing? Yeah, I
Say
just
it.
wanted to mention one more thing, right? A lot of people are talking about like, why would this happen? Why would that happen? And it's like, for the parents out there, if you have children, or if you were a child, obviously we all were at one point, and your parents told you not to do something. When you're a child, you don't always understand why your parents are telling you can or cannot do certain things. And then you grow up and you start to realize, oh, there's a reason why my parents were telling me I could or could not do certain things when I was a child, because I didn't understand the ways. And then we automatically assume that once we become adults, that we can somehow understand the ways of the Creator, or our Heavenly Father, when He does or does not do certain things that we think should or should not be done. So I think that's kind of a misunderstanding that people have, is that we have some sort of all-knowing knowledge as to why things should or should not be happening, and whether or not things that the Creator allows are good or not. So just wanted to state that.
Jeremy, are you back?
Well, again, the book is very clear, you know, or his own words are very clear. He was fully aware of his plan, of his mission, okay, however you want to call it. And he was not thinking as we carnal-minded people think, you know. I certainly don't think like the Messiah. I'm not. No one can ever think like him, because he had a mission that is so uncomprehendable for the human mind, for the carnal mind, you know, that we have been given to understand why he did what he did. Okay, I mean, we get the essence of it, but how can someone have so much trust in his father, that he would chose this path of being sacrificed, even before it happened, being fully aware of this to be happening. And even when Peter rebuked him, you know, that this should never happen to you, because probably Peter loved him, you know, and he doesn't want him to be killed. Jesus just straight up said, "Get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me. You do not have in mind the concerns of Yah, but merely human concerns." Okay. So there you have it. The distinctive difference between how our ways of thinking is, and how the ways of thinking of people are that are from the heavenly
People
places.
are that are.
Okay, hold on. Whoa.
What did you just say?
He's trying to explain. You missed a little bit, but what I'm trying to say is, I think what Clay is trying to say, what Blaze is trying to say. There's another person who was jumped in. I'm sorry, I didn't see your name, but you're trying to explain why you. They're trying to explain to you why you don't understand what the sacrifice means and why a father would let his son get killed. Exactly. Yeah. And I think it's because they're trying to explain it to you using non-secular terms. And I know that sounds a little weird to try and use secular terms to describe a religious thing, but Jeremy, let me ask you, how did you logically come to the conclusion that there is a creator if you did?
How did I come to that conclusion? You can't have creation without it's an antecedent.
Exactly. You cannot have creation without a creator. Perfect. So you believe that there is a one source point, a creator of all space, of all time, and all matter. Do you believe that that creator is preeminent to time, space, and matter?
He's preeminent?
It comes before.
Using these big fancy words. Did he come before time? I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe
if he created time, space, and matter, all of it, did he come before those three things?
Maybe he could have. I don't know.
It would.
I don't know
I
don't know that he did create that stuff though. So.
But we already were at the point that everything was created and that it came from a creator, because you cannot have creation without a creator. So how could
in the space we're in? Yes, but as far as time and shit, I don't know if he's the creator that created that, or how that got going.
From my perspective, the creator has to. If a creator is preeminent to everything that we are made up of, right? Our brains, our bodies, it's all time, space, and matter. And if the creator is preeminent to that, for us to try and understand how that creator operates, it's incomprehensible to me. And I think
who watches their son get killed, bro? Who lets their son get killed if they don't have to? Watching at that time, or like what happened?
Someone that knows
it's like when you're 3 or 4 years old and you're crying because you don't want your parents to go to work. You want them to stay home with you. You know, you don't understand what's going on. It's like, yeah, it sucks. It does. It's a shitty thing. But you got to trust that your parents know what they're doing, that they're going to go to work, make the money, put the food on the table, and come home and say, see, I told you I was going to come home. I'm sorry, am I making any sense? Am I breaking through?
Yeah, it's a cool analogy, but I don't know. I just, as a father, I could never watch my son get killed for any reason, especially if it was unnecessary, because I could just snap my finger on some Thanos shit and do whatever I wanted.
Yeah, how heartbreaking is that?
Unless
knowing
the creator,
that one person sorry.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, can we maybe think about the creator's side of things too? The one person that listened to him, that loved him, that walked out his instructions perfectly, that he had to see people disrespecting him, spitting on him, stabbing him, slapping him, flogging him. Could you imagine how that felt? But, even knowing that you're going to raise him, because for a people that are selfish, that just want to do their own thing or whatever, I mean, can we just imagine, being so loving and, being able to create anything and everything, just wanting people to follow you because things have been usurped by some evil entities that don't want to listen to him. He set a plan in place before the evil people turned on him, and the evil person didn't know the plan of salvation. Thank goodness, but he did a little bit because he tried to, kill Father through the people. So I understand. I think all of us that are believers here understand where you guys are coming from. It's just, are you giving the scriptures a chance? Or have you guys ever said, God, are you real? Like, I love your creation. I defend it all the time. These people on Discord, always brag about you and everything. Like, show me, please, I want to know if you're real. But once you know, then you're convicted to maybe make other choices. And then, well, for instance, really quickly, like I just met this flat earther like, I don't know, 2 months ago or whatever. And he's a believer. He's really a believer. He believes in the creator. He loves the Bible. But yet he has to make some big changes in his life, like big time changes.
Hey,
And
Blaze.
yep.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
Yeah, no. Hey, can anybody help Toby out if he doesn't have his permissions or anything? Toby the penguin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, I'm sorry.
No,
I snapped.
Esky, go ahead.
I'm sorry I snapped. The thought of a father watching his son get killed when he could have stopped it is just fucked up to me. But go ahead.
Absolutely. I understand where you guys are coming from. Go ahead, Essie.
Well, somebody listening wants to know, listening to you talk, wants to know, like, did you have a sign? Like, how are you so sure of God?
You know, my mom was 17 when she had me. No, she was like a recovering Catholic. Nothing. I had nothing. I went down a new age route for a little while when I was younger. I mean, before 2017. And, you know, I woke up in 2008, like, 9/11 was an inside job. And I'm like, I had no idea why. I was perfectly fine as a consumeristic, chick and whatever. Didn't care about politics or history or anything. And then 2016 came along and, the DNC, Democratic National emails came to light. And a lot of us were researching them, and it was like Pizzagate. And I was like, oh my gosh, we were researching it. And it was horrifying. It broke my spirit. So on January 12th, 2017, I had an adult temper tantrum for like 40 minutes. I'm crying, I'm kicking and screaming. How can I live in a world where nobody cares about these children? Nobody cares. Okay. So that, I get myself together after 40 minutes, get along my day. And that night, I go to bed. Before I was a champion sleeper, I could eat, and I'm not a big person or anything. Next thing you know, I'm like losing weight. I'm like 108 normally, and I'm like down to 100. I'm just like, I can't sleep. So I go to bed January 12th, and I can't sleep. I wake up. I look at this Dutch Sense, I'll never forget, earthquake stuff guy. And then next thing you know, I see this gray cloud, and with eyes, no arms or anything, and it tries to pull me up. And this guy told me in 2010, I did a little bit of a Bible study with him, and he's the one that told me about the Sabbath being in the 10 Commandments, and blah blah blah. And he told me about this scientist who was interviewing people, and he realized like the people that had probeans, people that had abduction experiences, and then he realized like, when people called out Jesus as my savior or a hymn or something, like it stopped. It was sleep paralysis. Really, I don't know. I didn't feel like I was sleeping. So anyways, I yell out Jesus as my savior for, I only knew that from 2010 because this guy told me about that. And the thing like squinches its eyes. It like comes at me again. And then I felt like it was trying to suck me up. So then we have that little battle. It goes away, right? And I pick up my phone and I look up sleep paralysis, and it says demons. And I was like, And then I'm thinking, oh my gosh, there's so much evil in the world. And I knew that in 2008, but I couldn't be with it, right? I knew our central planners were like satanic, baby, like I just couldn't be with it. So then I was like, well, I mean, I don't know how many more chances I'm going to have. So let me just pick up the Bible. And so for me, my spirit was broken. I was crying out for someone. So, and for me now, my life just makes more sense. I've always been kind of weird, as far as like peculiar, just like I'm so social, and I used to, put gatherings together, and people would be like, hey, what are we doing? Da, 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 da. And then I would always feel kind of like an outcast, even though I gathered everybody. And now I feel like I understand what's going on. I feel like I was born for a time like this because I'm working for the kingdom now, and that makes sense to me because this isn't it, right? And this is why I love coming to Flat Earth servers, is because you guys are defending a creator's creation. I just invite you to just go, you know what? Dang it. Like, are you real? But see, the thing is, I think it has to be to a point where you're broken. Like a lot of people that are, and I'm almost done. A lot of people that like drink or are into drugs, or they've had a death, or they've had something really traumatic happen. That's when they're broken. That's when they're like, I can't do this anymore. There has to be something else. So that's my story.
Wow. Thanks for sharing that traumatic experience. Yeah, that yeah, that's pretty scary there. The beginning, what you said, yeah.
Yeah. And you know what's really funny is I felt like I had this superpower, right? I was like, oh my gosh, I had power over a demon. I couldn't believe it. So for 3 weeks, I was just like, wow, whether it was real or not, I felt like it. Then later on in the, I read the scripture that it talks about. Messiah says, hey, essentially, don't get all puffed up that you can walk on serpents and demons and everything. Just be happy that your name is written in the book or written in the kingdom. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, I mean, it's called the living word because you could read the same thing over and over and over, right? But each time you go to read it, you're in a different frame of mind and a veil may be lifted. And that's why I say these things about we are a Greek mindset, you know, this philosophy, this sorcery that they use on us, and math is good, you know, but they use this math to back engineer God's creation. And the best way to attack the creator is to attack his creation and boom, make people like, there's no creator. What, are you kidding me? Like, that's just like people that want to control you and morals and everything. But it's not like that, you know? So I thank you guys for defending our creator's creation. I really do. And I'm sure he does as well. Because we are definitely in a battle. Good and evil, truth and lies, deception. And Messiah's biggest thing that he told his disciples and for all of us that read his word now for the future, deception, deception, deception. It's what he warned everybody about, is the deception that are coming.
It could already be, the deception could already be here. I mean,
oh, there's many more. Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. Oh yeah.
Hey Blaze, were you able to get some people together yesterday?
Oh,
or 2 days ago?
yeah. We have a
How was it?
It was great. There was actually 12 people that showed up. I had a Flat Earth meetup group. And I meet up like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. We're having another one. It's going to be the first Saturday of every month. So maybe you two can join us sometime. And we have a Telegram group and we want to do some things. So, and everybody had different beliefs.
Telegram.
Yeah.
Hopefully. I keep hearing more and more about Telegram, so I should probably download that. Yeah. But sorry I couldn't make it. Had things going on, but
yeah.
Stay in touch.
And everybody had different beliefs, you know? Everybody had different beliefs. And that's what's so beautiful. I don't have a problem with people having different beliefs, you know, as long as we can keep it civil. And like, I'm here to plant seeds, talk about my experience. I can't judge anybody that's outside of the faith. It's not my job.
Well said.
Yeah. You know, I pray for the unbelievers. I pray for that because there's a scripture that I read. I think it was last week, and this father goes to Messiah, and his son is possessed by a demon, and Messiah says to the effect like, "It's as your belief. It's going to be given to you." And the man says, "Pray for my unbelief," and I was like, "Wow." That's beautiful. So if I have any unbelief, you know, because I'm well aware that faith is a gift. And I've said this before just recently, faith, I think is going to be a currency, is going to be a coming currency. And it is a gift. So I just invite people to to just ask, hey, are you real? I mean, because you guys are defending the earth day in and day out. You guys are not dumb. There's a creator. Whether we agree with what he's done and what he said, there's a creator. So, just pray about it. Just talk about it. And I know there's some believers in here. You can shut a room down.
No. I'm trying to. You say you thought you shut the room down?
Yeah.
No.
No,
This topic gets me fired up because I know I can still taste it in my mouth, man. When I was just like, dude, why the fuck would God kill his son if he could just snap his fingers and make it better? Like, I know exactly,
bro. I'm all.
I know exactly, Jeremy. We gotta work this through because, dude, I know how you feel. I totally get it, but I think there's a way to logically come to the conclusion that God, preeminent to you and me and everything else, has got this. Like,
well, I'd like
Anybody
some
talking about
explanation.
the resurrection.
I'd like some kind of explanation for stuff like, nobody was a bigger Jesus freak than my father. He was a preacher. He delivered tons of babies. He married tons of couples. He was a deacon at the church that he was at. He was most valued, man of God, right? Man of God. And he's the only person in my family that had to suffer through years of cancer for no fucking reason and then die painfully of it. And I know people in my family that are really bad people that are still alive and healthy and well for no reason.
Look at Job. Just look at the story of Job, man.
No, I'm not gonna refer to a comic book to make myself feel better.
Well, here's the thing.
I want to know what the justification is, not from people, but from the creator's mouth itself.
What would your father say?
Hold on a second. Can I say something really quickly?
I don't know. He's not alive anymore, so I can't ask him.
I'm sorry for your loss.
No, it's okay. And I didn't bring it up for sympathy. What I brought it up for was
he's a man of faith and believed in the Bible. Then maybe you should trust what he went through for a reason.
Why is that? Because he's the one who suffered most in my family, and he was the biggest man of God in my family. So
okay, hold on.
He might be the only one in everlasting peace right now.
Definitely didn't shut the room down, Blaze. Okay.
Let me say this really quickly, Sensei, because I got something for you. And I've been wanting to say, but it's been slipping. Father, like as parents that are parents of adult children, you no longer have control of them and everything. We have free will. Father didn't put things in our mouths and this creation, these people, they're poisoning our environment. But this is a very good question that you have, and I'm reminded of Isaiah 57 1 through 2. It says, "The righteous perisheth, and no man layeth to his heart, and merciful men are taken away, none considering that the righteous are taken away from the evil to come. He shall enter into peace," like Rakia said. "They shall rest in their beds, each one walking in his uprightness." So that is something that I had to consider when my uncle, who was the best young guy ever, helped anyone and everyone. And he helped this drunk lady on the side of the road and he got hit by a car. He was like the dream, the golden child of our family. Now, Father didn't have him go help that lady, but the way that I look at it now is my uncle was protected from all this evil that's to come. He was so righteous that Father loved him, and then he's resting in peace. Because let's face it, these times that we're living in right now, they're becoming more and more dark, wouldn't you say?
Well, yeah, no, I agree with that. I just think that there's no excuse for the suffering in the first place. Now, and it sounds like your uncle was taken out. Was it immediate, like immediate death?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Okay, so that's not a lot of suffering on his part, which is great. But it's suffering on y'all's part, right? It's like, well, wait a second.
Yeah.
We loved him. He was amazing. And now he's taken early because the book says that there's tribulation coming. Like I don't know. I can't wrap my head around it.
Did your dad take chemo?
One more time. Yeah, it was chemo all the time. Yeah. Chemo. Yeah.
But do you understand that is these central planners are poisoning us, and we are just blindly following, the people that are poisoning us. And, at what point do we take any kind of responsibility
Well,
for
I
the
know,
act?
but I'm saying that in this place, right, we're given the opportunity to choose whether or not we eat like shit. Let's say it. My dad ate like shit all the time. My dad played around with Roundup, right? He was a master gardener, but he was all about that Roundup. Well, so fast food plus Roundup plus drinking tap water from Denver all day, every day. Well, you're not going to survive that, and that's just how that is. But the problem is, he was born into a world where he worshiped on his knees, begging Father, please, for so many years of his life, for other people to be healed and for him and his family to be healed. And all of a sudden, his, no good deed goes unpunished. He has cancer for 2-3 years and dies painfully from that. And he was, of our family, the number one God spokesperson. To me, that's backwards. Completely.
Yeah, but what's wrong with
I
Denver's
don't care
tap
if
water,
homeboy
though?
was being. I don't care if my dad was being saved from something in the future, because that's an appeal to the future that hasn't fucking happened yet. So it's nonsensical suffering.
I understand.
I understand completely. Holy shit, dude! Like, I know how mad you are.
Well,
I get it. I do get it.
and if you say that your dad was the loving, I have no doubt in my mind he is resting in peace, and he's going to be he's going to probably be raised in the first resurrection and be reigning in the kingdom with Messiah for 1,000 years. From the way that you explained to him, no doubt in my mind. So that's amazing, and I'm sorry that you don't necessarily. And you know what? It's funny that we're talking about this because I was talking to my brother a little while back at the gym, and we were talking, and I was like, the difference between us, unfortunately, because he had lost somebody, is I said, because he claims to be an atheist, and I was like, when somebody dies that that's got to be so incredibly sad and tough. I'm really sorry for that. I said, now with my new faith, at least I have hope. He goes, hope? And I go, yeah, in the resurrection, because there's going to be a couple of resurrections. Go ahead.
Quick question, Glenn, and you don't need to answer this, man. I don't want to cut too deep or anything like that, but did your dad pray even when he was, when there was like no option left, like, like in his worst condition, so to say? Was he still like firmly believing?
Yeah.
Because I have a similar story. My brother is kind of like the same way as you. He has a friend whose father died of, cancer, and he was like a street preacher guy, and also like he didn't do a chemo, but he prayed to his end until he actually got killed by the cancer, and since then his son was like completely left alone, and he because of these kind of stories, my brother and his best friend, they just have like this kind of same thinking you have, and I completely understand this. The thing is, I mean, you can call me crazy, but I just see it the complete opposite way. I see a lot of faith in that. If someone, even on the edge of, like, even when facing the most painful death, still praising his father, and I know this just sounds completely, maybe strange, and I completely accept this, man. Like, I just think that's the biggest proof of faith you can actually give, to your creator.
I wanted to say something
I
too.
agree. Hang on just real quick. I'm so
Go.
sorry. I gotta hop in the shower, but I'm listening. We got stuff to do that we're doing today. But listen, I'm listening, you guys. Thank you for this conversation, and thank you for being honest, real people about this and listening to my belligerence. But I'm still listening.
We love you, dude. We love you.
I wanted to say something to you before you go. You don't have to respond. You can just listen. But
okay, yeah, I'm listening.
You need to be honest. Be honest and ask yourself, what's worse, suffering to your bitter end, but being sanctified by God, or having a pleasant, sweetful life and you die in your sleep, but never being sanctified. Like, we go through great trials and tribulations, but you have to remember that this life is only but a mere drop in the water compared to the eternal existence that we're going to be blessed with in the end. So just keep that in mind.
I have a question. Actually, there's an audience here today, so yeah, first time. Somebody wants to know, like a child, for example, comes into this world, a 2-year-old child with cancer. One of a friend of the person that's asking, the person was 2 years old, born with cancer, and died. Like, why? What? They didn't commit a sin. There was no sin committed. Why did this happen? For what reason?
I have so our lives affect other people. So the way that I would look at something like that, as tragic and heartbreaking as that is that was supposed to happen in these people's lives for them to make the choices that they made and to maybe make other choices. So when somebody dies, it doesn't just affect them, right? So anytime I see an accident on the road, I say a prayer for them and for the people that their lives are being affected as well, because in a moment, people's lives are shattered by like one person getting into an accident.
This actually makes me think of the story of the Chinese farmer, where his son, you guys know that one where his son falls off the thing. Like, I do think all this bad shit happens for a reason. Like, there's a reason behind the bad shit happening. So
that doesn't make sense, bro. Come on. There's no excuse for a child being born with cancer and dying. There's no excuse for that life. I don't care what anybody says. I mean, come on. Seriously?
Do you know the story of the Chinese farmer?
No, I don't.
I've never heard it.
Well, I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah, but I mean, SE, if I could answer to your example, maybe with a kind of counter example, right? I think it's a really interesting topic, and I'm not a religious fundamentalist, nor I'm an atheist, okay? The thing is that, what's the justification for the child being born with a deadly disease, right? But what would be the justification for a child being born in really poor circumstances and with addicted parents, I think there's no real...
Whoa. They weren't addicted. What are you saying? The parents weren't addicted. They were well off. They would have taken care of the child.
I'm just saying that
just comparing
stuff like that, isn't like the first instance which God is held for account. It's just that the parents get kids, they reproduce, and this is just happening. It's not like it's just the parents making this kids. It's not like God making this kid and giving it cancer, man.
I think it's also a reminder of every second is precious and given to us by our Creator. Death is just a part of life. And then if you're not giving glory to the Creator for your life or death, then you better get busy, because any day you could be struck with cancer or whatever. That's just part of life, right? But the promise of everlasting life, if that's what you're striving for, then you would believe in all this and try and do the best you can. Ask for forgiveness when you fall short. That's the choice that you make. It's actually a lot tougher than being an atheist or being anything else, because you have consequences to everything you say and do.
I think one of the reasons a lot of people get hung up on the, if God is real, why do bad things happen to good people, or just in general? It's kind of like a misunderstanding of what suffering and death actually are. Like, if you've ever, decided that you wanted to get in shape and you worked out, you had to suffer. You had to feel the burn. You probably puked, but then you got into shape and you reaped the rewards. And like, I really believe that this entire system is based on a system such as that, where you get out what you put in.
You said good people. That's, you need to back up right there, because there was only one man that walked this earth that was good. Everyone else is fallen and striving to be good. That's the whole
I'm
point.
speaking. I'm speaking specific to a specific audience right now. to an audience that looks around and sees average everyday people as just good and normal people. They don't understand the fallen state, but they can understand something like going through a little bit of suffering in a workout to reaping the rewards of a healthier life, right? For me, I'm an extreme person. It wasn't hard for me to once I realized that there is a purpose to everything and that suffering itself has a purpose. It wasn't hard for me to make the jump, right? I had sort of an already Christian-like background. What I heard from Sensei, what I heard from him was fucking real. It's like, most people love their fathers. Most people see their fathers as good people. That's kind of who I was speaking to.
Exactly.
But
a lot of
I
people
agree with
see
you.
their fathers. They see their fathers and what they went through and how much time they spent researching this book, right? And trying to live their lives as close as possible, and then throw all of that away because they suffered for 3 years. My dad died of cancer too. I have a best friend right now that has throat cancer. He's my age, but you know what he does? You can read his text and he glorifies God. His relationship with God has become closer since this. Had another friend named Clay Furlow. We played baseball together for years and years. His dad was our coach. We were very successful at what we did. He was a good guy. I remember him like it was yesterday. I remember also on his deathbed with his father right there holding his hand, him praising Jesus and telling everyone in the room, don't let this be a negative in your life. Let this be a positive. Look at me. Look at me. I know my creator and I'm very fulfilled. I've had a blessed life and I'm thankful. I can't wait to see y'all in heaven.
Oh,
can you imagine? Can you imagine if he didn't have his faith? Then he's okay. Never mind.
Yeah, I've seen people without faith die in misery, and I personally believe they're lost forever. Their souls are gone. I don't want that.
Didn't mean to.
Yeah,
talk
go ahead,
I
man.
think we just started at the same time. I was just going to ask the room, do you think that sometimes those of the deepest faith sometimes get tested the most by the Father, and that is the ultimate test
The
of
Bible
faith?
tells us that. The closer we get to truth, which I believe is Jesus, basically the relationship you develop with your creator, with me it's Jesus, the more you're going to be tested and the more you're also going to be attacked by the ruler of this world, which is a deceiver. You see all the deception that we have to battle through. And also that deceiver is able to grant blessings. So he can trick you in so many ways. Don't be fooled. Be diligent every day in the word, in your truth. I fall short every day. People have a misconception about Christians or so-called Christians that are trying to be more Christ-like. They've made that choice to prove their love towards their creator. They've made that choice. Very simple. It doesn't mean they're perfect. Doesn't mean they're Jesus.
Sensei,
Far
what were you
from
going
it.
to say? Yeah. Well, I mean, the Bible tells us to walk righteously, to do right things. Sensei, what were you going to say? Does anybody else want to say anything?
I think it sounded like he just didn't want to be argumentative, so he
Sorry,
stopped.
I'm in the shower. I wasn't trying to.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Getting clean, baby. Cleanse yourself. No, I'm just kidding.
You can baptize yourself.
Yeah, baptize yourself.
I did do that because I got baptized in a Seventh-day Adventist, and then I want truth, right? So I'm not attached to it. And I think that's what is a big thing sometimes is we get possibly attached to a particular truth. We want to be right. I just want to get it right. And so I live in the Gulf of Mexico, and I couldn't find anybody to baptize me. So I was like, I'm just going to go out there and do it myself. And I was sitting on the
Isn't
beach.
it funny how water is another key, right? In that water
Yeah.
is everywhere as a key of life, key of
And
salvation.
Yeah, so I was sitting on the beach and I was like, I hope I did this. I hope it was okay. And I get up and walk back to my car and I see a rainbow there. And I was like, thank you. That was awesome. Thank you. Because it's a sign. Anytime you see a rainbow, it's a reminder that, well, one, our creator's with us, but he said he was not going to ever flood the earth again for the animals and for the humans. So for everybody,
Well,
for everything.
except when you see it on the flag and some
Oh, well, it's
half-naked
not the
dude running down the
same.
street.
Yeah,
Not
there's
that rainbow. Let me
no,
tell
it's
you a small story in my life, and I'll
yeah, say
it can relate to some people. I had, talking about the flood. We had a flood here in 2016. I had 3 of my homes get like 8 feet of water in it. The main house that I lived in got 8 feet of water, and everybody's like, "Oh my goodness, you were so blessed before then, and then you flooded. What good could come from that?" Well, let me tell you what one good thing that came from that. We were headed out last minute trying to get out before the floodwaters trapped us in. We had gotten everything we could lifted up, gone, packed up, and we were leaving. And my daughter and wife were crying. And they were like our animals on the land. We had hundreds of chickens and rabbits and whatever. So me and the kid, the 2 boys, took a kayak off the roof of a Jeep and started headed towards the land, which was 1 street over. And on the way, there were 2 older people trapped in their vehicle. We saved their lives, basically. They would have drowned right there within 30 minutes. They were drowning right there in front of us until my son was able to chip the corner of a back glass of their truck, and I pulled them out. That's actually how I hurt my back, and I suffer from that today. But those 2 older people, they were in their 70s, I believe, ended up being a aunt and uncle of a friend of mine that he found out I saved him and just thanked me and thanked me and thanked me. Those 2 older people were not believers until that day.
Wow.
And one of them has passed away. I went to their funeral, and it was the most amazing funeral to see how many people in their life have changed their faith just because of that event. My house being flooded 8 feet caused me to go down that road and try and save animals, and ended up saving somebody's life out of a truck. And they ended up turning so many people around them, I'm sure, their family members, into believers in the Creator. Now, you tell
That's what
me
I'm.
things don't have a choice or whatever.
That's
That's what I
beautiful.
was saying. I think there's a reason behind everything that happens, even the bad stuff. Like, yo,
I
that
do
sucks.
as
Your
well.
house got flooded
You're a
8 feet.
hero.
That sucks. Your house got flooded 8 feet, but then you went on to do this. That's what I mean. You guys need to know the story of the Chinese farmer. This is what it's all about.
I never heard it. Tell us.
I posted it. All right, I'll tell you real quick. So there's a Chinese farmer, right? His horse runs away one day. Right? He had 1 horse. His horse ran away. Everyone in the village comes and goes, "Oh, that's so sad. Your horse ran away." The next day, a whole flock of whatever you call a herd of horses comes and is on his farm, and now he's just got tons of horses. And everyone in the village comes and goes, "Oh, that's so great." And the Chinese farmer's like, "Well, maybe." And the next day, his son's trying to tame one of the horses, falls off, breaks his leg. Everyone from the village comes over and goes, "Oh, your son broke his leg. That's so horrible." And the farmer goes, "Well, maybe." Then the next day after that, an army comes and they're recruiting kids, and they passed over his kid because he had a broken leg. And everyone from the village comes and goes, "Oh, that's great. They skipped over your kid." And the farmer's like, "Well, maybe." So you never know, like, what the bad thing, if it's really that bad of a thing or not.
That's a cool
That's
way,
exactly
man.
right. Everything is giving glory to God in one way or another. You have to be faithful in your walk and know, like when he put me into this Discord or YouTube years ago, I was miserable, right? I didn't know how to handle it. I handled it wrong. I still do, right? I'm still learning, but he put me here for a reason. I know it, like 100% know why I was put here, and it's built my character and helped me with an area of my life that I wasn't ready. Also, when you struggle with your marriage, I'm here to tell you, people used to come to me after being married 30 years and go, your marriage is so beautiful. Help us with ours, blah, blah, blah. We would give lessons and whatever. But until I struggled with my marriage, I couldn't help the people who would come to me and say, "I'm having trouble with my marriage." I couldn't relate, right? Everything happens for a reason. No coincidences in this life. It's all for a reason.
Oh yeah. And Discord to me is for the good, great conversations, you know, because not many people want to talk about the reality, the state of affairs that we're in, and, you know, the central planners and everything. And, you know, for me, you know, I want to work for the kingdom. And it's Discord's kind of like being on a street corner preaching sometimes, you know, and maybe trying to talk to people. That's kind of what it is for me. So that's why I love these.
I never learned about creation. I was always a creationist, right? I love the woods and outdoors and, you know, hunting, fishing, and just enjoying, you know, being barefoot in the grass or whatever. But until I got into this topic, I never really truly understood what the creator did for me, right? How amazing this unbelievable place we live, there's no way. I mean, you can't even begin to give me 1% of proof that it's random, right? Just take a blade of grass and look at it closely. Not random, right? So when you see your
100%.
babies born, you cut the cord, you hold them for the first time and let them look into your eyes and you look into theirs. And you tell me it's a random act from the star or an explosion? No way, sir. Not if you watch how it's created, how your heart develops, how it starts, how your lungs develop, how they grow and then decay down as you get older. This is a process we go through, and we should give glory for every breath we have.
Amen. You know what's a cool experiment to do when it's summertime or it's warm around you? I mean, I don't know if it works with every forest, but I actually think it actually works everywhere. Like what I sometimes used to do is in the summertime I go into the forest and I would just sit there on some cut tree stump or you know or
Yeah.
tree that has fallen over, and I would just sit there and start staring at the ground. And as soon as I start staring at the ground, I would see things I actually never, you know, I never really looked at. Like you start to see these little bugs running around. There's like a bug rolling something, doing something. The other is transporting something. Everywhere you go in the forest and you concentrate on one spot and looking at it, there's something going on that will fascinate you. It's incredible.
That's everywhere, I think. Go to the beach. I do it at the beach now. I've gotten this is the period of my life where I just go to the beach by myself and I'm just still, right? I just watch the crabs and the sand blow around, and I used to scuba dive and I can see all the underwater stuff. You know, I'm out on the open water a lot now, and that's just something that I enjoy. Just get still. Go out there at 3 o'clock in the morning when no one else is up, and just be still out there in the middle of the ocean and let the creator speak to you through his creation. You will be amazed. And then tell me that it's random. No thanks.
Exactly. Like the sounds of let alone how, like when you concentrate onto the sounds of the communication that birds use, you know, it just blows your mind. Like you can literally, like you listen to that one bird sitting in that direction 30 meters from that bird, the other bird is doing some other sound. You can literally hear how they communicate, all these different speed. That's just blowing your mind if you just be still and you're willing to, like, you know, listen, you know, or just recognize what is around you, and it will just blow your mind. It is just so unique, you know, everything about it.
You can't recreate it.
I can't wait for summer, man.
I ask all the
can't wait for
time.
the summer.
You know, maybe we're wrong, right? So I entertain that all the time. Jeremy, I respect what he says. He came up and said, why would Jesus do this or whatever? Well, Jesus isn't dead. He was resurrected. If we could resurrect our kids, we would probably be more frugal with their lives. There's abortions happening every day. You think people care about other people's like their own kids' lives? It's craziness. So I think it's that's proof of a fallen state, you know, where we live. I fight against that every day. I mean, I just fight it and fight it and fight it tooth and nail. The only time I've almost been arrested is at an abortion thing where I was just peacefully protesting actually and trying to give my blessings, right? We offered money. Don't abort your baby. We will take care of it financially 100%. Here's our attorney. Here's what we'll do. you have no worries. They still don't want that baby. They still, it's just a curse to them, or they think it's just But that most of them that we talk to later on, years later, they regret it. Like they painfully regret it. Now you have some that have 20 or 30 abortions, and of course they don't care, right? But a lot of them regret it. Like you would be surprised.
You know what always like boggles my mind is when it says for Yah has for I'm just gonna say it as it is normally, right? For God has loved the world so much that He's given His only begotten Son, right? And I always think like this: would I have had the strength, just like 0.000000001% of loving the world, that I would lay down my life like the Messiah did? Or giving my only begotten Son like the Father did? That I would I couldn't love the world as he did, as he does, sacrificing and doing the things that he did. I'm selfish, man. I'm a selfish being, I'm evil. I'm a fallen being. I there's a lot of darkness within me still, that tries to sometimes come up, that I'm fighting against, right? But the very reason why I'm because I recognize these pits that I have within my life, recognizing that I'm in a fallen state, I just say I need you. That's why I need you the most. That's why I need the Messiah in my life.
Play, you're not evil.
I am, man. That if I truly would do the things that my heart sometimes spews out of nowhere, dude,
The
you would
fact
think
that you don't act on those things means you're not evil, brother.
But I did, at some point, before I knew the Messiah,
Okay.
before I knew
So
the
did I.
Creator.
I'm not ever going to say I am evil. I have done things that could be considered evil, but me, my heart, your heart, you're not evil, bro.
Okay, let's say I'm not good. Okay, that's maybe we can put it down this way, right? Make it simpler. I'm just not good. I'm not perfect. I'm not good.
You're not perfect, but you're very good. You're a very good person. Everybody in this panel agrees with me.
No.
So there.
You don't know me. You only know me from how I speak here, but you don't know my inside, right? I'm also this way when I talk to other people in real life. But you like there is a war within me raging that is I can't even. It would be hard to explain it even here. So that I need the Messiah to keep me in check, man. There's I don't know how to explain it, man. It's not like that.
Man, with or without the Messiah, you're a really good person. That's all I'm trying to say.
I appreciate that, man, but still, I can't put that glory to me or anything like that. That goodness that you see is not me. Okay, that is someone else who changed me into this way, who keeps me in shape. If I would be going by my own nose, so to say, again, I would just start cussing again, being a slave to my sin, using drugs and all this darkness falling into again. If he wouldn't be there every day, and be my shepherd and keeping me in the flock, and teaching me and giving me love and hope and a relationship, essentially, and then that's the wonderful thing, man. It can just be still in that relationship. I wasn't still before. Most of the things I'm talking about with nature, also what Rakia mentioned, I think it was Rakia, all of these things I never actually realized when I was like completely in this world. When I was smoking weed or anything like that, I would never recognize the beautifulness of his creation. Like literally, I I wouldn't even care. It would be just boring to me, if that makes sense. And now it's the complete opposite. Now I get like goosebumps, and like joy, and I get lifted up when I just see the smallest little details I've never actually recognized, like even if it's just this bug rolling around his own poop in the forest, I mean, it sounds kind of silly, but it's weird, man. I was completely changed. There's nothing else I can explain it. Give. I can't explain it any other way, other than this. But still, I know there's still a possibility if I would, stop listening and would run away from the truth and what I would end up being at the same places again. That's why I need him so much, man. That's why I love him so much. Without him, I'm nothing.
Yep. And thanks, Essie, for starting the conversation. It's still flat, right? Still fixed and immovable and closed. So
Amen.
We kind of took over the conversation. So, do you guys, any flat earthers here? I mean, any globe earthers? Don't want to say anything? Armin's here. Oh boy.
Regardless if you're a global or not yet, still thinking Earth is a spinning ball. But we can all just recognize the beautifulness of that place we live upon, regardless of what you believe right now is or how this come into place. What is recognizable is just the uniqueness of this place. I think that's one wonderful step, right?
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, Blaze, riding my bicycle is also something that really got extremely enjoyable right all the time when when my life got changed, so to say, Like sometimes when you drive around completely alone, which I love to do, and you find yourself at some unique spot and you're like, oh, I'm gonna drive up there, or I'm gonna sit there and just relax. It's just so good,
Yep.
Like, can't wait for the summer, really. So hyped. Even though, well, I'm gonna work a lot in summer, but I'm still gonna have time for bicycling.
Got to. Pretty soon, that's what they want us to do, the 15-minute cities, bicycling and go someplace within 15 minutes. People don't think that's going to happen. It's already happening. And I bet, those municipalities are getting paid off to do it. It's already happening. What is it called in the UK? Oxford. They're already putting up, they're saying it's for climate change, but they're making people go 45 minutes out of their way, which would have taken them 5 minutes. And the people of Oxford. Have you heard about that? No. Have you heard about it?
No, but I have heard about these cities they're going to build, and we do need to we should. I mean, the way cities are built now, it's just a mess, right? There's some of them have winding streets, and this is wildly inefficient the way we're doing shit. But nobody's worried about climate change, because if they were, they would stop using planned obsolescence. And
Right.
the stuff that goes into that is probably the number one contributor for climate change, because you're digging up all these minerals and resources, then you're shipping them places, and they're manufacturing them, and then they're shipping them somewhere else, and somebody goes and stands at a cash register all day and sells them. Like, it's wildly inefficient the way we're doing shit. So,
Well, I mean, yes, everything's inverted, but I'm not about 15-minute cities. And they're talking about, and people are already vandalizing it in Oxford. But it's about control, so that when they do have their second wave, they're already going to have a lot of their plan and play. And it's the frog in the pot syndrome,
They're gonna boil it slow. Yeah, it's all about control with these people. I do think that is their ultimate goal, more than anything else. It's just control.
Right. Exactly. Leave my streets the way that they are right now. I like to be able to come and go. And they're talking about you can leave the city 100 times. Like, if you have a voucher that says you can leave 100 times. Wait, what? How did you get that voucher? And you're going to tell me when I can and can't leave my area? What? So that just tells me
that's ridiculous. Were they doing that in the UK?
The UK, Canada is supposed to happen. Fort Myers Beach, it's happening. And and the World Economic Forum has it on their website, and then all of a sudden, when you Google it, it has 15-minute city conspiracies, 15-minute, and yet it's true, it's happening, but they're controlling the narrative and making it seem like it's not that bad. Don't worry about it. Really? Well, what about 2030? What about these smart regions for 2030? Like, it's happening right now. My brother goes, "No, it's not gonna happen. People would just rise up." I'm like, "You don't seem to understand. That ship has sailed. Nobody's gonna rise up, unfortunately." People are gonna, when the cyber attack happens, in my opinion, they're gonna, defend their home and try to go get food, but that's it. They're not gonna really come together. Unfortunately, I know that sounds negative, and I'm not a negative person. I just see and I feel what's coming. Unfortunately. Platypus, what are you doing? We see your little light shining.
Oh, I didn't even realize my mic was on this whole time. I'm on my way to the skate park.
Oh, you are? Where are you living these days?
I'm in Los Angeles right now.
Oh, you're back home?
Yeah. But I'm probably going to be living like half the time in LA and half the time outside pretty soon.
Outside? What does that mean?
Outside of Los Angeles.
Oh, okay.
In a rural area, yeah. Doing some farm stuff. Looks like I'm going to get back into it.
Oh, cool. Are you feeling okay and everything?
Yeah, absolutely. Ivermectin saved my life.
Oh my gosh, hallelujah. That's amazing. Yeah. Because, and that's another thing, I know we probably really can't talk about it, talking code a little bit. I think a lot of the things that happen to us, the diseases and everything, are like parasitic in nature, or bacterial. But I'm so happy to hear that.
I completely agree with you. It makes so much sense that the medical industry doesn't want to highlight parasites and instead just pump us full of drugs that manage symptoms and not find out their root causes. I've never seen such cope from the mainstream media where they were just begging people not to take ivermectin, calling it horse paste, calling people flat earthers. Because I think they accidentally, like with this whole scamdemic, they accidentally got a bunch of people to realize that some parasitic shit is happening. And so they had to do damage control. It's crazy. If COVID had never happened, I probably never would have heard of ivermectin and probably would be still in a great deal of pain and suffering.
Yeah, I hear you.
They goofed. They goofed big time.
Well, I think it's Father, our Creator's way of saying checkmate. Just, it's really funny, like with the Dead Sea Scrolls, I just learned that they discovered them kind of around the time that the state of Israel was declared like a state. And to me, that was like checkmate, because those scriptures that were discovered, or the ancient documents, the ancient scrolls, have a lot to do with the end time prophecies. And there's a reason that, they were taken out of. I don't doubt that Rome has them. But I feel like the Creator buried them and brought time. Checkmate. Same with ivermectin.
This is so funny. This guy just can't answer the question. How do you make an artificial rainbow inside if you want to do it yourself? And he knows if he's going to answer that question, he knows why we have rainbows outside, but he just can't. He just doesn't want it. And he calls me liar when I say that you need glass or firmament to do so. But literally, you can only do a rainbow inside if you have a glass filled with water and a prism or a mirror inside of it. And that's how you make yourself, an unperfect artificial rainbow. And he just avoids the question because he knows if he's gonna answer the question, it would destroy him saying that I'm a liar for saying that you need glass in order to do a rainbow. Hence having a firmament. Like the Bible says, molten looking glass.
It is hard. Oh, Toby, you're back. Yay. I wanted to say hi to you, but you left. Sorry, I didn't mean to walk all over you, Clay, but Toby's back and I wanted to say hey to him.
Hey, yo.
Oh, you're super low.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna turn you up. How's it going, man?
It's good. It's good. I feel like I don't know, started getting like kind of sick last night. Weird.
What kind of sick?
Like cold and then fever and then cold and then like a little bit weak, but I'm feeling a little bit better at the moment.
Yeah, I just went to my chicken coop and it's like a murder scene, bro. Like, dude, all my chickens got murdered. There's like one chicken left.
Oh no, do you not have a rooster?
No, I don't have a rooster, man, because I just
that's
have
why,
the
man.
chickens. I just have the chickens that the landlord had. They're not even mine. I went last night because I heard the chicken. I'm like, what's the chicken doing? Like it's night. And I went out there and I saw a raccoon in the coop. And I'm like, oh no, I saw the big black chicken was dead and I saw a raccoon in there. So I opened the gate. I'm like, how'd you get in here? I'm like talking to him. I'm like, get out of here. And then he leaves, but the other chicken takes off, so I can't close the chicken coop. I'm trying to find it. Anyway, I go back today, and it's like, dude, it's just insanely disgusting, dude. Heads everywhere, intestines everywhere. I guess the raccoon can squeeze into an area as small as 4 inches, and they part of the chicken coop the landlords had built is like rotting, and they pulled a board off and dug underneath it and got in. Anyway,
but
wow,
like, how can they eat so many? Like, that's what I don't get. How can they eat so much, man? Like, why don't they just kill one chicken? Why it's just like kill all of them?
I don't know, unless more than one raccoon came, or they like drug them back with them. I don't know. It's
Sad.
disgusting. It just like, yeah, it is sad. It's sad because there's one chicken left. I've gotten to where I don't feel so connected to the chickens because they're very savage and they'll like eat each other and stuff. But like, there's one chicken left and he looks traumatized, or she. It's kind of sad.
That is sad.
You gonna shoot those coons or what?
I was gonna go grab my gun, but I'm like, I have neighbors very close to me. I'm like, do I really like? I mean, the damage is done, Do I like let off shots in the neighborhood?
Oh yeah, I didn't realize you're in a neighborhood.
So did you have to make the call to the landlord?
Well, I texted him a second ago. Yeah, I'm like, dude, I just walked up on a murder scene, bro. I got some bad news.
Did you FaceTime him eating some fried chicken?
Dude, Kai said you need to take pictures. He's gonna think that we ate them. I'm like, he's not gonna think that we ate the chickens, bro. But, not to just derail, but I just thought that was crazy.
Yeah, sad.
Yeah, they'll find a way to. They'll find a way to get in there. You got to like bury the chicken wire under the dirt and then have it fully covered, or because they'll get in there. They're crafty.
Yeah, and I didn't know. I looked it up. They can squeeze into something as small as 4 inches in diameter. That's pretty crazy. I guess that they're just like all fur and their skeletal structure is very small and it bends.
I mean,
so yeah, I don't know.
They'd have to think twice if there had been a rooster in there.
Yeah, I believe that. But he doesn't have any roosters, and they're not my chickens.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. I mean, they're nobody's chickens now. Anyway. Now I'm having to clean up all this nonsense today.
Oh.
I'm like have tons
What
of
are you
stuff to
doing
do.
with it? Are you burying them, or are you putting them in bags? Or what?
There's really nothing to bury, man. It's just like a head here, an intestine here, feathers everywhere. So yeah, I'm just like I'm picking up the remains, like double trash bagging them. I don't know what else to do. And then I'm gonna rake up all the feathers and lay some more. Well, I would be surprised. You think the chicken will survive? The chicken by himself that's like traumatized? I don't know if he's gonna survive. I don't know if we need to get
Maybe.
replacement chickens.
Yeah. What did the landlord say? Is he
He hasn't
gonna?
responded. So I
Poor
don't
little
know.
chicken. Poor little chickens.
It sucks too because they were big and they're like multiple years old and they were really pretty.
So if you want the one to survive, I would suggest shoring up the hole that the raccoon got in.
Yeah, I know that's the first thing I'm doing, of course, but
Did you
yeah.
guys hear about the speaking of tragic deaths, did you guys hear about the older lady that was walking her dog in Florida, and an alligator came up and got her dog, and she tried to get the dog out of the mouth. She succeeded in that, but the alligator took her down. Did you guys hear about that in Florida?
No.
Yeah, I did.
Like about
a week ago or so, right?
like a month ago or so. Like she was 85 years old. I mean, could you imagine? Like when you're 85, you think like you're probably going to die in your sleep. You're going to like something like that. But like, and then I think her friend, I thought it was like on a camera from somebody's house or something, a ring. But a buddy of mine told me that her friend was filming it. I was like, oh my gosh, that's just, I don't know, it's horrible.
Senior citizens do some ballsy stuff with alligators all the time. Like, what are they thinking? It's ridiculous.
Well, they're like, oh man, I've lived a long life, man. What's to lose?
At least they drown them. They take them to the bottom of the water and they drown the person before they start chomping on them. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I was thinking about that the other night. I was like, my gosh, how, like, that's a way to go. Oof. Can you imagine just being the relative of that woman knowing that? I don't know. It's just horrible.
Was it a small dog? I'm sure it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Reason number 735 not to get a small dog.
Well, or to walk down by the water. I mean,
Or
like,
to mess with.
Like,
The first time I ever went to Florida, I did something really dumb. Like I was doing this commercial at this racetrack that had these swamps in the back, and everyone that worked at the racetrack was like, yeah, there's like a 14-footer back there, and like, you know, just you can go out down there and like she'll come up onto the sand, just don't get too close. I filmed myself. I went to the grocery store on like the last day and I got a packet of hot dogs, and I was like giving the hot dogs to the alligator. I was probably like, I could have touched it. I was like 3 feet away from it. I still have the video. I don't like showing it to people because it's just like, wow, this guy's retarded. But yeah, it was a big ass alligator.
That's why they don't want you feeding them, because they want they want the alligators to be afraid of you. But see, what people do is they feed them because they want to get that close interaction. So the alligators don't have that fear of people anymore. And you know what? That reminds me of I'm not going to say it because we were already on a conversation already. What's it? You missed a Bible kind of conversation for a couple hours earlier. But there is this one part in the Bible where it talks about how he's going to take the fear of man from animals. And I'm like, oh, that's not going to be good.
This is so funny. Like 3 of these globe zealots just don't want to answer the question how you make an artificial rainbow inside of your home. Because it would, guess what? It would it would destroy the assumption that outside the rainbow is just created by refraction of water.
Hey, does anyone know what the globe explanation is for how we can see Venus?
Oh, this is so good.
Probably gravity.
They say you can only see it You can only see it like early night or yeah, like right after sunset or right at sunrise.
I'm sure
that's
there's some
possible.
sort of refraction equated into that explanation as well.
Oh, of course. They put that shit on everything.
But wasn't so if they say it was like you can only see it dusk and dawnish, wasn't it recently near Jupiter in the sky?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I thought it was Mars and Jupiter.
Hmm.
Maybe I'm. Oh, you know what? Maybe it was Venus. Oh, I think I may have saved it. It's going to take me a minute.
Yeah, I know if you ever saw it like super late, it would just be like impossible to explain on the globe. I just don't know if that ever happens.
Hey, Witzel, why do we have a rainbow outside when it rains sometimes?
I don't know. You know, rainbows are like circles when you look at them from above. So
Yeah. Why is the artificial rainbow that you only can create indoors with a glass of water and a mirror and a flashlight? Why is that one straight? And the one that we look outside is curved. Is it maybe because biblical scripture is true, and that that you indeed need water, glass?
I suppose that's possible. Yeah.
Interesting. You know, which people just didn't want to answer the simple question of how you do it inside of your home. The very people that are zealots in these chats, and it just exposes them to be time wasters. So they can't be intellectually honest enough to actually answer the simple question of how you make an artificial rainbow, because it would destroy the whole assumption of what they think the rainbow is actually made of outside. So they just refuse to answer my question, right? Which exposes that these people are not here to learn. Like, literally, 3 of them wouldn't want to answer the simple question of what components you need, or how to make it inside. Like, how much more
We're not here
confirmation?
to learn. They don't think they're here to teach you, bro.
So sad, man. But also, on the other hand, it just made my day. Like, it's just too funny. It's just always this gap between sad and funny. Anyways, yeah, it's the truth.
I posted something in the chat if anyone's interested. I guess 4 days ago, I didn't even know we had one, but there's a U.S. Pentagon UFO chief who came out and said that there is an alien, or that it is possible there is an alien mothership in our solar system. And then I guess I found this Harvard article about UFOs that was linked in the article. Here, I'll post the article too. It looks like they're just getting ready to drop some really weird stuff. The new Earth's DLC is coming out from the creators, or the not the creators, the fucking controllers. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yo, this is how they get you right here.
I know, dude. If you read the article, it's kind of hilarious. They're just like, oh yeah, and by the way, we have a UFO chief at the Pentagon who says there's probably a mothership. This is funny. Going to be a lot of soy faces pointing at the sky, going, "I told you they're real."
Do they say what? Do they say yeah? Right? Do they say what led him to believe that, or like what led him to that conclusion? There must have been. Did he see something? Did they pick up a signal? Like what? Where are you getting this from?
I think they said something along the lines of the reason we're seeing all these like little drone UFOs is because there's possibly a mothership that's releasing them somewhere close to us in the solar system, which to me just sounds like either there's nothing in the sky, it's all fake, or there are things in the sky, but they're not from outside of this world. They're from here. They don't want us to know that they're from here, probably because there's extra land somewhere. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's my take.
I mean, the funny thing is they think that these people crossed the galaxy light years and light years away, and then they got here, and then we shot them down with our primitive shit.
Yeah, it's retarded.
That's the funny part. Yeah, like all those Independence Day and all these goofy alien movies where the aliens travel across vast space distances and come here and lose, like that wouldn't happen, I don't think.
No, it definitely wouldn't. I agree. Yeah.
Like
I
they
think
have
the
the
only
technology to travel all those light years and they get here and lose. They didn't do any reconnaissance or anything. They didn't have any scout. Like, I don't know. Maybe those are the scouts. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
the
like
only
we
thing.
wouldn't even know. We wouldn't even know if they were watching.
Wait, just to clarify, their evidence is they saw little drones, so they think it's logical to think that they're coming from a big mothership in the solar system.
I skimmed this article because I'm not going to give it too much attention, but I posted the article in the chat for anyone who wants to read it in its entirety. But yeah, that's what I gleaned.
No, I'm currently cleaning up a murder scene.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, so I won't be able to get around to that one.
From the Military
How will I ever
Times.
survive? There's a
How
UFO
many?
chase right now in progress.
How many chickens you had?
We've actually slowly been losing them. So we started with 8. One died because it was just old. Dogs across the street, their neighbors let them run around, killed 2 of them. Then we had 5, and now we have 1.
I'm
So I
sorry,
went from
man.
8 to 1. Yeah, but our landlord's like, these people are so irresponsible. I'm taking pictures. I'm like, buddy, there's a hole. Your chicken coop sucks. I've already had to fix it 3 times, and now there's a new hole. It's like, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't say, yes, I will rent this house and I will spend over $1,000 on the chicken coop and the chickens, and I will renovate the entire coop. It's like a huge chicken coop too. I'll show you.
Yeah, like you gotta make sure like when you have something like that, like you said it, they could squeeze in a little tiny crevices. So you have to have your shit, whatever the walls are, you gotta have that like going under the dirt or rocks. People put rocks around it and shit. Like they'll find a way in there. Foxes, raccoons.
This is how big the chicken coop is. You can't even see the whole thing in this picture.
Oof.
Yeah. The freaking door has like all these bite marks on it. Like, it's crazy, bro.
Did you build this yourself?
No, this was here when I got here. I mean, I had to
okay.
renovate it though. I had to like fix the whole back side of it, replace all the wood back there.
But man,
Been
that's a
fucking
great
rotting it.
chicken coop, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe like the thing is like up the road from where I live, like 300 meters away from your farm, there's like a huge chicken coop from like has been there since I was a little kid. Like I also want to have some chickens. I'm definitely gonna look at his. You know, I've actually never looked at his what he puts there because I can imagine like it's literally like right next to a forest, you know, or like actually in the forest zone, so to say. I always wondered how this like how he can keep so many chickens. Like it's literally like I think like 50, 60 chickens or something this guy is privately keeping. But yeah, so they actually they digged a hole underneath the the chicken frame or what?
Yeah, that's why people put like gravel or bricks or something, so that if if a raccoon or whatever tries to dig under it, they'll just come to a rocks or a brick and stop.
Yeah. Some people actually extend the the whole net. Oh no, I think what you can do is you can actually flatten, like you dig out a little bit of the dirt around your frame, then you put underneath the frame, you secure like the same net you would use for
the chicken wire.
Yeah, the chicken wire, and
yeah,
then you
that
just
way when
put
they try to
gravel.
dig, they hit the wire.
Yeah. But sad, man. I mean, I hope you're not gonna give up on your chickens with it.
You mean chicken?
Chicken. Sorry.
Yeah, there's only one chicken. Like,
I think you got to bring it inside.
I was thinking about that. I couldn't even get to come inside last night because it was intense, bro. It's like I was in a movie. It's like there's a raccoon in the coop. There's a giant dead chicken. The other chicken was freaking out, but since I came there, the raccoon got scared of me, so the chicken could get out of the coop. Then he like screams and jumps up into a tree, and I'm like, okay. I pull this big bamboo stick, and I'm like, I get the raccoon to leave. I'm like, okay. Now, I need you to either go into the coop, but that's not a good idea because obviously this raccoon's getting in somehow, or follow me. Come here. Come here. And he just wouldn't. He was in panic mode in the tree. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go inside. I'm just going to go inside and come back tomorrow. And clearly he survived because he just stayed in the tree, you know. But yeah, and then just so you know, Jeremy, this chicken coop is actually on like concrete foundation on the outside, and then has like rocks buried down all around the edge of it. So it's actually very secure chicken coop. The chicken wire is
How'd they get it?
up underneath on the
How'd the raccoon get
backside. On the backside, there's like one area that doesn't have concrete or rocks. So they spent all this time putting all these giant rocks and concrete, and then there's one side of it that doesn't have. There's literally like, yeah, it's like maybe 4 foot that doesn't have it, and of course they went right there.
Crazy how they find this out, you know. Is there like other digging holes, like as if they tested where the weak spot is?
Dude, they didn't even dig more than they needed to, my dude. It is like,
how do they know? Like, what is this? Do they have like X-ray vision? That's weird.
Raccoons find food, man. That's what they do for sure. So yeah, this is crazy.
Set your trap right there with it. Set your trap right there.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. But I'm be honest. This may sound bad, or weird. But when I went out there, the chicken had just been killed, right? And the raccoon runs over into this side coop here. I can take a picture, but anyway, so I'm like looking at the raccoon. Now I know raccoons like kind of attack you if they're like cornered, so I'm like trying to be careful. I'm like talking to the raccoon. I'm like, buddy, what are you doing? And then I flinched at it. I flinched at it like I would like a person, you know, like I was gonna hit it. Like I flinched with both my arms out. And the raccoon turned and buried his head, and it got scared. And I felt bad for the raccoon. I started feeling bad for the raccoon because I scared him. I'm like, oh, it's not your fault. You're just trying to eat, you know. I'm like, you need to go, bro. He left. I said, dude, I need you to leave. And he literally like walks down the freaking the little entranceway and left.
Should have shot him right there, bro.
Yeah, I know. That's what someone was saying. But I have neighbors like right beside me. We're just renting this place for a year, so it's like I have neighbors everywhere. And the chicken was already dead. I'm like, do I really just let off rounds? Now I got to pick up freaking raccoon brains, and what do I use my 9? I don't know. You know, my other gun is has 7.62. It's a KS57. So it's like,
get a 22, man. Get a 22.
Yeah, I know. I need to. Yeah. I definitely was about to pull out the KS57 for the raccoon, though. Anyway, it was an intense moment, man. I would drop a picture.
You should have done it for the kid. Yo, you should have fucking hit record and fucking done that.
The KS57. Shoot the raccoon with 7.62
Yeah, I
from my
fucking
point
put a
blank.
message. I put a message on your YouTube channel. Fucking.
Oh man, point blank range, 7.62. Little raccoon goes down.
Hey, yo,
Rovers
talk to him
beware.
before you do it too. Yo, bud, what are you doing? You know, what are you doing? This is what. Why do you make me do that? Why do you make me do these kinds of things?
Dude, I don't know. I'm a sucker for animals, bro. I felt bad for the raccoon. Dude. I flinched at it, and he turned like a human and like put his head in between his arms and like crouched down and turned in the corner. And I'm like, oh.
He was like, yo, he's like, sucker.
Yeah, he's like, got him. I think I have a couple.
Gave you the eyes.
Yeah, he's like, he's like, yo, this flat earther ain't gonna do shit, fucking sucker.
Yeah. This dude hasn't. This dude switched to fish and fruit. He's a softie. I'm gonna send. I won't send the pictures of like the head sitting over there and stuff, but I'll send you guys a picture of where the raccoon got in. It's pretty.
I want to see. I want to see a picture of him in the trap, dude. Set up a trap and get him. You know, and then you can take him somewhere else and let him go. You know, you can do that. Skunks will fuck you up though.
All right, look. If you guys look at this picture, in the bottom is where the raccoon dug in. It's low key impressive. This is like the side coop. Yeah, you see the bottom right there?
That little crack?
He pulled that wood down or something. You know, the wood fell out, and he dug in that little hole. Look, I'll take a picture. It's like insanely small.
Were those chickens producing eggs?
Yes.
It just left some feathers, man.
Yeah, you should have saw before I picked up a bunch of the feathers. I almost want to show you guys one of the chicken's heads. Is that too much?
No.
I'm going to show you guys.
I have no problem with that kind of stuff. I mean, I eat it. You know, maybe not the
All right,
head,
look, this is what was left over.
Oh, okay.
My.
Wow. That's insane.
I had to pick that up, dude.
They must be loving chicken, man. Poor
It's sad,
chickens.
bro.
Yeah. Well, you know, they have no. They definitely hadn't had any second thought about killing them.
Although we'll be honest, that was the black chicken, and the black chicken is really big and steals everyone else's food, and like no one wants to like live beside it. I'm not making this up. The black chicken like steals from all the other chickens, and like no one likes to be around the black chicken. And me and Kai made a joke as the chickens were going down like dominoes. We're like, the black chicken's gonna be the last one standing for sure. You know, it's like huge. Nope, it wasn't the last one, man. It got murked.
So who's the last one that actually survived?
There's this. I'll take a picture of him. It's really sad. He looks like traumatized. He looks like he just found out the Earth's not a ball or something, but he works for NASA. Dude, he won't even eat the strawberries I gave him. Like, that's how you know. That's how you know he's tripping, dude.
Yeah, it's in shock.
He's laying on a few eggs, too, and I can't even get them.
Where did you post the picture?
Wait,
I'm
it's
about to post a
laying on
picture.
eggs?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but not like a Rudy hen or anything. Like, what the chickens would do is they'd pick a spot and they'd all lay eggs there. There's like 2 spots they were laying eggs. And I had been out of town, so there's like a few days worth of eggs there. So there's like a decent amount of eggs there. And she's just laying there now. And a bunch of the eggs got broken, and I tried to give them strawberries. She won't eat the strawberries.
Dude.
That chicken looks like it's seen some shit, dude.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Dude, she's like, She's normally so responsive, this chicken. And she's just staring a hole at me like, why did you let this happen?
Poor chicken.
It's sad. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to clean up the chicken coop. I've already spent like $1,000 on this thing. They're not my chickens, you know, so it's really kind of annoying. But anyway, I was thinking like I was gonna get some more chickens because this chicken will for sure die if it's just by itself traumatized. It'll just die. So I'm like, do I get other chickens once I fix the coop? But then will this big chicken kill the little chickens? You know, like they'll do a pecking order and sometimes they'll peck them so hard they'll die.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? It is about to be spring, right? So it's a good time to get them, I guess. Like,
how old is that chicken?
I'm not sure actually. They ranged from like 3 to 7 years.
Oh,
this
dude,
is a younger one.
Turn that thing into soup. Egg production drops after 2 years. Especially if you're just pumping them full of food just like for the sake of eggs. Yeah. Just soup it and get new ones.
Oh, but they're not. It's not mine.
Oh,
So
right.
Yeah. Well, I'll get new ones, and maybe we could bring them with us if we really wanted to. I don't know, but I just want to replace the chickens because you know that it's got to suck to be up in this coop and not. And I let them free range, you know, and then the dogs found them. It's just been a whole freaking drama, man.
It's
But
so
I guess
hard
I
to
have
have animals without the right amount of land, like trying to do chickens in a coop.
Yeah.
I
They
had
run
chickens.
around.
Yeah.
But it's not a ton of land. It's like, yeah, I don't know. We have a pretty big backyard. They run around to the front to the back, but I don't know. It sucks. They were so well trained when we got here too. They're like, just open the door. They'll come in right before the sun goes down. Just close the door. Super easy. I'm like, okay, and they do that, but they got bro. I saw the dogs running around here a couple weeks ago. I'm like, oh man, you're the freaking culprit. Oh well. I guess we learned like some of the worst aspects of it before we go do it ourselves.
Are you getting land or something?
Yeah, I'm trying. I want to. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how, where, etc.
Where are you looking at?
East Tennessee, South Carolina, and Florida.
Nice.
We had runner ducks in our neighborhood, and one of the neighbors took them in. Has like a really big backyard, and eventually, like something got to him, like massacred the runner ducks in his backyard.
Yeah, well, other animals like plot it out. If you have chickens in a coop like that, they start like planning. Like, who knows how far in advance? I've heard so many stories and have seen so many things as well. Like over just in terms of things that have gone down, like hawks get at them, like big hawks will get them as well. I've seen many just chickens where you just find it in the field, like clearly a hawk got at it or some different bird. And basically like it's like an explosion of feathers. Their body's ripped open. The organs are pecked out. And it's clear to see that was a bird because that's what they do. The hawks, like they'll grab them, and then they only eat the organs. So yeah,
that's the best part.
Hawks can also get into the cages too. Yeah. But yeah, the organs are the most.
Yeah,
it's probably what the raccoon was doing, is digging out the organs.
Yeah, for the most part, but like not much of the chickens left. And they actually took the carcass. They dragged. I can see the trail of feathers. They actually took it out of here. But to be honest, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna be honest here. So once I saw the chicken was dead, I'm like, maybe they'll just kind of take the chicken because I don't want to deal with it. You know, like it was already such a mess. I just left the door open. I'm like, I mean, what's the chicken gonna come back to life? Like, so I ended up just having to pick up the head instead of all of it. I had a few intestines on the ground. It's just really gross, man. But I will say this is where the vegans lose me, right? It's like, if this is on my land, when I have land and I see a raccoon, I see a fox, I'm just going to shoot it. if they're trying to kill my chickens, I'm going to shoot them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how it goes. But it's like, no, don't shoot them. It's like, this raccoon doesn't care about your feelings, bro. It's going to go eat my chickens. The raccoon's not a vegan. So
Yeah,
it just seems like one of those things.
nature doesn't always have those ideas, right? The feelings about, I mean, they do to an extent. Sometimes you'll see even a predator take in the young or help protect the young of its prey from time to time. But still, dude, they're savage.
Yeah, dude, it's like I will say though, I have like a soft spot for animals. Like I said, when I went over there and I was like telling the raccoon to get out, and I flinched at it and it got real scared, I felt bad for the raccoon. So I think that's kind of like a softy way from like a distance to pull out the 22 and shoot it, because you detach yourself from like really what you're doing. But yeah, I mean, if they're gonna kill the chickens, you have to do something, right?
Yeah, I feel bad. So I've told you guys before that I have this like bunny that I saved from my pool that lives in my backyard, and like it's got this huge cut on its back leg now, to where like right around its knee, it almost looks like it's exposed bone, but it has like it's kind of healing up, but you can tell that since she has to run all the time, that it keeps opening up the wound. So I'm like scared she's gonna get like an infection and shit. But what can you do? It's probably like an owl or a hawk or something that got to her.
You could make her some training wheels till she's fully healed.
I mean, she seems to get around kind of okay, but it's like, I guess it's going to heal around like exposed bone maybe eventually. I don't know. Thing is, she's less hesitant to like come close to us when we feed her now, I think, because she's injured. I don't know. She's more hesitant to get up close to us.
Is it kept indoors, or is it able to get out on the ground? Because it's interesting that animals, like when they have certain injuries, they'll just ground themselves. Like they'll get really close to the earth for like long periods of time, like absorbing
she's
electrical
a wild
charge, absorbing the electrical charge directly from the earth to accelerate the healing process.
Yeah, she lays down a lot, but she's an outside rabbit. She's a wild rabbit. Like, she fell into my pool when she was like really young, and I had to like resuscitate her, like give her mouth to mouth resuscitation and warm her back up.
Really?
Yeah.
That's hardcore.
I've had to do that with
Wow.
I've had to do that with a ton of rabbits, actually.
Wow. Wow, you're a rabbit resuscitator, dude.
You have to give like multiple
I'll be
rabbits
chilling in the
CPR.
backyard, and I let my dogs out. And the one dog that used to like eat all the rabbits, like she passed away. But like when the dogs would come out, the rabbits would just run. And the smaller they are, the less like intelligent they are, and they don't see the pool, and they just run straight into the pool.
Yeah.
Trying to run from the dogs. So it's like you let the dogs out, and then you hear the rabbit go in. Sometimes they just like sink straight to the bottom. Sometimes they're trying to like, swim, which they don't do very well, so they start drowning. So it's like I have to rescue them out of the freaking pool all the time.
Yeah.
Every
they
dog
are
I ever
very
had,
like lazy when they jump around. They're kind of like aimless a bit.
every
Yeah,
dog
it's
I
like-
ever had used to eat rabbits. Like they would chase them and like I guess try to play with them, and they'd end up dead. And my current dog, golden retriever, they're so smart, dude. They like know exactly what they're doing. It's amazing.
Yeah,
I think some rabbit species can really like run fast and are really agile, but I think certain ones are pretty. They have kind of like some kind of a more like I don't know, like a more simplistic way of jumping around to where they can get caught by things really easily, or like you were saying, just jumping into the pool and not even know.
Every
Right.
time I think of rabbits jumping around, I think of the Apollo missions and how they were bouncing around like bunny rabbits up there.
I know, dude. Exactly.
Yeah, the one dog that I had that was like straight savage with rabbits, it was like a full-blooded husky, and they have like a really high prey drive. And lots of times rabbits they'll actually nest in a yard that has dogs because the dogs keep away the other predators, right? So not all dogs necessarily like really mess with the rabbits or want to eat them. So they will nest close to, if not in the yards of people that have dogs because those dogs will keep away the other like wild predators. So this dog would get in, like rabbits would nest in our backyard, and dude, she would just go in and like savagely destroy the rabbits. Like her head count was ridiculous. But yeah, once she passed away, this rabbit that I saved started coming out and like hanging out with us. So
Dude, I'll have to have you tell Aaliyah that story, bro.
let me tell you about the destruction of the rabbits. Yeah.
Dude, her head count was incredible.
It was funny. Like one time I came around the side of the house and she had something in her mouth. And I looked at her, I was like, what do you have? Drop it. And she just kind of like stared at me. I was like, drop it. And then I just hear this crunch, like she just bit down on it. And then eventually I got her to drop it. And it was just like, just the head of the rabbit,
story, bro.
just the head, nothing else. Like I couldn't find any other remnants of this rabbit. Like she just devoured the whole entire rabbit and was about to eat its head. I'm like, what are you doing?
Well, once they get a taste, dude, like even cats are like that. Like once the animal tastes it, it's like good luck trying to tell it not to do it anymore.
Yeah. And she was like the sweetest dog to like other dogs and to like people. But when it came to like rodents and like little things, dude, good night. And she had like,
playing.
Yeah, like one track mind, dude. If she saw like a rat or a mouse or anything like that, even if it was like long gone, it was like you couldn't get her mind off of it. She's like, it was here, where was it at, where's it at? And just constant, like, couldn't break the mindset.
Well, this is what's so crazy too. Like imagine it's another big disconnect I have with like vegans. It's like they all eat nothing but vegetables or whatever, but they all go to Whole Foods. So it's like, okay, say this bank run turns into what will inevitably happen at one point, the whole house of cards will collapse. Whatever it is. And we gotta figure out how to get our own food. Like if you're growing your own food, how are you gonna avoid killing rodents? How do you avoid that?
Well, yeah, dude.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah, rabbits.
When
rodents,
they grow like
insects.
a lot of the grains and beans that they grow for vegan food that a lot of vegans eat are like farmed in ways like monocropped where they kill thousands of rodents. Like they're killing, it's even arguable that they're killing more rodents to get a plate of beans and grains than it is to actually just eat a cow.
Yeah, plowing the fields, you're plowing under and like killing so many things.
Yeah, but like even outside of that, say you don't have like the mass producing, say that a vegan has their own garden. Are you just gonna let the rodents go eat your food? Are you gonna slave all year on your food so that the rodents can just come eat all of it? You're just gonna let happy go lucky's you're gonna starve to death. Like they're gonna just eat your food. I'm saying like even to that extent, like they're gonna come eat the crops.
Yeah,
So
like
I
I have to, like, when we had a bunch of cherry tomatoes last year and strawberries and stuff like that, like I would have to get that shit so quick. Otherwise, like mockingbirds would get the tomato, like birds would get the tomatoes, rabbit would get the strawberries. Like, dude, you're fighting against everything else to try to get the food.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Like also goats, like having goats on a property, they can get taken too. Like it's kind of more surprising. It's like a chicken getting taken. It's like, yeah, there's raccoons, coyotes, there's all kinds of things that can get a chicken, hawks, but goats can actually get as well, like can get taken by like bears in some examples or
most likely coyote.
Yep.
That's crazy because I definitely want goats, dude. Goats are super cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess you have to build fences, I guess, for all the stuff. Hey, Napalm,
They'll also
how
run
easy is it
away. That's the thing. Goats will just book, like in some depending. They'll definitely like. I've been on properties with goats and experienced a lot of goats where like it's tough to keep them in because once they get out, like they won't necessarily run away forever, but they want to run around and find all kinds of other food. They want to find they want to go eat people's blueberries and God knows what.
Yeah, goats are fun, so funny, dude. From like a little baby up, they're hilarious to me.
They're awesome. Yeah, I love their spirit.
Yeah, they're very cool. Napalm, you said you grew strawberries. Like how well can you grow strawberries in Florida?
Oh yeah, I mean, like a lot of the strawberries that you get distributed in the United States come from Florida. I mean, very close by where I live, there's a place called Plant City that produces a ton of strawberries. So it's pretty easy.
Okay.
Very
See,
easy, actually.
that's a big reason that we're strongly considering Florida is the fruits. How many fruits you can grow?
Yeah, I mean,
Tropics, man.
Yeah,
Well,
you
I
can
always
grow.
heard that maple
You can
has
grow.
talent.
Oh.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say you can grow fruit up north though. You just need a little greenhouse, man.
Yeah, you would have to build a greenhouse. If I get
Oh yeah.
land in Tennessee or whatever, I'll have to build a greenhouse for sure.
Yeah, with my buddy, was growing some pineapple. Took forever.
Wow.
You know how to do that, right?
Well, I know in Florida you just put the top of the pineapple on the ground and chill.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah. Like I don't know, like I would never go further north than Tennessee, that's for sure.
Oh, come on now.
Hell no, dude. You have to freaking tie me up, buddy. East Tennessee gets way too cold. I cannot even imagine going
You
to it.
couldn't hack where I'm. Oh, you'd love it where I'm at, man.
Seems unlikely.
Oh, bro, we're about to get hammered with snow. Were you in Rhode Island or fucking Long Island or something, Issa?
I'm in Maine, man.
Oh, you're in Maine?
Yeah.
So you guys are not getting hit with a storm? They're passing the storms around, it seems like.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like California has snow, bro. I mean,
that's
let's just not pretend that it's clearly the government.
Well, I wonder how much they can modify the weather or how much it's natural. Because I mean, there's like, it is very regular to have huge snows in the mountains in California like that. The one in Southern California this year was crazy. Like up in like Big Bear and Lake Arrowhead, they got hit with like 4 or 5 feet, and the whole area was completely shut down. Like they didn't even plow the roads because there's nowhere to plow the snow. Like there's no room to push it. And so they just don't even plow the roads. And it was actually like they declared a state of emergency, and they were like bringing in helicoptering in food and dropping it to people to bring helicoptering in food. And the whole, like everything was totally shut down. People were just trapped in their houses for like 10 days.
Yeah, quote unquote food. Think about that, dude. Think about like if they mess with the weather enough where people can't leave, and then they're dependent on the government helicopters bringing you stuff to eat. Like, what are you eating?
Oh, that's brutal. Exactly. You're just getting whatever they're giving you. Oh man, if they play that out, that's going to be.
Oh man, that's so bad.
That is.
I don't even trust Whole
It doesn't
Foods,
matter
dude.
what it is. It doesn't matter what it is, because if you're starving, you're gonna eat that shit. So
that's what I'm saying.
I'll pass. I'll just live off of chi.
No, that's why seriously though, everyone should stock up on the food. Like if you like to eat tuna fish, the expiration date on a can of tuna is like 2 years out. So buy a whole bunch of tuna fish or whatever rice, whatever beans, something. Keep something around the house where you got like a nice amount of it that'll last you.
Yeah, like what? Does anyone know?
Even
like
eggs are less.
Anyone know the inside truth or scoop on the SVB thing? Because I don't watch the news or anything. So
I mean, the fact that Bitcoin price is going up today, like massively, doesn't make any sense to me, because it usually tracks with the stock market, not the opposite of it.
Yeah, it did do a nice little run today. Yeah, it's up like 10%. I mean, it was at 24 like a month ago, but yeah, it is nice that it's back to 24. So if it breaks this resistance, then be interesting to see what it's going to break up to. Because yeah, like back in early February, it was up at 24, and then it came all the way down. So it's back up to that range now. So yeah, if it breaks past this, be interesting to see if it gets up into the 30s. We'll probably hit 30 and beyond after it breaks.
All the bank itself today. Is all crypto up today?
Yeah, when Bitcoin goes up, everything goes up pretty much. Yeah. So.
Yeah, but have you guys noticed that even when everything goes down, XRP would go up a couple percent?
No.
Like
Yeah, well,
XRP,
it's
it's like
connected
the
to
one
the
coin.
to the banks.
Yeah, exactly.
That one's connected to the big bank system. So yeah.
Yeah, it'll go up when everything else is in the red.
Yeah, I
I think
bought
they're
more
controlling
XRP that
that.
day.
Yeah, they're
Bitcoin up
controlling it.
14% to 24,195, up 3,216.
They're
bank,
definitely
the bank
controlling the
said
XRP price, dude. They're 100%.
XRP was written to be controlled.
Yeah, it's a controlled price point, but I think that they're going to kind of let it go for a second and sometime in the future, and it's going to just skyrocket. So I'm obviously not a fan of Bankercoin, but I'm here to tell you, if you think you're going to avoid the government and the banks using crypto, I think I have a bridge to sell you.
Oh yeah, they're definitely co-opting it. They're already full blown. I mean, Ethereum is the first co-op of Bitcoin essentially, and they just instantly win with Ethereum. And there's so many other networks now that they run, and even the whole DeFi thing, like when they say DeFi and decentralized finance and all that, some of those are not even actually decentralized. Like there's like actual deception. Like they are centralized, but they're being sold as decentralized. So it's almost like all these wolves in sheep clothing.
Yeah. Pretty much
You
all you
cannot-
have is Monero and Darrow and Pirate Chain. There's only a few that are like seemingly truly private and decentralized.
There's nothing. There's no revolutionary value in any of those coins, man. In my opinion, there's no like revolutionist value.
It's control, man. It's control.
Yeah. Like, there's
Have you ever
no-
looked into Monero though? Monero is truly
I don't care.
like.
My only thing is.
Yeah,
The
I
only
love
reason I say that-
Monero's great protocol.
Yeah, I mean, dude, and I like XRP and I like all that stuff. I'm just saying, like, there's no, like, I've just felt since the first usherings in of about how Bitcoin was going to get us away from the big banks and their fractional reserve banking. Like, I just don't ever, you can't escape the national debt, and until that is understood, like, no, it can't.
Why not? Well, only if we buy into believing their debt, and only if we're using that system, then it matters. If we're not using their thing, it's like who cares about their
You know what the problem is?
Then we can finally drop them.
No. The problem, Gio. The problem is that most people, if you ask them, "Are you a United States citizen?" they're going to say yes, right? Well, asshole, that makes you the collateral. You're the collateral. So it doesn't matter what you. Well, that's not right. I just just get on the fucking train, okay? Because you're the collateral on the national debt. And either you physically are the collateral in the national debt, or you have a spiritual understanding of the profound ramifications of the fact that the Bible says your debts have been forgiven and your sins and all the rest of it, and that you can discharge all debt. But outside of that, like, you're the collateral, dude. You go on the train. You're the chair. There's no like, but I have all my money in digital. Are you a U.S. citizen? Oh, okay, get on the fucking bus, bro. You will never escape this, and I have been screaming about it for fucking ever. And I don't, it's like all the romanticistic, anarchistic, fucking bullshit about fucking escaping this national debt problem will never come to fruition until the national debt problem is quelched. And we're doing it through the whole gonna blame China thing, and God knows where it's all headed. But Bitcoin ain't the valve to freedom. None of these cryptocurrencies are, because of the national debt, the fact that the U.S. citizen is the fucking collateral.
Yeah, I mean, to each his own in terms of perspectives on all this.
I mean, that's a fact. Like, what are you just going to do? Say, I didn't sign up. I didn't make the agreement with the national debt. Is that your way out, Gio? I didn't make that. Show me where my signature is. Is that going to be the fucking argument?
Well, what I'll say is this: the current system we're in, once they got control over the Federal Reserve, like after the Titanic sunk, like a couple months after the sinking of the Titanic, once they had that Federal Reserve control, at this point, they have basically that full level of control. They're like the Monopoly man. When you play Monopoly and someone's the banker, they're basically the banker. So they just have as much money as they need to print, and they're in that position, and we're all using their currency. Bitcoin was like an original blockchain, which is built upon cryptography and the blockchain itself. It was kind of the first one, as it were. But now all these other ones, in my understanding, it is actually a a very real new technology that has come into humanity at this point. And so it has, just like any tool, it can be used for positive or negative, you know, it can be used for good or harm. And so they are definitely co-opting it to the max. And now they want to integrate it into, I think, into their whole, you know, the digital system, the AI digital system thing is what they've had to do to adapt. But the thing is that the technology with certain development of it can be actually like a transparent system based on integrity and on transparency and so on. So yeah, I think there's a very real opportunity for humanity at this point because everything's going to blockchain in my understanding, everything. So the mainstream system is going to be going there anyways. That's where all the future, because we need something digital. I don't think we're ever going to go back to a point where we have huge bricks of gold in our safes in our basements or anything. Like, it's all going to be digital. So it's just a question of whether it's their fiat system with their JP Morgan, it's banks now, and then the cryptography and the blockchains they're going to release as the government, central bank digital currencies and all that, or these other networks that are actually open. And if enough of us choose to use these good networks, then yes, technically we could possibly be able to exchange outside of their entire system. Now, there's still like the police and military. There's obviously a lot of components to the system, but the finances is kind of the center of it.
What makes these networks good, man? They're all public. Everything you do on them is tracked, and anyone can go view it. I mean, that's what you're talking about. When you're talking about moving into a blockchain system, you're talking about moving into a system where everything we do is watched and can be watched by everybody.
Well, not necessarily. No. Where are you getting that from?
I mean, that's how it works. You can track down wallet addresses. If I go to CVS and pay with my Bitcoin wallet, that CVS cashier can then go on a blockchain explorer and see all the transactions I made. Not only that, they can go and see where my money's coming from.
Well, yeah, there's different types of ledgers. Bitcoin has a particular type of ledger, but Bitcoin's not.
Most of them use a system like that.
Bitcoin's not really built to be used as like a quick mode of exchange like that. But yeah, there's different types of ledgers, like Monero, for example.
They're all public though. Monero, like even Ethereum has a blockchain explorer. You can go track down someone's address. You can see everything they've bought, every money, every ounce of. And then you had systems that allowed you to anonymize it. There was a thing called Tornado Cash. There was Blender.io. These things were specifically made so that you could send your money to that entity and then have your money sent out to anonymous wallets, so you could anonymize your money. Those both got shut down. Those things don't exist anymore because the whole system is built to track us.
Hold up, bro. That's not true at all, man. Monero, there's a bunch of privacy coins.
Monero's great, but that's not what's being pushed. You can't even buy Monero on most exchanges.
But he's right in the sense that majority of the mainstream ones are clearly being used where they can track you. But again, that's why I was saying Monero, Darrow, and Pirate Chain. Those are truly private coins. So what's going to happen is when the people finally catch up to the inevitability of the digitalization of money, then a lot of people are like, whoa, I want privacy. And there's only a few true coins that are private to choose from. And you could probably just make millions. I actually, I know someone that already made many, many, many millions of dollars on Monero. Already.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, they're going to regulate it. If people actually moved into Monero, they're just going to regulate it out. The whole point of this whole thing is so that they can track everything.
Well, yeah,
and that's just all this Web 3.0 stuff, all these ideas of building a new web on the blockchain. That means everything you do is going to be on the blockchain. Like even like Odysee, everything that happens on Odysee is recorded on the library blockchain.
Well, that's what I was saying, dude. I think there's different chains. Like in my viewpoint, it's a technology that was, sort of discovered, invented, however you want to see it. And it can be used in different ways. And so there's so many different blockchains and so many different networks. And yeah, like the one that like the controllers are trying to do, like my understanding, Ethereum was the first one that they released. It was right in reaction to Bitcoin. And Ethereum's like a whole network that they can control. And it's like Windows or, Mac iOS. It's like, it's
not quite, but I get what you're saying.
It's similar in a way. I mean, they're different, but it's similar it's that it's an ecosystem and that they have control over it and that it's a more centralized system. So yeah, those will be tracking people, but I'm also talking about ones that can be based on privacy and security, and integrity that actually can function, I think, in a very harmonious way that does not allow for corruption, which is what's unique about it.
I'd be super happy with like a Monero-based economy, especially as long as we had like a good team of people keeping it secure. But the problem is like, all right, so do you know what Satoshi Nakamoto means? Like,
it's the first few letters of like
Intelligent,
every Japanese.
centralized.
It means intelligence centralized. Exactly. Do the name meaning search. I corroborated it myself. So I don't know. Like to me, it's just really obvious. The whole thing, the way that the cycles go, the way it goes up and up and up and up and up, and then it drops, and then it goes up and up and up and up and up and up, and then it drops. It's a psychological game. They want you to get money eyes and get greedy.
Yeah, I've heard that Satoshi is that Samsung, Toyota, and Mitsubishi.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If you actually take the first few letters or last few letters of each of the top companies in Japan, it spells out that name.
But yeah, check out the name meaning though. The actual Japanese name meanings of Satoshi Nakamoto.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
I'll post a screenshot. One sec.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I
let's
think
be real.
they
They're
basically
automating our world.
they figured it out. Okay, so if somebody invents something new and they're able to track it, like imagine if like you were able to recreate what Tesla was doing or something like that. You know, like would they just come instantly to your door and just take it? You know, so whoever created blockchain, like that's a whole question that people have talked about. Like, was it, you know, the controllers, as it were, just to call them that for the moment, like that group, or was it someone else? Like, was it actually from a positive, like a light download, or is it like of a dark origin? And that's a whole interesting thing. But I definitely think they instantly co-opted it. So I even think that the Bitcoin now is not even the original Bitcoin. Like they actually co-opted Bitcoin from, you know, and that's why they use it as the center. You know, they're trying to have it be the center kind of on ramp and on off ramp of all the other ones. So I think there's a lot of layers of deception. But yeah, I think they co-opted it right away and then forked it and then were able to control it. But they can't control all the other blockchains, and they can't control the blockchain actual technology itself and the cryptography. That's what they can't. So that technology is already out there. So like the cat's already out of the bag, and we have to have some way to liberate from this whole fiat system. I mean, I hear you, Issa, that you're not like feeling positive about it, or you feel like we need to work in the system. I hear that too, but I'm happy to leave the old one behind and just build one that's way better if possible.
No, my thing is like this: is that you can't. It's like you can't run away from the debts, from your debt, and what any man owes. And so the point being is that I just think that we really can't get to where those kinds of coins would be of use, like people are thinking of them, until we were to, let's say, deal with this overarching national debt issue that all the countries have. I think they're going to do that through the means of, you know, the last couple of years, and they're going to possibly take back or discharge wealth in those means. And I think maybe you're right. Maybe what they're going to do is they're going to transfer that value into the digital market.
Yeah, they're going to make
You
like
know what I mean? Like that, and that makes
Yeah.
sense. You know, that makes sense to me. My point is that none of that can happen. Like none of the like, you know, shit can take off again, I think, until that's dealt with. And until like us as people who are analyzing what would be the reality of things, I think when you just walk into the notion of crypto and, you know, man, it's just going to be our way to get out of under the control of this tyranny. I just don't think that is I don't think that's a correct version of events. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just think it's naive it's naive and romantic and all the rest of it. You know what I mean? Versus like what the technical reality is. And I don't think you can enter into that digital age until the debts are settled. You can't, it's just the nature of the game. It has to be settled, whether it's forgiven, whether it's discharged. I thought it interesting listening to that guy Ed Dowd or whatever did this podcast, and the one guy was talking about Wall Street, and he was talking about a jubilee, and I was like, and he's like, and not the Nassar, you know, because you have to qualify it. There's an actual term in banking that's called this jubilee, and then you get people like, you know, that's because we're talking to aliens, like, you know what I mean, and Nassara Gassara fucking bullshit. And but it's just I don't think that I don't think crypto's like not going to be a part of the future. I just think we're not going to get there until these certain I's are dotted and T's crossed. That's all.
Well, I hear you, but isn't that in their system that there's currently built? Like the whole like social security number. When I say their system, I mean I don't necessarily think they even invented a lot of this stuff. They just they've hijacked the
what
the
you don't
gas
get,
data.
what people do not understand is that whole relationship you're in with the fucking government, you started it. You're the one who gave them a document first. You're the one who gave them something of value first. So technically, they owe you.
I mean, I didn't do that. But are you saying
they can't?
I didn't do that? But are you saying people's parents did that, or what in that sense?
Well, for all intents and purposes,
because I didn't.
You did this. You gave over the birth certificate to take part in this financial system.
No, they asserted it on me.
I mean, you could say that, but you've been operating under that understanding, and therefore hold on one second. Actions speak louder than words. So therefore, you've been operating in the capacity as you've been operating in the capacity as. Therefore, and and it's not anything like. I don't think, for one, I think it's irresponsible to try to just push it off. Like, I didn't sign up for it, this, that, the other thing. But not only that, it just makes it harder. Because, it's almost like a chore that, your parents have given you. And, instead of doing the chore, you're just not going to do the chore and this, that, the other thing. It's more problem than it's worth. And if you just took the 5 minutes to do the chore and you're done with it. And I just think, in the same way with this thing and the national debt and the fact that we gave over a birth certificate, created it, and that the United States owes us, but then in some result we're operating and think we are exclusively parts of the United States. That's this mental trick or whatever. But in reality, they have to settle the debt that they owe you. That's why the United States is in debt to an interest rate it can never actually pay, because it's an ethereal, a spiritual agreement with you and the government that you created. And it can't relinquish that debt without your permission. But the problem is you don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here operating as a U.S. citizen, and you think you're exclusively a U.S. citizen. And then on top of it, when they try to talk to you about your outside capacity as a United States citizen, you're like, well, I didn't sign up for that. It's just like, we're just problems for anyone trying to actually settle the debt. And that's why we're forced to go through this rigmarole, which potentially will lead us into indebted servitude to some, human relations group out of the United Nations, dude. That's what scares me. Some federal some overarching world government out of the, the United Nations, because that's what they want. And they want that digital currency to help get them there. And we're just naive if we go into it thinking that that's all that it is, because we're going to walk right into their trap. I just think if we know better, then we're not so gullible to think that we're part of some revolutionary movement because we've got a crypto wallet. Do you know what I mean?
Well, if that's kind of your choice to go with it, I'm happy to just drop that system in a heartbeat. If we can build something better and be able to figure out a way to get some sovereignty,
check it.
I don't trust any of that debt system that it's legit at all. The debt is all fabricated. It's built on core corruption, on blood and genocide. It's just a hijacked empire that's just shattered at this point.
Right, and that's
I definitely didn't sign anything or buy into it. My parents did in whatever way. I'm sure birth certificate. I mean, I have a birth certificate and all that stuff. So I was born in a hospital. So yeah, I mean, that was all done in the American way or whatever, when I was born. So yeah, but I didn't choose any of it. We all kind of go along to get along in the system in a way. And yeah, some people do want to defend the system, and they think things that whatever that they're saying it is, they think that's important. And it's they get people's emotions involved in it. But their entire currency, I just think, is so corrupted at the core that whatever they're calling debt is just such a scam and a deception that I don't think anything needs to be paid back. I think they just need to get off our back.
Could you forgive them?
Off humanity.
Could you forgive them for what they've done?
Yeah. That's fine. But they also need to bug off,
Right. But the point is that they'll bugger off once they have been forgiven. And the point is that instead of forgiving them, we're over there arguing about, well, fuck you and your shit's fake and it's all a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, all their debt is fake. I mean, you trust their debt system as a
Well,
legit thing?
it's not about whether it's like what I'm telling you is that you started the relationship. You're the one that's owed the interest and the principal.
But it's in their fake system, so I don't. It's not
Right,
real.
but their fake system has a grip on like humanity, and the way
Well,
to
it does because I guess we give meaning to it. And we think
right.
it's
So
real.
the way to unloosen the grip is to forgive the debt. Therefore, their grip gets looser because they don't have the authority because they no longer have the obligation of trying to collect on a debt or to pay a debt.
Well, yeah, if you could get them, that'd be part of the bug
Right,
off
and that's
thing.
the
Like,
discharge, and that's the
what
forgiveness,
does that mean
and
to
that's
you?
the
Is that
beginning
like
of
just a
coming back
doc?
to stasis.
Is that like a sheet of paper? Is it a court case? Like, what in the system gets validation in your mind is it someone paying someone money back literally, or is it just like
No, like
another kind of?
I don't think anything's going anywhere. I'm just saying like this is the nature of this system. It's like everything is operating off of credit and all of these different principles, for better or worse. But like, to then move into this digital currency and just like, whatever, man, about the rest of it, I just don't think that's going to be a seamless move, because I think something has to be addressed in that world that we're trying to get away from before we can actually technically get away from it. Otherwise, it's just going to keep on chasing you. So, like, if there's something that
So
goes,
what would that look like
if
to you
like,
then?
it's like
If
there's
that was
something.
done,
What is
what
it?
would that? If that was done, what would that look like?
Yeah, I
to
think
you?
he's asking specifically, what is the solution, the action that gets a solution that you're promoting?
Well,
Yeah.
I think you would discharge. I mean, I think you could. I don't know the fucking way through it in a sense, but I know like personally, because you're not going to collectively be able to deal with it. But I think personally, as an individual, and if every other individual understood it, you could collectively discharge national debt and motion, like let's say the court system, to have them show cause how they shouldn't deregulate X, Y, and Z because they've been discharged. Like there would be a way to do it through the court system. I mean, collectively, if you were going to do it in bulk, like, or if you were to do it in your own relationship with the government, that's the only way I see, and the only thing I've studied to practice. What I would think should be sufficient enough is your individual capacity to be able to discharge obligations created or charged to your person. That's the first step. And then if everyone were to be able to do that, then you would gradually decrease the national debt. But then you'd have also people that they wouldn't tolerate these kinds of rulers and these kinds of bylaws. I think we'd have a different population if the population understood more about the financial dilemma. They wouldn't permit such things. Like I said, I think you would bark back this overarching democracy into the romantic anarchism that we're all after. I think that when our government or this system is done correctly with an intelligent population, it looks like romantic anarchism because the people are just handling their affairs.
Well, I think about it like this: if you're in a house and you have a family, husband, wife, a couple kids, all is good, you're all is happy, right? And somebody comes in and just hijacks your whole house. They come in with guns and they're just like, "Yo, we're holding you hostage. We run your house now. So we run the house. We're going to set the temperature what we want it to be. You cook for us, whatever it is." And then now we're like enslaved to these people that are just basically holding us at gunpoint. In a sense, I feel like that is what's going on with all, this whole kind of system right now and these kind of controllers that are doing this. So if we are able to break free in some way, like we find a crack in the window and we're like, let's make a run for it. Now, if blockchain or cryptocurrencies could be a helpful thing in that, then that's where that could come in a sense. But if we're able to get out in a sense, even though in the house, they might, you might have had like, you might have had a whole list of things, like you were saying, the chores almost, like a whole bunch of like things on your slave task to be a slave or whatever. But once you leave, you're not a slave to them anymore. So you don't have to do that list anymore. Like whatever list they were forcing you to do, which in this case could be an analogy for the debt. And they're saying, pay us this money and we owe this money to this other country and all this interest and all the big banks that have been lending out more money than they can print and just scamming humanity to that level. But my point is that when you escape, you don't have any relation to that current that system that you've left. And so I don't really feel like you owe them anything, especially if they were already like doing something corrupt or like holding something over you in some way like that. I don't feel like we need to do anything. So like if there was some other system and we could, whatever debts or whatever system that, you know, you don't want to be a part of, that you don't have to be a part of it. Like you've always said, like we live in our bodies, like we're humans on the earth. We don't have to be involved in that system. Now we are, because they have police and military to enforce it basically. But, you know, that's a whole question. But like, do we have to be? And I don't have any reason to be enslaved to that mindset, to be involved in their game that I don't really want to be a part of in the first place. I mean, I want to be a part of humanity, as it were, but I don't want to be a part of like parts of their actual system when it comes to the finances and the politics and some of these components. But but there's a blend over, because yeah, I mean, I'm in the world now, and like we do need to have police so that we don't have a lot of drunk drivers. Like if we're going to be driving on the road, you know what I mean? So yeah, there are good, because drunk drivers will kill people, whatever. So I'm not saying I just want some anarchists, like nothing. We need to somehow make transitions, but at least with the debt system and the financial system, I think there's a growing amount of people that would want to just break from the current one if it was possible.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure. I just think like we also just have this responsibility to the fact that we gave over something of value to the, like, that's the first thing I think we're.
Well, what did we give? What did any of us give as value to them? Like, we're a birth certificate, we're a social security number, we're in their
what
system.
you gave them. Well, the thing is that, right, you belittle the things that you've given them because they've tricked.
What did we give them?
So you don't know the value of those things. Well, you gave them an indented deed. I just had a bunch of ice fall off my thing. What do you call it? Forgive me. What you gave them was an indented deed. You know, so that indented deed that you gave them.
But that's a deed that has meaning in their system. It's like having a Monopoly card that only works in the game of Monopoly.
Right. But it's worth like, you know, trillions of dollars. So like you gave them like trillions of fucking dollars, right? You gave them like something with like something that they can take and turn into fucking bazillions of fucking dollars. You gave them that. Right? So you gave them something of value that they fucking cherish as value. You're right. Their system, they recognize that piece of paper as fucking valuable. You can't do shit without it. Because that fucking signifies all this available funds to them. So why would you walk away from it? And my point is that, like, you're walking away from the fact that you gave them something and that they agreed to pay you back for. But then the problem is that they're so crafty, they tricked you as a beneficiary to the trust, someone who doesn't have to know everything, to believe that you are exclusively the thing that they gave you. So they just weaseled their way to get the valuable shit from you and then convinced you that you're powerless and under them. And I think that's why everyone wants to run away, because they don't understand the power that they actually have. And I think like that alone is like, you know, it's like we're going to run away from what would be deemed like, you know, very valuable shit that they owe us.
Well, I mean, I hear you. Yeah, if one wants to play in their system, I do hear what you're saying. It's almost like having one of those Monopoly cards.
Well, no, it's not about
you can only use it for Monopoly. You can only use Monopoly, but like they're not letting you actually use, like, it's a get out of jail free card that they're not like that you're not using, that you have.
Right, that you don't know how, you don't even know how to use it or pull it out of your pocket because you live in an atheistic, nihilistic, materialist society on a spinning space ball with no God, and you think the Bible is a bunch of myths.
Yeah, materialism and
right, and you're just right, and that's the trick. That's why they forget, you know, and that's why the Bible is always reminding you. You know what I mean? Like, you know, your sins have been forgiven, your debts have been paid. Come to, you know, I am the way, the truth, the light. Well, we forget all that and we go back into quote unquote reality when we go into a courtroom and say that we live at 123 B Street and I'm a fucking US citizen. Because that's reality. And I would never say that, I would never cling to these outlandish ideas in front of anyone with integrity. And then the problem is that we don't know how to represent these ideas in the language of the system, i.e., you know, you wouldn't go in and say, I'm the son of Adam and I'm here to discharge the debt, Your Honor. You know what I mean? Like, you might want to go in as the priority security interest holder, appearing specially, mere to set off, settle, and close any outstanding encumbrances upon the person, Your Honor. And then by saying that,
well, that would be legit. See,
of-
this is where when you and I chat about this, because I agree with you, that would be legit. But then that requires the justice system to be legit and that not to be corrupt. And it's a whole interesting thing. Like, can you actually stand up for what's right? Up against the corruption. That's where it gets challenging, though, because is it a fair?
And that's where I try to. And that's where two parts of that is: one, where's your faith in God, and two, the judge is your best friend.
Yeah, but if he's in the pocket of others that are paying,
I tell you, how about this? If he's in the pocket of, where's your faith in God?
Well, I would say to set us free from the system that's corrupt.
Yeah, right, and the judge is going to be the one who's going to do it, especially if you're playing by the rules and you've done it by the book. Because you put them in a position where they are bound by certain rules, and once you call upon those rules, they don't fuck around.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it would be up to to take that on. I mean, I have my own thoughts about well, it just depends, I guess, on what part of the system you're working with. But because we were using the analogy of having like a get out of jail free card that you have to know how to use, but then in order to use it, the whoever's running the Monopoly game also has to be running it in a legit way to be like, oh yeah, get out of jail free card. All right, you get out of jail or whatever it may be. Whereas if they're corrupt and they're like, oh, you have a get out of jail card, a get out of jail free card. Well, whatever. Who cares? We're not gonna recognize it, and we're just gonna put you in jail and say, you know what I mean? So if they're corrupt like that, then you're not even dealing with a system that's even fair. Although I'm not trying to downplay doing any like moves for justice. I mean, that's a beautiful thing in the spirit to do, and if one feels called to do that, and I do think it can work in a lot of cases. So it does work. It just depends on I just don't think the whole thing's not corrupt. You know what I mean? It's only parts of it, especially at the high levels it is and the big financial parts. But the whole judicial system is not all corrupt, but it is partially. So then it's like, which sector are you in and who are you working with as to what's going to happen, it seems.
Yeah, but then we've already, like I pointed out before, it's like, look at the people they're dealing with, right? If you come in the Bible, they say swear on the Bible to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Well, you put your hand on the Bible, swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Well, the judge now knows that you're a fucking liar. And then when the judge says to you, because the Bible says don't swear by heaven or by fucking earth, right? So you put your hand on the book, it means you don't really believe the Bible, you don't read the Bible. You're fucking, you're a liar because you're going to pretend like you give a fuck about the Bible, put your hand on it, and show everybody in the room that you don't read the fucking thing because you put your hand on it and swore on it, you fucking idiot. Number two, they say, well, where do you live? Well, I live at 123 B Street. And by saying that, you negate the fact that you're a spirit that lives in your body. Strike two, you've rejected God. Fucking die, dude. They're just implementing justice upon the unbelievers who plague our earth, dude. How about that view of the judges? Because when they come in there, they're not coming in across fucking people who know a goddamn thing about anything. And then on that, they're going to come in there wearing a fucking cross around their neck and swear on the Bible? Bitch, you don't even read the fucking thing. You faker. The fuck kind of justice?
Why are they swearing on it? I know.
What kind of justice are you going to get from a Christian court when you come in there pretending?
Yeah, they swear? I know. Yeah,
dude, you don't think they know? You don't think that's a shit test from fucking 1190 AD, nigga? That's a shit test. That's fucking, oh, you read the Bible? I tell you, just put your hand on here and say, Jesus sucks cock. Right? And then they fucking go and do that. Well, they worship Satan. They don't even read the fucking book. It's like, you're just denying and defiling everything by every action you do. And then mad when they hold you accountable. So we're completely wrong, completely obnoxious. And then we think like we're just going to run away from it all. That's where I get hey, I mean, I'm all, whatever. Like I wouldn't even enter the conversation. I could just listen to it go on. But I feel obligated.
Okay, well, let me just ask this. If there was just instantly another system, let's say it is built on a blockchain or something. Okay, let's say this. Let's say that there's some kind of huge some kind of financial reset where fiat money is no longer, and now there's some new digital central bank digital currency, whatever it's going to be called, run by a government, etc. And they say, hey, for every dollar you have in your bank account, we'll give you 2 of these new digital dollars, something like that. So there'll be like an incentive, or maybe they'll give you 3 times or whatever for if you like are in a certain tax bracket, or if you have like good credit, or who knows how they'll run it in those ways. But anyways, and so now everything's on that. Okay. What if there is also an option that you could be on a completely different, a whole different system, a whole different blockchain, as it were, that has its own birth certificates, its own land ownership things, its own system, and it was an option? Would you possibly switch to the other one? And if you did, what would you do with the last one that you would have to, like the current one, basically, what would you have to do with it to feel like you got settled? Like, what would the practical thing be? Like, just pay your own personal debts, like your own personal credit cards and home loans and those things? Or are you talking about just getting square in that way, or in other ways? Like, yeah, what do you think about all that?
Well, I just think it's already divided up in such a way where they have, like, and I don't know the remedy, let's say, for that specifically. But what I mean is that collectively, for every man, woman, and child that's given them a birth certificate, they have printed money in regards to that. That's what I think probate and stuff is about, is that they settle those books. So there's always enough money in the marketplace for the people that are in the country to survive it. That's why we're having this crisis of why even they're allowing all these people in, because all the people who come here take their money here from here and send it elsewhere. And then fucking that money is no longer in our marketplace to be used. It's over in under somebody's pillow in fucking Ecuador. Do you know what I mean? So like fucking, then we don't have the money in the marketplace. So they allow for general amnesty to let more people to come in to give them a birth certificate so they can print more money. Then they devalue the currencies so they can print more money. So it's in the marketplace at least.
Yeah.
So like, and they're balancing this act.
It's all backwards.
Well, it's not backwards. It makes total fucking sense. That's the thing that kills me, is that no, it's not backwards. It makes total fucking sense. It doesn't mean it's morally correct. It just makes sense.
Well, that's the way I meant it's backwards, is in the ethics of it. And
it's like, it's like how an engine works. Like, it's like how a transmission works. It's like, it's complicated, whatever, but it's what we're working with. And there's no one got a better fucking way through. Yeah. And we don't want to get rid of fiat currencies, because fiat currencies actually allow for freedom of man, because it allows you to take $50 and go buy a bag of weed that you're not supposed to buy. You know what I mean? Like, those fiat currencies are great, man. They're fucking in your hand. You're in it. You know what I mean? Like, fuck the federal government. You don't need to fucking tell about this sale. And you know what I mean? Like, whatever, that kind of a thing is possible between men and the currency that they've created. But you know what I mean? Everything being digital, now everything's tracked. Now everything's boom, boom, boom. You can't just give people 3 Bitcoin and like, here's these 3 gold coins. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how it works. Like, currency like that is a valuable tool. These people want to march us back to the fucking medieval time when everyone had to go to the, you know what I mean? Like, you had to give somebody loaves of bread for them to come and fucking give you some whatever. You know what I mean? We don't want that society. I know everyone thinks it's romantic, but it's not. I don't think so. Having money and being able to go like play a minor role in society in order to participate and get a big screen TV or something. I don't know. I know it sounds like, stupid, and it sounds like whatever, but it's not that bad, not that bad. I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. I just think we have it pretty good. We just don't quite fully understand it. Like, I've explained it. Like, we're sitting in a Lamborghini, and it's like 30 people sitting in their Lamborghinis and like going rum, 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 pretending that they're driving, and then complaining about how Lamborghinis suck. And
but I guess
they've
I'm
never started the fucking thing,
But what? Okay, then explain to us like what that thing would be. Then what would that practical thing be? Like what?
The 4 doors. The first thing is,
what could we actually do? Like,
first people need to learn about God, and the Bible, and fucking Jesus, and you know what I mean, and like how to conditionally accept everything, and the 4 doors, and then once you understand, it's like learning how to drive. It's like learning how to, like, well, that's boring. I don't want to learn about the theory of parallel parking. Well, we're not going to let you in the Lamborghini just yet there, buddy. So why don't you work on the theory first? And the theory entails the Bible, court procedure, history, all this other stuff. But at the same, it's understanding why it makes sense. Remember, if they're asking you for money, then you're dealing with the Uniform Commercial Code. And in the Uniform Commercial Code, UCC 3603 clearly recognizes that we lived in a bankrupt society and that you gave them something of value, and that a bankrupt entity cannot demand payment in any form. And the UCC 3603 says when tender payment's been made to the one entitled to enforce the instrument and the tender is either accepted or refused, there's discharge. So, the theoretics of it, I've been screaming from the rooftops, but it's hard to put all the pieces together, I suppose.
So you want to take that on for reals? Like, instead of just like going to some new system that's actually better, you would want to actually try to go up against courts and then try to do this.
You know what it's like?
So it's like are you trying to kind of get like the D?
You know what it's like, Gio? It's like this. It's like me getting you to front me a pound of pot, right? And then I go sell that pot. I have all this money and I come to you and say, Gio, we're going to do a new system now. We're going to do a new system where I get the pot and give it to you. And you're going to be like, wait a minute. You still owe me for the pound you got. And then I'm going to be like, Gio, why are you so imperialistic? Why are you living in the old ways, Gio? Do you know what I mean? That's what it's like. And you're still like, yo, dude, you owe me for a fucking pound of herb. And I'm like, dude, we're doing a new system. And you're like, the new system? We're going to come get you in your fucking new system, buddy. You owe me. And that's what it's like. That's why you can't do that.
Okay, so what in that analogy, what's the part of somebody lending something, like just giving someone something to sell? Like what did they give us, or what did we take from them? I mean, we've all like worked, made money in the world and done different things. So like, and certain people have their own debt, like credit card, student loans, house, car, whatever. I assume you're talking about more than just that, than just people's local debts, right? Like their credit cards and bank loans and stuff. Like, I assume you're talking about more how it's connected to the birth certificate and the deed and going deep into that part of the system. But I guess my original question was like, is that really the path? Like, do you think that there's what could be accomplished there? I guess that's what I'm asking. What would be done? Would you get like finances from it? Would you get, what would you get? Or you just feel like you're settled with them?
Forgive me, man. I got a little busy over here. What was it, brother? Forgive me. I'm tied up.
No, you're good. I was kind of long-winded. Anyways, well, what would it accomplish at the end of the day? Like, would you get finances? Would you just? I guess that's the question.
Oh my God, Gio, I keep missing you, bud. What was it? Just like what we do? What would we do? You mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think what could we? You could do. I mean, technically, is like possibly through credit cards and stuff, is be able to discharge debt through credit cards. So you'd have access to a line of credit. You would create a relationship with the bank. I don't know how. I think the way you would do it is create a relationship with the bank. Go talk to the CFO. I've thought about doing it. I tried to get a credit card one time without anything on the paperwork, and I handled it incorrectly in the follow-up phone conversation. But I think if I'd have handled that differently, I could have been able to maybe get the line of credit. Because that filling out of the application and signing the back of that application is giving them a check and a value worth the $10,000.
Yeah, but then they just print that, and it's all
right. But it's already, and I'm saying, and if you paid it back in Federal Reserve notes, you're continuing the debt. If you were to pay it back in discharge and use paperwork and other means, potentially create a bond and have them show cause how they couldn't use that bond to discharge the obligation, then And in that regard, you can actually, what some of the old timers used to do is use a birth certificate. They would give them a birth certificate and say, use this bond as payment for this much money. And if they owed like $10,000, they'd say, use it for $6 million. And they would give them technically $6 million on a debt that was like minute. And I've heard of stories where they did this with court cases, and the judges, the courthouses got rebuilt.
So you are okay. So so you're talking about actually discharging one's own personal debt. Well, what if someone doesn't have it?
How about this? How about this? You're discharging
don't have it?
you're discharging your own debt and then giving them value on top of it. That's why the story about this one guy paid off this like one.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that idea of like borrowing something and actually repaying it. The only thing I would say
Well,
though,
no. What I mean is, listen, no. What I'm saying is, he would repay it, and then he would give the court. He would say to the court, "Take this document and this birth certificate, discharge the encumbrance that's owed to the citizen, and keep the rest. This bond is worth $3 million." So they would then take that $3 million, and then like all of a sudden, he said, like, there's like a new playground in their fucking community, and like they were using these funds that he was able to give them through the use of the birth certificate, is what the theory is. And they were quietly acquiring those funds and using those funds to better their town, because he was taking that birth certificate, instead of just giving them the $10,000 or $5,000 for whatever the charge was, he gave them $3 million minus $5,000. So they discharged the obligation internally and then fucking used the excess funds, the line of credit that he gave them, to do something with their community.
Nice.
Yeah. So like
That's
the idea
awesome.
is that you would be able to, instead of like just paying the $6.99 traffic ticket, or I mean, ideally traffic court wouldn't be the place, but that's where you could use your credit card. Right. But you could also, if you had like a big, whatever like that, or you could just even make a donation to your local community with the birth certificate. Say, hey, I love this place where I live. I'd appreciate it if you put this $6 million into our community. I give you license to use this bond in this direct, you know what I mean? Whatever way.
Well, I hear you on
And
that.
that's the
I think
potential.
the thing is,
That's, how about this? No, that's the potential. That's the remedy. That's the way.
I got you.
But
Yeah,
you can't run away from that debt. Like I said to you, it's like with the story about the fucking herb. It's like, you can't run away from that debt and just come back and be like, well, we're doing a new system now. And the gangsters are going to be like, no.
Well, the reason I think one reason I think we can do that is because I do think debt is real. Like if you let's say you and a friend, and you lend a friend $100 and then he pays you back, that makes sense. That's a spiritual thing. It's like, it's between people. You guys know what the value of that $100 is. Let's just say you have an agreement, like, man, I'll lend you the 100, and he's like, yeah, dude, I'll pay you back in a week or whatever it may be. There's something about that. So if that friend didn't pay you back, then yeah, I would agree. Of course, it's like, oh, dude, like there is something imbalanced there doing that. Like it happens, and then there's a question: do you forgive them? How, et cetera. The process is from there. But I'm just saying that like that is understandable, that you can't just walk away from that and just say, hey, man, I decided to start using the Japanese yen instead of American dollars, so I can't pay you back or something. Who knows if they just tried to make some kind of thing like that. But on the other hand, with the current system, the way that the bankers are, after they establish the Federal Reserve, the way that it's like a privately owned bank that's actually like creating the notes to print the money, there's a whole scam going on with the debt-based money system, to where the debt, in my mind, when it comes to that stuff, like, credit cards, especially like national debt and all of this government debt, all this stuff, that is just, it isn't real debt to me in a way. Like it is somewhat real. I mean, obviously, like if someone goes like 50 grand, a bunch in credit card debt, then yes, there is some value that's being exchanged there. But the fact that the bank is the levels of insurance fraud that they're, interest fraud that they're doing, and all of the whole way the system's run, I don't feel like that debt holds the same weight as it does if it's like between you and a friend who you lend him $100. Like with these big banks and all this, and the credit card system, and all the whole credits, you know what I mean? So if you're referring to that part of it, I guess I just feel like that thing is inauthentic to begin with. So yeah, if people left that or never paid it back, I don't see that as spiritually problematic on that level. But if you don't do it, like if you don't like pay your friend back or something, then yeah, then there is going to be a reaction to that in my mind.
Well, it's not only that. In the system that Issa was referencing, the foundational system of the universe, you know, like the Bible, etc. But it's foundational. You don't just hand it over to a religion and ignore it. You're supposed to wipe the debts every 7 years anyway. So this problem, if you're living according to what is foundational, should never have existed. So what you're saying, Gio, wait, I don't know if I'm lighting up, but what you're saying, Gio, is perfect.
Yeah, you're good.
Because whatever is within these last 7 years, sure. But once this 7 years elapse, end it, kill it, stop being degenerates, and also everything else that goes past the last 7 years shouldn't exist either.
In the international, in the there's like for nations though, it's not 7 years. It's 3 terms of 70 years. And so this is where the Jubilee is interesting, because if you go back,
Wait, is that what Scripture says regarding that?
I don't know, but this is like I would imagine yes, because where
Okay,
I've
I've
heard
not
this
considered
from.
that.
Yep. So the 3 terms of 70 years, and if you go back 3 terms of 70 years, you're roughly bringing us to when this nation was created.
There's 2 different things. There's like the 7-year period, and then there is the year that's every 70 years. That's actually both. So
interesting. I've heard it. The way, and and I can't like cite the Bible on this, but I take it on financial word that it's 3 terms of 70 years, and that's why it's like we're in this position of this Jubilee and debt forgiveness position, because we're coming to the end. We've actually already passed it, but now we're restructuring the path of the future, and this involves some element of discharge. This is why I think everything's going to be blamed on China for the last couple of years, and the discharge will be done in that way, because everyone thinks that the China owns all the national debt. So that's how they're going to do this in the public. But in the reality of things, I think it's more towards what I've been talking about.
So basically what you're saying is that they needed the people to enter a contractual agreement so that they can basically loan money through them, and
It's
they've
not that
been
they need
using the
to.
money.
Here's the
Yeah,
thing.
pretty much.
Well, listen, it's that you, as a member of Roman society, got a paper, which is your document that is given to people, part of the Sesta KV Trust. The Sesta KV Trust was for the warriors of the kingdom, or for the sons of the warriors of the kingdom, so that when they became, like, they were given a document at the child, when the child was born, so that
This
at
is
the
all
age
rooted in slavery. This is how they
it's just rooted.
installed
No,
slavery.
it's rooted in citizenry, and so the idea is that
That's slavery. That's
slavery.
Sure, but if you but if you're in a family, are you a slave to your family? You know what I mean? This is the difference of the idea.
But my family cares about me personally.
Well, I know,
and we come to
and this
agreements.
is
The
where
government doesn't care.
And hey, what's it? And the Pope cares so much about you. Okay.
And the Pope and the
That
government are on
the
the
Pope
same.
himself. The Pope himself fucking cares so much about you.
You agree that ideas.
Hold
that
on, let me finish.
Okay.
Hold on. You can make your emotional arguments in a second. Hold on.
I'm just saying that whole system came from that, like having a document and a social security number. I was actually thinking about my social security number a few days ago and how I have it memorized. And it's like, wow, I feel like I've had this memorized like practically my whole life.
Yeah.
Like, who taught me to memorize it? Why do I have this number that like rings in my head that's associated with me? It's just, it's like tagging cattle.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
So the Romans you look, as a member of the Roman community, because the United States is a part of Great Britain and Great Britain is a part of the fucking Roman Church. You're a member of the Roman society, and so they fucking gave you.
Yeah, it's all that Jesuit Freemasonic.
So they gave you this document that's worth a lot in their system. That in their system during the Sesta KV part of it, that would be something you would take at the age of 18, and you would give it to the coffers, and they would give you your wealth that you would do. Now, because we partake in socialism and we're bankrupt, we all agreed to take that document and give it over to general society so that everyone could benefit. Well, everyone benefiting means that everyone can go work for $1 to be able to pay for their groceries, etc. Now, that's a cool system as long as it isn't too hyperinflated and people are, and the community keeps its money in the community. But
all right, let me make my point.
We end up taking the money and sending it out to fucking, like I said, it's under a mattress in Ecuador somewhere. Like,
All
it's
right, so
spent all over everywhere. So fucking.
All right, easy. Check it. Come on, man. You got to give me a chance here. All right. So I think it's a pretty impressive system in general. But basically, they need us, and that's because we have a spirit and a soul and a life force, and with our intention buying into the system, it actually makes it valuable. So they need us.
Agreed.
Okay. So they've got us to enter into this agreement. They use our individual capacity because we're a spirit, and they've created this monetary system, this military system, this government system based on us. And so, yeah, they owe us for our cooperation effectively, but no one knows that this contract even exists. So they're able just to run rampant with it. But seeing as how they need me, they obviously in all contracts have to uphold their end. Okay. And they're not doing that. Right. So they're not upholding their end. I'm not an anarchist, but they don't uphold their end. Okay. Our government is a joke at this point. What
Right,
it's
but
doing is
it could
not
be said
serving me.
this.
They breached the contract. They really should just give me money and leave me alone.
But when was the last time you forgave them? What's it? Are you upholding your end of the contract? Have any of us?
Is my
Really?
part of the contract is to let them rape and pillage me my whole life, and then I
Well,
have to
see,
just
now
let them
that's an
go with it?
excuse. See, that's an emotional
So you're
excuse.
saying that I should
You're
just forgive
evading
them
your
and let them go with it?
responsibility. You're just
No,
evading
my
your
responsibility
responsibility
is
like a
that
child.
they needed me. They needed me. They didn't keep up their part of the agreement. Therefore, they owe reparation, if anything. I don't have to just let them away with it every time they do it. What's going to stop them from continuing to do it?
Yeah.
But what's it? There are three type of men, right? There are the men of the world who repay good with good and evil with evil. There are the men of God who repay good to everything, evil or good. And then there are the men of the devil, or Satan, or whatever, and they repay everything with evil. Which do you
Yeah, but
choose to be?
I'm not advocating burning the system down.
I'm not
What I'm
saying you are, but this is in reference to what Isa was saying about the forgiveness. Yeah, it's a nonsense, but ultimately that is the calling of those of the light. That we repay good to everything, regardless, because that is the expression of the Father.
Well, if this were to
Okay,
happen,
but I'm
it would
saying
be
the
up
only
to
way I
each.
could agree to this is if it's some type of plan of action where we become knowledgeable as a people as to the contractual agreement that we're in, the stipulations of the contract, what we are entitled to due to that contractual agreement. We then put into action getting what we are entitled to, right? And then we come to a cordial resolution with the system in that regard. And then we use it and go buy a bunch of land and have a bunch of goats. If it doesn't involve me getting land and goats, I'm like, okay, well, they can do what they do. I'm not saying burn the
Yo,
system down, but
Whitsit,
I
how
don't
about
have to
this?
just bow to them.
Whitsit, let's talk about your fucking land and goats. All right, here. Let's say like this: you go and get a first-time homeowner's mortgage, right? You get your fucking home. Okay. Now, on the very first fucking day, you go down, get a notary, a birth certificate, make up your paperwork, send it down to the CFO of the bank, right? All proper and and say, here, accept this paperwork and this bond for full set-off settlement and closure regarding this matter. Should you seek to collect without coming under notary seal and show causing that this document cannot discharge any obligation for you and myself, then let the record show you agree to take this document, discharge any whatever, and if you try to collect on a debt previously settled, then let the record show you will be liable for X and that, this, that, the other thing. And when they come with their paperwork and their bills, you'd have a motion to conditionally accept on the grounds that this matter has previously been settled as evidenced by the paperwork enclosed herein. And you would discharge all their fucking shit when they come, and you'd have your house and your goats, and you would have discharged the debt.
Okay. Now, Lisa, I love you, but this is where I have to say this. Okay, so do you have land and goats? Because if this is such a real thing, why would you not have land and goats?
Well, my first thing is the credit card thing. No. I don't. I tell you, I don't have my land and my goats the way I want yet because I want horses anyway. But the point is fucking. What I'm saying is that, and this is the
horses are war animals.
But these are right. Fucking
Scripture says, "Be careful getting horses unless you're planning on going to war." That's what it says.
I grew up riding horses, bro. I've been ready for this my whole life, bro. Fucking
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Fucking but what my point being is that these are the theoretics behind it. I haven't made any of those moves. I haven't made those moves yet, man. I'm still dude, I haven't found the gumption yet to go do it. To be quite honest with you.
Okay, well, you can see though why that's obviously. Now, I have actually talked to people who have indeed used the system and just left looking pretty, right? Like I know of people that have won $38 million lawsuits for refusing to pay property tax. Now they got $38 million and they got plenty of land and goats. So for me, I'm like, well, this guy has land and goats. So, you know, like whatever he did, it worked because he has $38 million.
Right, but he already had the land. He just didn't pay the taxes on it, dude.
But he did not have $38 million worth of
Right,
land.
no.
He had just a small house.
And that's my point, though. Is let's say you were to discharge
So
a
he's
mortgage.
got a boatload of debt.
Well, now he just has $38 million.
Well,
Yeah, but that's debt.
Yeah, but the
well,
point
now
being,
you can go turn it into land. That's my point. Like, if I have $38 million in debt notes, that's cool. I could have $38 million of debt notes worth of fruit trees. So, you know, all of a sudden it's not debt, it's fruit trees.
Right, but what I'm saying though is, if he had a tax issue and he handled it correctly, that's awesome. But my point is that if he had a tax issue, that means that he already had the land. So what I'm saying is that if you were going to purchase land, if you're going to purchase land or something like that, like I just said, you would get a fucking mortgage, and that would be the issue that you would discharge, is that mortgage.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Like I'm all for it. You know,
what I mean?
Like,
That would be
let's figure out how to do it and have people successfully do it and put it into action. Therefore, it can become a real thing that we're discussing. Because I'm much more about action. You know, like everyone's like, you can't audit NASA. I'm like, okay, well, you just sit over there and type on the keyboard all day, right? Because I am auditing NASA. I'm literally in the process of doing it. So it's like I think we need to do more. We're sitting back watching a bank run happen, you know, like we have to do something.
I think, you know what, and this is something like I've thought, you do is you get like find a foreclosed house. You know what I mean? Put like $5,000 or $10,000 down on it. And then, you start up your mortgage and discharge that mortgage.
There's a big meta aspect of it I agree with you on, Issa, right? Like this whole idea of like save the world. Oh, save the world, don't use the system. I disagree with that. We are living amongst degenerate psychopaths, dude. People that hate God, that hate honor, hate nobility. You know, either you can go down with them on the ship or you can realize that they're going to go down the ship no matter what.
Listen, look at it like this. If they're taking a piece of paperwork and saying that it's fucking worth so much money, then so can you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay,
and
for example, one thing that you can do is you can buy land. Okay, you have to pay property taxes on land. Well, like people don't pay their taxes. You can go. There's a website you can look up all the land that's being that's basically on the verge of having it taken because they haven't paid their property taxes. Now, I don't agree with property taxes, but I can't go tell everyone in the world, look, you don't have to pay your property taxes. Send in an affidavit of status and blah blah blah. They're gonna just think the system's legit no matter what. Those are the same people that would call you crazy. So you go pay the taxes. If they owe $2,000, if you pay $2,000 on the taxes, you automatically are guaranteed 15 to 20% interest on the $2,000. You cover their taxes. If they still don't pay it within a couple months, you get the entire property. You literally get the whole property for just the taxes. That's a real thing that exists. I know people that do it.
It's clown world.
But I'm saying now that's not the moral thing there. It's like, well, you're using the system that is taking someone's home based on property tax. But if you don't, are they going to still have a home? Or no, the government's going to have it. So that's what I'm saying. I don't necessarily disagree with you where there's a middle ground here. Like you can't save everyone, you know, and there's time, you know, where we just have to kind of do stuff. So using the system to our benefit, I'm all for. I'm just also much for like someone doing it, like action. We got to do it. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just also a matter of like for like, let's say this type of stuff, it's like it's also walking into a landmine scenario where you want to make sure you know where everything is.
Yeah. That's why I'd rather you walk into the landmine than show me a video.
You know how many landmines I've walked into for fucking my sake? I got nobody. You know what I mean? Like that's my thing. It's like dude. Nobody I even know around me understands what the fuck I'm talking about this. Like, there's nobody coming to save me, dog. Like that's my thing.
Issa, would it be possible to like create a court case of some sort where you're basically requesting like certain recuperation on, your own birth certificate deed debt, and that you want, some sort of reparation for it, or, land, for example, in terms of you being able to use it instead of them. Is that ultimately what it could be? And then basically you could get like land or finances from them in a sense?
All right, so forgive me, brother. I'm just here with the fam. What was it again? What would be the goal?
No, I was saying, like, what about, like, are you kind of describing a scenario of like crafting like a court case to be able to bring to the table the deed on your birth certificate to be able to utilize that for?
No, there's no reason for it. There's no reason for it. It's already built up like that. It's already built like that. We're just not using it.
But how could we use it? That's what I'm saying. How could you like get?
You would have all your paperwork with the. Remember, you're going into court against, or not against, but like you're into court with another party, like a bank or some other party. Like your issue is not with the court. You know what I mean? Your issue is with dealing with the fact that somebody has agreed to something previously to come into court, and you're just there to get a formal agreement on it. But your paperwork and everything is done between you and the parties.
Isa, have you ever looked into the history of Britain and the Druids and the natural law stuff in all your studies? Mic check.
He's probably busy with the fam. Why don't you give us a brief synopsis?
Yeah, he said he was kind of back and forth from his mic.
No, I'm just checking I could be heard because my connection seems weird.
No, you're good.
Druids and what was it? Parliament?
Well, no, it's just an interesting thing because I was reading a book about the history of Christianity in Britain and this whole myth that it was Augustine that came here to bring the gospel and stuff. But in and amongst that book, the backdrop is the foundation, so it contextualizes the current state of England at the point in which the apostles and whoever went there, right? And
you ever heard of the?
It's interesting because of the druidic system is kind of linked in with natural law, and it's that upholds some of these like basic fundamentals. And in and amongst that is the ability to reclaim land after so many generations. The ability, there's like a lot of generations, and then that everyone was given within their jurisdiction. I think their counties or whatever in the UK, or Britain, sorry, because the UK is a different thing. But there was like a portion of land given to them. So I only know a little bit from this book because the purpose of the book is slightly different than this conversation. But I was just curious if Isa had run across that in his studies, but he's otherwise occupied.
Yeah, like if you could use your birth certificate to secure land, that'd be interesting. Like, that it's our birthright to have land.
Where would that land come from?
The earth.
So if someone's born and they automatically get 40 acres and a mule? I mean, how would that work?
Yep. You'd all get it.
But why not though? Why not though?
40 acres is a bit much, but sure.
But why would people not get land though? Why in the world would people not be entitled to land? Where the only people in the world that don't have at least a few acres of land, they screwed up. They were like, "Oh, I want some crack, dude. Take my land." You know, like everyone should have to mess up to not have like a place to live. I'm
I
not
don't know
like a socialist, but
what country you guys are in, but here in the United States, the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, has practically seized all of majority of the free land in the guise of public land management. And when you look at us as citizens having access to that land, there's like strict regiment if even given any access at all. But yet these large corporations can easily just come right in there and start mining out all the the minerals and assets the land has to offer. And I mean, it's just crazy that nobody's like up in arms about this, man. Like, I don't like feeling like a rat in a cage being trapped in these cities. So often I like to explore the land around me until I've like realized how illegal it actually is. Like, if there's so many little hidden fucking laws, like if you're in a certain zone or area and you go off trail, I mean, you're going to be heavily fined, if not imprisoned. There's just so much red tape that's outside in this open land area that you would be amazed if you actually looked into. Yeah, we're all being corralled into these tight networks to where we're just stacked upon each other in these cities when we've got vast amounts of open land that we could all easily be staking and utilizing. But and then it's even crazier when you look at the vacancies of houses that are owned by banks in comparison to the homeless population. I think it's like 2 empty houses per homeless person, if not more. It's kind
I
of
don't
scary,
think that's
man.
accurate.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but that's just information I've come
Look at
across.
that map,
I mean, I
bro.
haven't.
Dude, if that map is true, dude, that is disgusting.
Yo, there's hundreds of open houses all across the Midwest. Just straight up neighborhoods and neighborhoods of nobody lives there. I've been to places like that where they just have fully fledged, full blocks of suburbs that nobody lives in.
Yeah, but how do you get it right? So, like, what we need to figure out is if what Issa is saying is true, then you need to be able to take that and turn it into land. And this is the kind of stuff they'll kill you for, by the way. If you figure it out, how to give it to like everyone in a simple blueprint, like you'll die for sure. You'll die. But I mean,
what if you could like craft a case that actually like makes a certain claim about a birthright to that birth certificate and even a financial, because there's also like remediation that needs to happen now because of that they haven't held up their end of the deal, like you were saying. So it's like there's I mean, it's just tough though, because it's like to that level of auditing NASA. Like, you know, will you ever be able to get them, you know, brought to the table, as it were,
this is even more, right? Because if people figure this out, then everyone's going to start wanting to get their lands, and they cannot allow that, right? Like if that happened, I mean, the whole like control people with the food that goes out the window. The whole like cram people into cities, like why would even the stupidest person would be like, I'd rather go live over here where I have land. And so like if you were to create a blueprint that worked in court, where it actually worked and you got land you were entitled to and everyone else could use it, dude, they would seal that case so quickly and then you'd fall down the stairs.
What if they start losing control though? Because I've often thought about like if they do their like smart cities and you know they're trying to do these like cramming people into smitties. I don't even like calling them smart cities because they're not smart. But you know these like crammed, you know, well, there's a lot of different ideas of what they could be, but like very like
Hunger Game cities.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, pretty
the
much.
word smart's interesting because depending on how you apply it, it's got different meaning. Right?
Wait, can I say something real quick about the whole smart city term? I think I don't know if this is real or whatever, but people are claiming that SMART is an acronym for surveillance, monitoring, analysis, reporting technology or something like that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me, especially with all the
surveillance monitoring.
capitals. But the other
Like,
thing is
imagine
smart.
that.
Smart is a misused term because, like, if that's smart, then that means that hurts, right? If you're talking about intelligence, that's a different thing. So,
Well, it is smart. It's smart of them as controllers to get everyone in a small, controlled, surveilled group. I mean, that is pretty smart.
I suppose.
Yeah, I guess in that sense. Well, I just don't think they're smart in terms of like it's not a smart way to live as a human, though.
Yeah, of course.
In that sense,
it's a foolish way to live for sure.
To be completely disconnected from nature, like entirely, and just who knows what they're going to actually be. But my actual point bringing them up was just to say, okay, so if they start focusing more of their energy there and making these like digital passports where you have to have certain number of credits to even get into certain cities, like to even get into those cities. And then you have to work in their city doing one of their jobs, etc. What I was saying is that if there was some way to do what we're talking about, what if like they'll kind of let the rest of us go a little bit? Like, all right, just give them land, it's fine. Just give them, because they're not going to need all the actual land. Like once they focus their mind with whatever they're going to do in those smart city things, I feel like they're going to be like almost like sidetracked, for a couple decades at least, to where we can like be able to live on the land. But I was just saying, like this thing we're talking about, what if there would be a way to actually get the land from them essentially through something like this, which would also there also be some kind of change in like government and political systems too, it seems, as well.
Well, I think that you're right, though. Like, why would they not just let you go? I think that's inevitably going to happen, whether we find a glitch to get the land or not. They're going to just be like, oh, the people that were smart enough to go, like, start a farm, like, whatever. They got away with it because the vast majority of people are not going to do that.
Well, if people take responsibility for their lives, then in a scenario where there's a bunch of smart cities, they're going to put themselves in a chokehold, because those who take responsibility are going to be the ones who have the resources, and you can just cut supply lines, and it would just go back to old school warfare again, effectively, of, oh no, you want food? Well, you're going to have to change your ways.
I think what they're gonna do over the next couple years is they're gonna unleash a bunch of their futuristic weapons and then call it natural disasters, and then claim the natural disasters are actually caused by humans, which wouldn't be a lie because they are humans causing it. But then they're gonna say we're the humans causing it, not them, and then they're gonna come and do land grabs and say like, yeah, we tested the soil near your house, and you've been poisoning the soil around your area, and we're going to have to kick you off, and we're going to manage the area better than you. And that's kind of going to be one of their land grab tactics.
I'm just curious where the free land is supposed to come from. I mean, we're going to take land from people who own it to give it to a newborn? I mean, how
no,
could that work?
The government's management.
You have to look further back in history about what the delegation of land is really about, because the reason we're in this mess, if you go and read the account in Jubilees of Noah and the preceding generations, is that they were allocated parts of the land. The world was divided amongst the brothers. But then these degenerates decided to be like, but you know what? I want to go and take that thing that doesn't belong to me from my brother or from my cousin or from whatever. And then this is why we're where we are. Now, I know that doesn't necessarily answer your question, I think, Steel City, but it's necessary to consider this in the whole idea of, well, whose land is it really?
I mean, are we talking about giving away land that's held by the government, like in forests and stuff, in national parks, and start dividing that up? I don't understand where this land is coming from that we're going to give away.
Land in the western United States is taken up by the federal government. Extremists literally posted it 33 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, I understand that.
That's an absurd amount. You know how big North America is? You know how big the West is? To fucking own half of that land means that they have a fucking a surplus, a fucking abundance of land. They have an abundance of it. Then you're over here asking like, where are we going to get the land from? It already exists.
Well, there's
miles and miles.
Breathe.
So what good is land in the middle of nowhere that you can't connect to a utility, that you can't commute to your work? I mean,
see that's the problem right there, though. The mindset is instantly modern comforts as opposed to just self-responsibility. If somebody wants to partake in a place that is devoid of utilities and jobs, then that's their business. This is what is more required, the fundamental approach to which somebody addresses a topic. And I'm not attacking you, Steel City, but it's just a way that a lot of these topics, they get kind of lost in the sauce because we're so indoctrinated with a worldview that isn't what we're really talking about. We're talking about fundamentals, returning to what is good and true, right? Do you understand? Yeah. Do you understand where I'm going with that?
I understand, and I'm trying to focus on the fundamentals of how it would work.
Well, it could also be done through families, through family lines. So it doesn't have to, I mean, you could do it through each individual child, like, oh, you get this 1 acre. But I think it makes more sense to do it through family lines. Through obviously the marriage system can be connected to that as well, meaning if someone's marrying and then they're sharing land. And if land was just attributed to the actual people, in the family. Now, there's different ideas. Like you get more land if you have more children, and then how does that work? Or is it not done that way? So yeah, there's a lot of different, but nonetheless, if each like family line or like, cause that's already the way it is now, like our families, all own something, or whether they're renting, we're all living on some property of land somewhere, cause we're all on the earth. So,
right.
Yeah.
But this is important. And I'm sure if Issa was available, because he's gone now, but he could talk on it to a degree for fun, I'm sure. But this whole thing of inheritance, right? One of the reasons we're in this situation is that people are getting absolutely abused with this death tax, inheritance tax, all of that stuff. I'm not really familiar with the US system, but in the UK it's abominable. But the thing is, a lot of this is because people tacitly agree to this nonsense, right? And they don't know what they're agreeing to, and then 2-3 generations down the line, they've been wiped out. Meanwhile, if you just educated yourself, or were allowed to be educated, which, it's kind of half and half, then you would know, oh, if I put this in trust, then they can't smack and they can't take what isn't theirs, and my children's children will be sorted. It might be modest if you're starting from scratch, but at least it's taken care of. But people don't know about trust. People don't know about these things and what's actually belonging, and what belongs to them and what doesn't belong to them, and what belongs to the government and doesn't belong to the government, etc. Is everyone contemplating?
If we were all just allotted land and didn't have to pay taxes to anyone, that would be good. And then everyone can get land. Even if you're like technically homeless, you could have your own land somewhere on earth.
I don't think people would be able to. I don't think that's the best thing. People would fucking starve and die on their own land in their own ignorance. A lot of people fucking depend on this system.
A lot of people would just sell their land.
I already gave away that you can acquire 40 acres of land for about $1,000, maybe a little less. I don't know if anybody heard me out on that, but it's a pretty ingenious idea I came up with, where essentially you just go stake a mining claim, and a typical mining claim is 20 acres, and that gives you 9 months out of the year to be able to stay there. But if you had 2 conjoining mines right next to each other, then you could just go from one to the other and live indefinitely for less than $1,000 on a 40-acre property.
And what are the limitations and the obligations involved?
So you have to put in a little bit of work on your mine claim. Not really much, but you do have to essentially work the claim to a small degree. That's up to your discretion to a large part. So in all reality, there's really not much to it. I just don't understand why more people aren't doing it. Like, I've got a few friends that have became homeless throughout the recent years, and I kind of pitched the idea to them, but I think they're too far deteriorated to make heads or tails of anything at this point. But yeah, I mean,
I don't think it's that easy though. I don't think you just walk out and plant a flag and say I'm staking out these 4 acres.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I mean, you got to know what you're doing, but yeah, you fill out the paperwork and you submit it with your local county, and yeah, I mean, I currently own 20 acres myself, but yeah, this is all doable, man.
There's something Issa said earlier about, so we're under Rome because you lot are under Rome because you're under England because England's under Rome, right? Because you live there, I live here. But what's interesting about that, given the book I was mentioning earlier, So this is a little extract. It goes, it's about the Druids, so some of this is not really important to the point. But it goes, no slave could of course be a Druid. Becoming one, he forfeited his order and privileges, and hence, perhaps one of the reasons of the protracted, stubborn, and finally successful resistance of the Druidic island to the Roman arms. For it was not till the reign of Adrian AD 120 that Britain was incorporated, and then by treaty, not conquest. With the Roman dominions, the Britons retaining the king's lands, laws, rights, and stipulating in the return to raise and support 3 legions to be offered by the emperor. So anyway, the point there is Britain was incorporated, then by treaty, not conquest. So it's a treaty. Now, I have some thoughts about that, but I'm curious whether that gives anybody a different route out. Because a treaty, if not held up, doesn't hold. Well, at least as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, that might be a bit heady, but it's interesting.
Who were the parties to the treaty?
Oh, Roman Britain in this case. But it's just interesting because out of all of the European nations, Britain was the only one to retain its freedom. Because they came under by treaty, and this book talks about different aspects of that later on, but it's just interesting. Because it also says with the Roman dominions, the Britons retaining their kings, lands, laws, and rights.
Wait, that's not true. Northern Scandinavia, Germany, Eastern Europe, none of that was touched by Rome. Neither treaty nor army.
I'm not sure if that's correct, but within the bounds of the Roman Empire,
the Roman Empire collapsed before it could conquer all of Germany.
Say again.
The Roman Empire collapsed before it could conquer all of Germany, or any of the Eastern European countries, or any of the Scandinavian ones.
I don't think a treaty's enforceable once one party ceases.
The quibbling over that is not the point. It's the unique nature of that. It was by treaty, not by conquest. They never.
But I don't think a treaty's enforceable once a party no longer exists. Rome's gone, so no one can.
Not. Rome has never gone.
It's officially gone.
What do you mean officially gone?
Who can act in the name of the Roman Empire?
The Pope.
Where
do you think the Vatican sits, man? Why do you think the Vatican and Rome is separate from Italy itself?
The Pope is not Rome. He's not a Roman emperor. He can't enforce a treaty between Rome and anyone else. Not the Roman Empire, certainly.
Well, it's the same entities. It's the same entities running the same thing.
Right, like he was saying that like Britain was the only ones not to be conquered by Rome, but then who would have sacked Rome if not the Germanic tribes from the north?
But you're missing
like the northeastern tribes.
You're talking past the point.
Conquered.
You're talking past the point. It's just an interesting aspect of British history. Because there were no other free men under the empire. You were either a Roman citizen, which still, even that's not a free man, or you were whatever they called the rest of them. Were they colonies or something?
Slave or something? Some shit like that?
I don't know what they called the other principalities or the other nations that they had under their rule. But Britain was unique in that aspect. Anyway, I'm not going to go and read the whole book. It's an interesting thing to study. And what's more interesting about it is that most people who don't have any clue on the history of Christianity in Britain They just done the assumption that that Rome is the arbiter of that. Now, most people here are aware that the Roman Church is a degenerate church, but most people won't know the history as to why. And to summarize the pertinent points, it's that Christianity had already been thriving, and Britain was the first nation to take it up. People had been taking it up left, right, and center, but as a nation, Britain was the first because it started with the royal house, and that was some 300 years prior to I forgot the guy's name. Whichever the Roman guy that they sent 300 years later, after they had usurped and established this fake idea of, it was Peter who set up the Roman Church and all the rest of that. Yeah, all the rest of that they. I can't remember. Is it Adrian?
Constantine's the one.
Augustine.
Rome.
It's Augustine.
Oh, okay.
Or Augustus, or one of those type of names. But the point is that when they came with their authority to try and put Britain under. So one of the statements was, we have no. I want to read it because the quote is kind of funny. Because they had their system, right? So in Britain they had their system of archbishops and all of that, and that they. Okay, here goes. That the spiritual or ecclesiastical head of the British Church was always a Briton, resident in Britain, amenable to British laws and British laws only, having no superior in the Church but Christ. Because this was one of the things that started to happen, and this is why we have this weird thing in Britain of the Roman Church influence, and it being kind of separate. And then you know the story of King Henry VIII and all of this stuff. But this is the backdrop to all of this, and that they came in. So Augustine came in 450 years later, after the fact that they'd been established, and he came in trying to be like, you have to bow to the supremacy of Rome, and that Roman's the head, and that. And they're like, hold on, what do you mean? So we've been about this for hundreds of years. Who do you think you are?
Yeah, same thing with Northern Africa and the Middle East. Every place that was Christian, not Catholic, just magically got conquered by Islam all of a sudden. Everyone was Christian in those areas, and Catholics could not expand into those areas because they were already Christian. And all of a sudden, Islam popped up and just started conquering everyone that wasn't Catholic. Kind of weird.
Well, you guys have heard that like everything actually started here in America.
What, the beginning of the universe?
Yeah, like that the garden was. There's a theory that the garden's like close to Florida.
Yeah, I've heard this stuff.
The Fertile Crescent is the goal, but I don't know. It is interesting that when you look at the Native Americans, quote unquote, they're like they wear the same stuff that like Muslim people wear today, and there's tons of like Islamic architecture in the Southeast that's been like pretty much hidden, like no one talks about. So I don't know. I think that for sure, what happened in the United States is nothing like what we think.
Oh, I'm aware of that. Because even when you talk to them about their history, depending on which tribes and whatever, because you have a generally split division between the natives, right? That's a different conversation. They even talk about that they didn't originally come from where they were, that they came, but they have some somewhat fantastical stories, and I don't mean to disrespect them, but they don't quite line up with how we understand the world according to scripture. But that they came from somewhere else long ago.
Yeah, I mean, they talk about redhead giants.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, they talk about redhead giants. They talk about all kinds of stuff. And then if you look at the letters that they wrote back to the king when they allegedly came over here, they wrote that the Garden of Eden was in Florida and that the surrounding tribes were the people that the scriptures instructed them to destroy. That was their justification for killing them. They actually wrote that in their letters to the king.
Oh, like the Canaanites or whatever.
Yeah, basically.
I'm gonna send this.
European
picture to the
explorers.
chat with the pre-diluvian or whatever, like it came kind of interesting to me earlier. I was watching this guy, normie globetard retard fuck, but like he was saying like, yeah, before the world had a lot more land, before the ice caps melted in the ice age, there was so much more land and stuff, and all the continents were connected. And I was like, this sounds like what the world would have been like pre-diluvian. So I'm gonna just put some pictures in the chat, what they think it looked like before and what it looks like now. Obviously, these are globe retards who believe in like ice age or whatever, but I think the ice age is literally a cover up for the flood, actually.
So aren't technically all the continents still connected though, right? I mean, the land goes down into the ocean, then it keeps going down, and that land connects to the other continents. So
Yeah, like if
the
you
whole
look,
notion of the tectonics, and it's just silliness.
if you look like Britain and Scotland and Ireland, there's no channel. Like it's all connected. All of Norwegian countries are all connected. The Red Sea is a lot smaller. All of Thailand and Vietnam, there's no islands. It's all connected. Like Japan is literally connected to China. Yeah. So I like, who knows how they get these maps and how they figure out but I think like,
Oh, are you talking about pre-flood and what it would have been like?
yeah, these globers say
Yeah,
that they know how the Earth looked before the Ice Age, and what I'm saying is that I'm pretty sure the Ice Age is literally a normie
flood.
mainstream cover
Yeah.
up for the flood. Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense because some of the observations that you can find on the coasts of these major empires or whatever, they have like pyramids and like temples and all this stuff not that far from the coast, and they're all underwater, right? So
yeah, that's right.
if you're to consider what the scriptures say about the flood, it would make a lot of sense that the original water level is now was lower than what we currently have.
Correct. Yeah.
And then that would go, okay, then this is why we now have a channel between this relatively close place, like you're saying, England and France, or England and the Scandinavian areas or whatever. So yeah,
exactly.
To me,
a lot of the
that's just
land under the
logical.
ocean used to be above the ocean.
Like, look at this picture, dude. Like, all of Southeast Asia is connected to Australia. All of England is surrounded. All of Norwegian countries are all connected. Like, there's no need to sail between these places. Like, you could just walk there or ride a horse or whatever they did.
Like, I think that was a big epiphany I had, is that water was just added to the system and the sea level rose, and now a lot of the land that used to be inhabited is underwater. We look at it totally wrong, right? It's like a terrarium that filled up with water. Some of the water exited, but it's still higher than it used to be, and they destroyed a lot of these advanced civilizations that were at lower elevations.
Right, because human beings only live next to water. So if there was a worldwide flood that actually raised the water level, all of civilization would have been basically wiped out. Just based off of like not even that much of a water raise, because human beings don't live on the fucking jagged edges of cliffs or in like barren wasteland plateaus. They only live on the coastline. So if you had a sufficiently advanced civilization, all that would need to happen is the water level to rise, and that civilization would be fucking gone. Everyone would have to leave all their houses because all their houses are already next to the water.
Well, that's another aspect of all this, is how different is the topography now than it used to be because of the water. Like when you fly over the Grand Canyon, it's very obvious that huge amounts of water made that thing. It's very obvious to me. So I think that a lot of topography and elevational change that we see now did not used to exist.
Yeah. People, I think, when they give water reference, it takes millions of years for this drip of water to do that. But it's like, well, yeah, but if you have enough force, like everyone should be aware of this these days with a jet washer or whatever. You cut rock with water these days. It seems to be the most.
Washer,
it seems to be the most effective way to do whatever in whatever application it makes sense, right? So all you need is a violent reaction of water, and you're gonna get something like the Grand Canyon. But obviously, you know,
Well, yeah,
you
it's
can't
like
make
a one drop
you
a
can't make
year.
stubborn heads see the glass for what it is.
Right, it's like one drop a year for 1,000 years, or maybe it was just 1 year. There was 1,000 drops of water, like, and then you're just fucking looking, and you're like, well, it drops 1 year nowadays. So if we extrapolate backwards for 1,000,000 years, then we could get a Grand Canyon. It's like, or maybe you can't extrapolate backwards because that's not even how fucking science works. Where you can just observe something over here and say, oh yeah, it happens over there too. That's what I've, a lot of the problems in science is they take something like that's happening now and they extrapolate it forward or backwards for millions of years, or they take something that's happening on the ground and extrapolate it to be happening billions of miles away. But like literally, that's an assumption. You're building your entire fucking worldview off of fucking assumptions, not off experiment, not off observation. No, off of assumption that something happening over here happens over there.
Well, either you take the word of weirdos in white coats who think there's no creator and that there are little tiny balls bouncing everywhere that you can't see, or you take the word of literally every ancient civilization that existed. So, tough decision.
Right. They're all in agreement with the main effective narrative. They're just their own interpretation of doctrine and who did it and why. So it's like,
Yeah, like
okay.
the fact they claim to know what's happening on a small scale and they use decay rates and isotopes and stuff is so funny if you actually look into it. Like the whole discovery of quantum was like, oh my God, we don't know what we're talking about at all. That's what actually happened. They're like, oh, here's what we call the atom. Oh, this is what we think's inside the atom. Oh, well, what's inside of that or what's smaller than that? Oh,
You know
it's
what they
not
should call it?
physical at all, dude. It's a bunch of little tornadoes. Oh, well, let's just make up names for them.
You know what they should call it? The study of their own ignorance.
Yeah, for real. That's what it is.
But the one thing I wanted to say about the Grand Canyon is when you read the language in scriptures, it says the fountains of the deep broke forth. So that's some peak type of language. So when you picture this, like, okay, not only did the fountain turn on, it broke forth. So this makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense when you see all these things, and then you see the remains of that with and this is what's funny with the dating that you mentioned. Sorry for being a bit I'm rambling a bit, but you know those trees, those petrified trees amongst those multiple strata layers.
Yep.
Those ones make me laugh because you bring up this conversation, or someone brings up this conversation with them, and they go, "Oh, these, we know that this layer of crust and rust and that." It's like, hold on a minute, why have you got like 10 different layers with a tree that you can measure how old the tree is because you can go and count the rings and all of that? And this tree is barely 50 years old, and it's going through like hundreds of layers that you're claiming to be millions of years. Wouldn't it just be easier to assume that your assumption was nonsense and then carry on with your day?
No, because that would mean that maybe there's a creator.
How dare you? How double dog dare
That's
you?
literally what it is. That's like legit what it is. If you don't have billions of years, you need a creator.
Why does all of our science basically pertain to fucking follow this narrative, or you're a stupid fuck and you deserve to be treated like shit? Have you noticed, like, all of our philosophy, our science, everything in our society is basically made in such a way where it's like the authority is right, and if you question it, there's no possibility that you're right. You're actually just a dumb fuck that deserves to be crushed, basically. It's weird. It's like some sort of communist.
It's dogma. It's the only way people who are wrong can enforce what they're doing. Because
Even though
if you're right, you don't need to do that.
Their authority's been wrong like every single time. This has been the case for hundreds of years, and every single time the authority has been proven wrong. Like literally every time. Like name one time that they weren't wrong. But then what happens is people are so ignorant and they have such an ego that every single current moment they do it again.
And this should be the litmus test for anyone who's applying any minuscule amount of critical thinking. What are you allowed to question? What is the foundation onto which an idea is upheld? If it's upheld by violence, then it is fundamentally a nonsense. Because I mean, obviously, me and Wits are always going to talk about this type of stuff. But when you go to the scriptural authority chain and how judgment is laid out, none of this is violence in that sense. If a judgment has to come down, some degenerate behavior within the community, that person was at no point obliged to stay within that community. If they wanted to live a different way, they could have just left, right? So when these kind of things are enforced within the community, it's because that community has a set of rules that everyone's agreeing to. So the consequences are there. But outside of that, all of these other things is you have no ability to question it. So the dogma of scientism, the dogma of the false usurpation from like the Roman Catholic degeneracy, and all of that has caused, and why Christianity is viewed by the public as mock worthy, because it doesn't really know what it stands for. All of that is ultimately founded on don't question it, otherwise violence. And you saw that with what they did, what the Romans did to the Reformation guys, and killing people left, right, and center, and all of this.
I had AI make a picture to depict exactly what we're talking about. All right, here it comes.
Did you post it?
Yeah.
Oh. Is it that one, or are you doing another one?
Have you read into those? Like, I think Elijah just mentioned like how the Catholics treated the Protestants, bro. Like, I was actually reading like a thing on it like a couple like weeks ago, say like 3.5 weeks ago, something. Dude, it was fucking horrible, dude. They would torture these people. It would be like last chance to like say I love, like it would be like last chance to say like I love the Pope, and we'll just guillotine you. If not, we're gonna skin you alive and burn you in front of it. It was, bro, like just go and read some of those books. It was fucking like some of the most evil shit I've ever fucking. And I was like, wait, why are we always hearing about everyone else, whatever, like, oh, I'm oppressed. Like, what about the people who are oppressed by the Catholic Church, like, just for being Protestant, bro? Like, the torture is beyond anything like, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. You just gotta, like, look into it. It's horrible, dude.
You know why?
And the church still stands today.
You know why? Because the foundation of it, right? It's a wolf in sheep's clothing is what we're talking about.
Yeah, look at the foundation. What lies beneath that?
Yeah, I'm getting there. So it's a wolf in sheep's clothing because it's dressed up as a church, but anyone who's got their eyes half open can see it's degenerate, right? But it's dressed up as a church. But what it is Babylonian. It's Mystery Babylon. So the violence makes complete sense. The depraved way of treating their enemies makes complete sense when you realize that at the core of all of this, it's the Mystery Babylon system, which hates the Creator, hates human life, hates freedom, hates all that is good, and is intended to destroy it. And one of the most shameful things is that even from the Protestant separation, we still have that characteristic spirit being portrayed, because one of the things that denotes maybe if Witzer can help me, but the phraseology is not important. One of the main doctrines that this is acted upon in, it used to be heavily violence, but we live in a different time, so they do it differently now. So they just condemn people and treat people like crap. But it's this Trinity nonsense. And people might start standing up and get triggered. So be it, go ahead, I'm here to talk. But the reason this still is in line with what I'm saying is that when you go and look at the core of where this comes from the Babylonian system, their mystery religion system, and all their false good behavior to justify killing babies, all of this stuff, sacrificing, and not honoring the Creator of this heaven and this earth, right?
Well, they don't even hide it, dude. They, like, for example, NASA names everything after the Greek pantheon, which again tracks back all the way. You track everything back, it goes back to Babylon. They say all roads lead to Rome. It actually leads to Babylon, right? And it just goes through Rome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's what it
Rome,
is.
Rome is
So like,
Babylon
Rome is
to
just the
Samaria
daughter.
and the Phoenician time periods at which all this began. That was that like we're still dealing with those time periods in the sense that it's monism versus dualism, and this is the longest standing battle that's still being fought today, that is not being perceptually witnessed rather than just kind of shoved under the rug. But it all boils down to monism versus dualism.
Yeah, I think I could accept that in terms of a condensed summarization of the topic. I think maybe pantheism is a better term for it, but regardless, just not acknowledging the creator.
Falls under dualism. It's not.
Yeah,
it's just two or
I
more.
realize.
Yeah.
So, and well, anyway, I don't necessarily need to bring up like a contentious topic if there are any who disagree with what I just said, but it's all there, and ultimately, again, this goes back to the litmus test. If you can't question it, if you can't change your mind, if you can't have some freedom of thought, then excuse me, but is this of any value? And it's interesting with your image. Now the image is funny for multiple reasons, but
And scary.
But the thing with the sheep is now we can use sheep as an insult, but it doesn't have to be an insult. And what's interesting is in that relationship between sheep and shepherd, is that the shepherd leads the sheep and takes care of the sheep and loves the sheep and is willing to, oh, one sheep's gone missing, I'm going to go out and get that sheep from the little crevasse that it fell down or whatever, right? But that's not what's being done in these scenarios that we're talking about. They're supposed to be shepherding, but what they do is they go, like the historical stuff we mentioned, they're just being wolves and killing the sheep. So hold on a minute. If this is what the archetype should be, then why are you lot or these lot behaving like that? And then the question should arise in anyone's mind who's questioning just a tiny bit is, oh, is this right? This shouldn't be like this, surely. It shouldn't be just because you hold to a different understanding, but your behavior is still demonstrating the behavior that is acceptable, that somehow you can be shunned or mutilated or whatever, right?
Yeah,
But
like
hey,
there was this one story
Go ahead.
from the book I was reading, and like it was literally like they were like, yeah, we're gonna burn you to death, like either way, but basically they were like, you have to admit that you were wrong and that the Catholic Church was the real church. And this one guy literally like, he would like, how do I say, he was like good at debating or whatever. I don't even know. Like he just said shit, and then like the Catholic priests would be all scared for each time he would talk or whatever. So then basically they couldn't even like let him have the choice, because like instead of saying like yes or no, he would just start like basically rebuking them like publicly in front of everyone. So they had to actually like cut his tongue out before they publicly burned him to death. Or because like people would literally like, as they're getting burned to death, like recite Bible verses and then say how like the Catholic Church was not doing it right. Like as they're burning to death, they're rebuking the Catholic Church, so they had to cut these like guys' mouths, like their tongues out, so they couldn't do that.
That's
bro, the
great.
book is I'll go see what it is. It's fucking insane, dude. Like what they
Yeah.
fucking did.
And I mean, if nothing else, those who care enough for truth to be willing to undergo ridicule and all the consequences, but yet don't agree or aren't quite convinced about the validity of what we're purporting, like people like me and Witzer about and Isa and all this stuff about the value of the Bible and the Creator and all of this, right? Is who would you rather stand with if you love truth, that is, or just a little bit? Who would you rather stand with? Those who do the kind of things that Noah was just talking about, to those people who can actually articulate the error in someone's ways, or with the people who are willing to die and be burned and all of this?
Well, yeah, like think about it. Imagine
It's an open
you're
question, but I think everyone knows the right answer there.
But like, imagine this, dude. Imagine the guy who's in charge of burning and torturing you to death is afraid of what you have to say. Like, imagine that. The guy who's in charge of basically murdering you publicly is still afraid of what you have to say. That's fucking crazy.
Can we get back to the question that what's it? I mean, you're absolutely correct. The Reformation, them killing it, but I'm stuck on this AI thing. What's it? What did you ask it?
I told the AI to make a sheep scientist in a lab coat where all the other sheep are listening to it.
Yeah.
And then
And then,
in the last one, I said make a wolf in sheep's clothing in a lab coat, but it just made a wolf, so I don't know. I can't really like mess with it, but yeah, Mid Journey on Discord, you can make it draw stuff. It's pretty fun.
No, I'm not ever talking.
Maybe
to
you have to word
AI.
it like a wolf wearing a sheep's coat or something like that.
But did you notice that the person all the way in the back on the left-hand side, there's like a little head sticking up over there? And then I was like trying to figure out what it put on its jacket. I mean, AI, I sent this video off of Instagram. This guy's like a 5-minute video, and he talks about how, could using AI be summoning demons, kind of like what Elon Musk said, and he compared it to like the Ouija board. Obviously, the Ouija board's not going to really create anything. It just creates words. I don't know. I'm just not into the AI situation because we're coming upon a time, in my opinion, that the last kingdom, partly iron, partly clay, is coming upon us very quickly.
Fun
Yeah,
times,
but
huh?
you could say that about the internet and about email and about a bank account with digital money, and so
Well, no, but it says we are the machines because Klaus is saying that the fourth industrial revolution, machines aren't going to change. We are going to change, humans, because
they're
that's what
putting
they want.
nanobots in everyone. Yeah, they
Yeah.
put in nanobot in people though. So.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. They want to change us being in the image of our creator and, take out a couple genes, tweak it or whatever. And next thing you know, you wave your hand and you are it's just kind of creepy. I hear that AI is making people's lives a lot easier, but
Since when?
blogs.
Well, wait till you guys see the NASA audits commercial I made. I just used AI to make the commercial. Like I looked at it like a gun. Like a gun is not intrinsically evil. It can be used for evil. Same thing with your iPhone. I went through a period where I wanted to get rid of all my electronic devices. When I first got talked into making videos, I was like, I'm gonna quit. I don't care about this, and I'm gonna get rid of all my devices. And I prayed about it, and I was like shown to keep my stuff. So for me, that was like a pretty like big moment in my life where it's like the creator's like, no, you have to. It's like you have to do it. You have to use these tools against the B system to pull people out of it. And I kind of look at this the same way. I think that the AI is just a computer generated algorithm, just like Discord is, just like when you press the push to talk, just like everything is. And it's about how you use it, right? So I literally was going to get rid of everything. I'm like, this is all demonic. They got a black mirror on your phone and blah, blah, blah. And I prayed about it, and I was shown to keep the stuff. So that's kind of what my viewpoint is.
It's a good
Oh
point.
yeah, I mean,
because
we need
were never
technology.
Sorry, go ahead, Bruce.
No, go ahead.
Listen, it's a good point because we were never supposed to have weaponry and do warfare. That wasn't for us. But it doesn't mean we just leave the swords there and don't defend ourselves and don't defend our families. And Abraham's a perfect example of this. He went and kicked absolute,
Tell.
Yeah, I'm trying to be polite, but I set myself up wrong. Anyway, he went and laid down the smackdown on those people who stole his nephew, and he was a righteous man. So
yeah,
it's how you apply it. We're supposed to have mastery over these things and be in alignment with the Father.
Swords are a perfect example. Like, it seems like the Watchers came and showed us how to find metals, manipulate them, and make weaponry and attack our brother. Well, the swords exist now. to such an extent that when the Messiah was here, he's like, if a man doesn't have a sword, he should sell his cloak. Okay, so it's like the inevitability of the technology being here is something that people have to grasp. And then it's like almost obligatory that you take it and use it against the beast system with righteousness behind it, right? Like if you're one of the people that are like, I'm not going to use a sword. We're not supposed to have swords. I think swords are evil. Well, then the Messiah would have come along and been like, actually, if you're a man, you need to sell your cloak if you don't have a sword. Swords are already here, so you can't avoid them. You need to be able to protect your family. I think it's the same thing with all this.
Yeah, and they pick and choose when it comes to those kind of stuff because they don't read that verse and they don't acknowledge that when he told Peter not to live by the sword, he wasn't telling him not to have the sword. He was like, yo, you don't need to cut this man's ear. He put the ear back. So it's about putting everything in context and applying it correctly.
Yeah, like I just used AI to
even just the notion. Sorry, one real quick. Even just the notion of what they were doing when he told them to get the sword. They were going from town to town. They could have been wild animals. It could have been anything. So it's just about using wisdom. Wisdom is applying yourself correctly in the situation.
Well, more so there could be another man with a sword.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's the point. The sword already exists. It's like I just used AI to make its fire. I made like 4 transmissions from astronauts and then a NASA audits commercial. I started NASA audits because I think children are being lied to and they're being misled into apathy and nihilism away from the creator, brainwashed by this captivating lie of space travel. And I went to Kennedy Space Center and saw it firsthand where 90% of the people there are children and they are being indoctrinated to an extent that like making me physically sick. It's like really difficult to watch. Okay, so someone has to combat that. A lot of people are like, oh, you're never going to accomplish it. Oh, you're going against the government. But someone like at least I'm going to do it and try to do it. Because that's my actual motivation is to have children at least be shown that they don't need to fall for this trick because it's spiritually effective. So if I use AI to make a commercial about NASA audits that's going to try to expose one of the primary sources of them being brainwashed into atheism and nihilism, that's me using the technology for the creator. That's right. So it's like that's my point. It's like what you use it for is where
Intent.
the evil or good comes in.
Yeah. The guy talks about intent. I'm gonna post
when it comes to the art stuff, it's not as if the AI isn't making it up itself. It's just using the internet as a resource to get you lazy people to create some artwork.
Yeah, but it's helping me a lot. I have like
I'm only having fun with that lazy comment, but it's like actually what it's doing is just doing what it will take you a lot longer to do.
Like if I had to try to design an astronaut that's going to look in the eyes and then make him talk to you, it would have taken me weeks to draw a high definition astronaut looking at you in a space helmet and then talking for a minute. I made 4 in a few hours, right? Where when you watch it, it's almost like, whoa, that's like almost real, you know? Because I used one AI to make the images and then I made one AI make it talk. Then I used its voice generation to make it sound like a person talking, integrated it with the animation, integrated it with the image, and then you have a talking astronaut, right? And
yeah, I've got an idea that you could try, given the sheep thing we were doing earlier. You know that verse where it says, "I send you as sheep among wolves, therefore be as wise as serpent and as gentle as doves." I wonder if you could either just pull the verse verbatim from scripture and see what the AI makes of it, or if you could word it somehow to see if you can get a result. If you're up for it.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm on my phone. I have to go in the store, but I'm curious what it would do with scripture. I will say it definitely has like a demonic undertone. I would say it's not for the faint of heart. Like I am positive that like my intentions are pure and constantly seeking out alignment with the creator. But I don't think a lot of people are like that. So like you're gonna see it make people that look soulless, like their eyes look soulless and they look sad and it's dark and yeah, like you have to guide it. I mean, there's no doubt that it's going to be used for evil, but so is crypto. So is the fact that every person in this room, they don't have much cash. All their money is in a bank account. It's numbers on a screen and it's digital. And the way that we communicate is digital through the ether, and everything that we do is digital. Everything already, and it's being more and more automated. If you go throw all your devices away and go live on 20 acres and ignore society, you're not going to help protect these children that are being born into the system. Like as men specifically, we have an obligation to go in and to like get sliced up, to get hit in the mouth, just to try to pull a few of the children out. Like that's what I think.
Yeah, I a friend of mine asked the AI who are the Nazarene, and it was
Oh shit!
pretty.
Sorry,
It
boys.
was.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Anyways, it was just really quickly. It was like spot on about who the Nazarene were. So that was kind of biblical. And it is.
That's
You're
cool.
right. It is about intent. So use it to your advantage for sure. But watch that video that I posted. It's really just kind of interesting. I never looked at it like that.
It's also the way you communicate with it, because it's not like it talks. It's not like it talks like we will talk to each other. And even then, people are still like, "What do you mean?" Because you're from a different neighborhood or different country. You have to learn the language that it applies. Because you might ask it something that I'll understand, but the AI is like, "What do you mean?" So a good exercise is to actually look at the old way you were supposed to use internet searching. There was a specific way in which you approached if you were looking for a result. It doesn't matter anymore these days because Google is so effective at translating people's crap communication. But if you go and study that old way of inputting your request for an internet search, if you apply that type of thing to the AI, then you're going to get a better result if you're looking for something unique.
They're trying to release AI to brainwash us, and I'm going to be one of those people that they're like, damn it, this is like the flip side of the coin where we're also giving these tools to the good, and that's kind of like now I can efficiently run like 5 businesses worth of content. So, they're going to have to like sacrifice giving us certain power to control the rest.
Did you? I'm sorry.
You're right.
Did you send out your newsletter with it?
You went out. No, if I sent out the newsletter, no, I haven't. I'm way
Okay.
behind. Yeah. Well, I wanted to make it more thorough. I had like just a 2-page newsletter, and I'm like, nah, that kind of sucks. So, yeah, I'm trying to finish it, get it sent out.
I just posted the software that they use also to run AI. It's called it's a demon, but they spell it in I think it's the Latin form. And when you read a little bit of it, it says that it works in the backgrounds, and the guy, I forget his name, who created it, I was like, oh, that's interesting. So yeah, just all the most information that you can use to protect yourself and that you have about it, everybody, like, there's no doubt it's making people's lives a lot easier. I just thought it was interesting, the demon computing.
Just don't fall for it, otherwise. Well, you've read the stories.
Well, they want to turn us into AI. So, like, if you wanted to make an AI be human-like, that's a very difficult task. If you want to make a human be AI-like, that's way easier. You start with consciousness. As opposed to trying to imitate and build a consciousness, you take a consciousness and then integrate it into AI. That's what they're going to do. They're going to take the prototype of man and make them computer, as opposed to the other way around, which would take way longer and probably be impossible.
Graphene.
Yeah, and little nanobots, self-assimilating nanobots.
Yep. It's, for the people that want to live forever, that are not quite there to the scriptures yet and to our creator. They want to live forever. There's even the Mormons are into transhumanism.
Yeah, the Mormons are.
Why are you surprised?
Yeah, my wife came from a family of Mormons. It's insane. So.
Oh wow!
You know the whole reason for their existence, Blaze, was a church for witches by witches.
Oh.
I mean, that's
it's
like
all insane.
A summary.
They think
that was why they made them.
I think Jesus and Satan are brothers, and that Jesus won, so he got gifted the planet Earth, and that we all become God, and get a planet.
Absolutely.
Oh,
I heard
and
about
that,
the
see,
planet.
you know what that is? It's an extreme and kind of stupid version of the whole mystery religion thing, where they have the profane and what the profane and what they allow them to teach, and then the hidden truth and what they actually have. So it's really funny because they're talking about, like, when you know about the Mormons and stuff, they're talking about all these planets and all this nonsense. It's like, well, obviously that's not the case. But yeah, it's just hilarious. But if you're not familiar with what I'm referencing, Bill Cooper, he lays it out.
Yeah.
Go watch his Mystery Babylon thing. You can learn a lot from that.
Yeah, dude. I have like pretty close connect now to the whole Mormonism thing, and it's freaking crazy, bro. I'm like, there's no way people actually believe this, right? She's like, oh, they believe it. Of course they believe it, right? Because it's like a work-based. You work your way up to different layers of heaven. They think that since they have figured out the secret, that they get the highest level of heaven, and that they become gods, and that they get planets, and that's why they go on their missions. You know, it's not they don't go on their missions because they're like, I want to help people out. They're like, I had to do this to earn to the top place of heaven. So it's like a self-glorifying religion, as most of them are. So it's pretty easy to see why someone would believe it. Just like some people are racist because they're like, oh, well, they believe their race is superior, right? White people think white people are superior. Black people think black people are superior. If you're part of the group and your ideology says that you're at the top, then people are just cool. They'll believe whatever.
And it's founded on ignorance because there is no separation. You're either man or some other kind of creature. And don't be fooled. Not everyone you look at is mankind.
Check.
There be
All right, guys, can you hear
aliens
me now?
on the
Good.
streets.
Yep.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to say the term transhumanism is very vague. Like there's transhumanism is good, some of it, and then you could take it down in a nefarious road too. Obviously, though.
Wait, what's
I
good
wouldn't be
about
totally against
transhumanism?
I wouldn't be totally against transhumanism.
You want an eye.
Aw.
Why you want? I know what you're saying.
Wait, do you want some bionic muscles or something? What's up, Jeremy?
a bionic eye would be dope. A Will Smith arm for my rope, like, you know, we could hook it up so we have some dope ass shit. But it could definitely be taken down in evil.
Yeah, but that's what. Yeah,
a
that's
little
exactly.
leaven spoils the loaf, my guy. You don't want to entertain it.
This is how they're going to bring it in, is because of the people that are paralyzed and all that stuff. I mean, that's just their way in.
Yeah, it's okay. Just take a little bit. It's fine. So no, a little bit more.
Have you guys noticed that every evil agenda is built upon a narrative of virtue signaling? Every single one of them. So when people start pushing the transhuman, like, you don't want sick people to heal. You don't want people to live longer. You don't want paralyzed people to walk. You don't want people in comas to wake up, or people that have brain damage to have full functioning brains, or people that have epilepsy and blah blah blah. They're gonna virtue signal, and they're gonna basically claim that you're immoral because you don't support transhumanism. And the truth is, they're degenerates that want to avoid moral accountability. They want to find a way to live forever. They don't believe in a creator. That's it. It's a selfish motivation, but they can hide behind this narrative that they're doing it because it helps other people out. And when 100% they will do that, they did that with the mask, they did that with the jabs, they do that with sexualizing children, they do that with transitioning children, they do that with every single one of the evil agendas. They create a narrative of like virtue signaling, and then all these people that lie constantly, steal constantly, berate people constantly, they're going to come in as if they have a moral high ground, and it works pretty well, right? So
yeah, you can see the haters in the chat right now. You just described literally what I'm witnessing in the text chat about you.
Well,
it's crazy.
I mean, dude,
Don't read
no
the text
way.
chat.
I'm not even reading it. Yeah.
If you had a baby that couldn't see though or hear or something, they're like, "Yo, we're just gonna put this little chip in her brain; it'll be able to see and hear fine."
No.
I mean, I would do it.
I can't trust it. It's untrustworthy. Yeah, and you know what? As difficult as those examples are to get around, because it's not like I'm immune to the fact that that's a necessity or a difficulty in someone's life, right? But the whole thing goes back to the purity, and for whatever reason, people have been able to manipulate the
the population at large that somehow purity is a bad thing. And it's in all aspects. Purity of your your own autonomy from making your own decisions, purity of your flesh and blood, purity of your behavior. And this is how they get you. They go, oh no, just compromise on this one thing that we're going to present as if it's a good thing. It might in application to a degree be a good thing, like allowing someone to see, but in and amongst that, there is other stuff that sneaks in under the line.
Well, yeah, you got to know where to draw the line. Like, yeah,
but this is the thing. If you don't draw the line at pure purity, then you're always going to allow compromise to happen, and then you're always going to end with the end result of pure destruction and giving your life over to these degenerates.
Jeremy, it's all fun and games until you wake up and your little baby's standing over your bed with a knife because they put in an order through its chip.
No,
now,
I'm
the
not.
double
I wouldn't put
amputee
it.
who gets prosthetics.
Yeah, no, I get.
About, like, chip.
I know.
I didn't mean like chip and.
No, I'm wondering what your cutoff is.
No, I get it. No, I know. You're so much more moral than me.
You don't talk over me, you little cunt.
Relax. Relax.
Man, it's
not
gonna
a
get
good time to
muted
fight,
again.
man. Just everyone relax.
Congratulations.
Here comes someone in to do the very thing I said that they do.
Jeremy, what were you going to say?
Literally.
I was going to say you have to draw the line, right? If you need a bionic eyeball, yes, get the bionic eyeball. If they want to put a chip in your brain that can let you access the internet instantly and hit you with a shock on some Ray Kurzweil shit, that might be a line you don't want to cross. I agree.
If you can show me an analog eyeball that works, sure, I might consider that. But other than that, no chance.
That might be something you don't want to do.
Yeah, that's where I would be like, all right, this may be like crossing the line a little bit. Let's not go there. But like, you need a bionic leg or something.
I mean, why do you think that Elon allegedly bought Twitter? Because I used to be in commercial real estate. Those kind of transactions do not happen that quickly. They typically take like a year. So do you think that he possibly bought Twitter for all the data that he could put into Neuralink or anything?
Nope. The Globers told me that he's saving
It's a
free
game.
speech and he loves us. So that must be true.
It's like the second act of a long and annoying play. Sometimes funny, but I just don't watch
he's
plays.
using it. I think he's buying crypto to do that. How do I say crypto? Like, I think people are gonna do some shit called like social working, where they're gonna work off of like Twitter, get paid through Twitter, socialize through Twitter, and then because like people are gonna need something to do when they're locked down again, right? So might as well keep it all on one platform. And if you're the payment processor, right, because he already has PayPal, if you're the payment processor for like fucking millions of people doing their social transactions, like, oh, I'll buy a jacket from you, or doing their work transactions through Twitter, you make a lot of money just off of like a 1% transaction fee or some shit like that.
Yeah, if you're doing it like $1 million a day and you get a 1% fee of all that, yeah, fucking huge.
Exactly. So he's gonna take Twitter, and I think he's gonna make it more than it is now. He's gonna make it like a full platform where you transact, you can work, and you can buy shit on, just like kind of like Facebook. Facebook's trying to do that.
You don't think he's a puppet? You don't think he's part of the
natural
establishment?
progression of
I think he's a
anything, though.
puppet. I'm just saying what's gonna happen with Twitter and why the puppet bought Twitter.
But I would say like whether it's a bad or a good thing is kind of besides the point. That's a natural progression for anything that has reached a certain level of influence and productivity.
The reason why you buy Twitter is because if you're the elite, my bad, I thought you were done.
No, that's fine. It's just because any business, depending on what one's aim is, if you have something that can do that much, then of course you're gonna well, let's make it an integrated vertical system and bring everything in. It's just good business sense. But go ahead. Jeremy?
Oh, yo, my AirPod died. Oh, you guys waited for me. That was so nice. I didn't expect that.
That's all right. Go ahead.
So yeah, if you're the elite and you're trying to like run the whole show here on Earth, you're just gonna buy anything that tons of people use so you can control it, right? I mean, that's their main goal. people are getting a lot of information off Twitter. People tweet things. You want to be able to control that at a moment's notice if you have to or need to.
Yeah, and the modern
You
application
got an echo,
of
Elijah.
yeah, I know. Sorry, it's the modern application of empire. It's different from conquering nations now. They do it differently.
Yeah, the art of war. They're using the art of war. They don't really want to demolish countries. They do it.
Yeah, because they've done that already. I mean, with the Roman system and stuff.
Costs
But
way
there's still other empires too that are happening within the greater empirical systems. So yeah,
I mean, there's only a few countries that aren't using the central banking system of the rest of the world, so.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the havens. I hope your Cyrillic is up to scratch, Jeremy.
Hope my what? I don't even know what that word means that you just said. Cyrillic?
Cyrillic is the script for Russian, I believe. Is that called the
Well,
alphabet?
if you guys don't support the automation of humans, then you're immoral.
What's
hope
for
your Google's
automation?
up.
I don't know about of humans though.
I hope your Google's up to par.
Don't worry, they got that. Don't they have that Google earbud now? Where it's like it's like that fish you put in your ear from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You can on demand translate.
And this
like
this goes back to our
150
earlier
languages.
example. It's there's some things that are good and can be applied well. There are other things that take away from what it is to be a man and be responsible and whatever. And I would say that although it's useful, Jeremy, I'm not completely dogging on it. When it comes to languages and stuff, wouldn't it be better to just put a bit of effort in for a few months and get a solid grasp? Because then all that's going to happen is you can just progressively become more and more competent in the language. In terms of the grand
You want me
scheme
to
of
learn
things.
Russian?
Well, it doesn't matter. Not Russian per se, but just any language.
Nah, motherfuckers need to just all start speaking English on the whole world. We need to have one language, bro, before the Tower Babel story. I don't care what it is. Yo, pick one. If you want to pick
one.
Chinese, I'll learn Chinese, but I'm not going to just go learn a little fraction of the languages we speak just for shits and giggles. I don't know.
Oh, and think of the manipulation that can happen with one of those where they do the translation for you. They could have people go in to have a conversation with each other, but it's controlled by AI. So none of the words that you're saying or none of the words that that guy is saying in response are actually the words that are being exchanged over the communication device. So you could literally manipulate a whole group of people who don't know how to communicate with each other, and it's just AI talking to itself, and nobody would be the wiser because nobody made the effort to learn anything themselves.
Yeah. Well, we should all just. That's a good reason why we should all just start speaking the same language.
Yeah, I suppose.
Like when it comes down to it, we're all humans. We're all in this together. Like we should all be on the same page.
I wouldn't agree with we're all in this together, Jeremy.
We are. We're all just humans here, right?
Yeah, but it's quite evident that there are some who aren't about it. There are player haters all over.
Player haters, I hear you.
You guys don't even care about saving the children. And you guys are immoral if you don't support the brain chip. Like you don't even care about blind people and paralyzed people.
Yo, who we voting player hater of the year this year, man?
What, in this server? Or in the world?
Who's got the
new one? The new guy, the physicist, the sky bird or whatever, Falcon.
You guys remember that episode from Dave Chappelle?
Which one?
Player hater of the year, dude. And you had like all these different dudes getting nominated. Like I think one of them was like this Asian guy.
Klaus
and you
Schwab,
had like
maybe?
Ashy Larry. No, we're talking about like in the server, but I was just
okay. I don't know. Just insert any person who can't communicate properly.
Nah, basically somebody who's intelligent enough to like
to be an asshole.
Realize, yeah. There you go.
But seriously,
pardon my French, but yeah.
Seriously though, we shouldn't be against all transhumanism, right? because we want those bionic eyes and those prosthetic legs and shit. And
Are you trying? Are you trying to confess something, Jeremy? Are you not fully human?
With these eyeballs, you can see.
Are you missing pieces?
I am missing pieces. I got a bunch of metal on my back. I got the eyeball thing going. I got a few teeth.
RoboCop.
The point is,
see that's all analog. There's nothing wrong with the analog stuff. If you got a wooden leg,
they had a
so be it.
bionic eye that I could see out of, maybe Predator style. Like I would definitely be down for that shit though. And think about the robotic hands. Like if you lose a hand, like you're gonna want something that moves and shit. You don't want to be walking around with the wooden hand from Happy Gilmore.
You're gonna have a steel hand and punch through bricks.
Jeremy, I'll entertain your notion.
I'm just saying. The guy, remember the dude's hand?
1 second.
Yes. Yes.
I'll entertain.
You got a bit off by
your notion,
alligator.
Jeremy.
Remember, you got a bit off by alligator.
The hand isn't where they're going to stop, though.
Jeremy, the one way I'd entertain what you're suggesting is if you or someone that you trust, right, could design the whole thing from scratch and assure that it's impermeable to manipulation from an outside source. If you can do that, then sure. I think that's a reasonable way to go about things. But this is the problem.
That's not how it works.
What do you mean it's not how it works?
Well, people are going to use it for good and evil, no matter what.
No,
matter
we're
what
not talking about that. We're talking about the risks, and that when you play this game, you're giving over control to them. But if Jeremy has an eye issue or whatever, and he can make his own bionic eye, and he can assure that it's not going to be able to be manipulated by a flipping Chinese hacker or whatever, then sure. That's where I would.
Then he wouldn't put.
Entertain
you don't think Jeremy is going to use his wandering eye to look at like somebody's daughter walking down the beach? Of course, he's going to use it for you.
I'm getting X-ray vision in that bitch. I'll see you at the poker table.
But that's his prerogative, and that would be with or without the eye. He would still do something like that. So that's not the point. We were talking about whether or not we can accept these kind of things that they're trying to introduce. And the only way I think would be acceptable is if it's basically analog, or if you can control it fully. But therein lies the risk. Can you actually do that? Will that be possible?
Well, yeah, but you wouldn't be able to implement none of your stuff to the system. You'd have to do it all your own little mainframe, your own little frequency, your own little and then you wouldn't tell nobody about it. But Jeremy, you want to look under the poker tables? That's weird.
What's that? No, because
I said when you got a bionic eye, you want to look through the poker table. I said, what are you doing?
No, through the cards, bro. Through the cards.
I know, Jeremy.
I don't know if you know.
I was joking. I was saying you're looking too powerful through the table and everything. You get it? Looking in the guy's lap. I was being funny.
I know. It was a good try.
Hey, you got the bionic eye, not me.
Well, first of all, to what Elijah said, I'll never be able to invent a bionic eye. Let's get that straight right now. So that's out of the door. As far as it being like closed circuit, like I don't know, I might want to be able to download it through Wi-Fi to my computer, like some stuff I recorded earlier or something.
And this is the risk with a mindset like that.
I'm
not here to convince you either way. I'm just presenting that the moment you entertain it a little bit, you get yourself into the situation that has been denoted pretty well by the frog in the boiling water. You don't just throw a frog in the boiling water, it's going to jump out. You do 1 degree at a time, and that's what they've done with humanity over the
right.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't be totally against transhumanism. That's all. It does have some.
Well, I would be.
Oh, it does have certain benefits. You can have brass knuckles. You can crush bricks. Probably lift a car, kick a hole in a fucking wall, or through a Mitsubishi. Think about it. If you got a bionic leg with a shock on it, you lift it up and just go stoosh. You can kick some 8,000 pounds of force. You know what I mean? Like you can do all kinds of shit bionically.
You're scaring the kids.
Gadget.
You're scaring the kids.
Demarc's going for RoboCop fucking bionic limbs here. Just full on robot style.
Just hold your arm out and your shock just starts punching. Like, what the hell?
That's what RoboCop can do, dude. Yeah,
Yeah, you might as well go full bore if you're gonna do anything at all.
Right.
So that's where I came in before and was asking How far? Where does the line get drawn? Or are you saying that there should be no prosthetics and stuff like that? Because those are all unnatural. So
I have a
where is the
line.
line drawn?
Sorry, I have a line that can be drawn. These other guys that say just no altogether, but I think there is a line, and I know
We
where
already
it
have
is.
prosthetics. We already have prosthetics. So
I
like
think I
just
missed something.
putting an
I
arm
draw-
on someone is different than putting a system in you that is a computer to work the arm or to work the eye or to connect to your brain. That is certainly the line when you start to integrate man into computer.
Well, what
why I
about
said-
cochlear
That's why I
implants?
said analog. If
Well,
sound like
cochlear
things.
implants are digital, but they go to analog.
I personally wouldn't put anything that can be remotely upgraded or accessed inside of a human body.
Yeah, that's tough right there. Yeah, you don't want your shit. Like I probably wouldn't get an eyeball that connected to the internet.
Yeah. But little kids be driving by, and your eyes start looking all crazy and stuff. You're like, what's going on? What's going on?
But Jeremy, what if it gave you X-ray vision, bro?
Yeah, how about like a lens that's actually installed in your eye, and then that's how you can see like your computer and your phone screen through your eye.
Right, it's not even in real time. It's just in 100% like metaverse.
No,
Yep.
I don't think there's any hope for these guys, Witsit.
It'd be like an
They want to go down the rabbit trail.
No, I'm saying this idea is like an installable contact lens. It's like permanent, and then it allows you to see like your screen like holographically. What do you think of that?
That's that Mission Impossible shit. I like that.
You would do that?
If it's just a contact lens.
Yeah, but
Come on.
well,
we know Jeremy's gonna do everything. Come on.
Floppy phones, remember floppy smartphones that are real thin, stronger than steel.
Jeremy's
The
gonna get a
eyes-
prosthetic third testicle and everything.
I just think about it like the eyes are the window to the soul. So putting some kind of artificial or digital or anything artificial between you and your, between your world and your eyes, I would be very not into.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't do it because I don't like playing with eyeballs, but that does sound dope.
You could pull up data. Yeah, I guess
if it was like glasses.
What happened to it being cool having one eye and walking around with a patch? Like, what's up with that?
I tried rocking the patch. People said it wasn't like cool or whatever. I don't know. I thought it was gonna be like Fetty Wap or Slick Rick or something.
Do the pirate thing.
I
Do
should
the
have
pirate thing.
bedazzled it.
Yeah, put a gem in it, just like a solid emerald or something.
What about if it was like a multi-featured device? Like it could be a flashlight. Maybe it could also like project like a projector. So you can
flashlight,
infrared,
a camera, and some go gadget stuff. Yeah,
motion
that'd be
detector,
awesome.
infrared,
Wait,
infrared,
laser pointer for your to hit your target.
You can put a little strobe light powered by your body's electricity or something.
I could just start a rave up anywhere, anytime.
Oh dear. Are we going to read about this in the news?
Check out my bionic eye.
In a bizarre, horrific accident.
Have a
Jeremy
little
from-
Bluetooth speaker in there, so you could just bust tunes. Maybe even works as an ear. I don't know if it could work as an ear pod. Could it like vibrate your voice and then?
That'd be awesome. Maybe I wouldn't have so many mic issues in here. But listen, these guys are right to be against this transhumanism thing because what they want to do is connect our brain to a chip. And then you can access the internet at any time, which sounds awesome. But they also want to put a little thing in it so they can shock you and incapacitate you if they need to.
Oh yeah, it's terribly bad news. I think the whole jab thing goes with this as well. So it's pretty intense. Yeah, what they really want to do, just like locking down and controlling your whole system.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is a reason to be against parts of this transhumanism thing, but because they give you the good with the bad, like they were saying. Oh, you'll be able to access the internet instantly. That's awesome. But then we are also going to put a thing in it where we can incapacitate you from remotely. So
and it takes advantage of one of the worst traits of mankind, which is convenience and laziness. Like, I can just go and turn the computer on and access the internet as well. Like, what's the big deal, my guy? But I could do it 5 seconds faster. Shut up.
I don't know, guys, but I think someone posting gore pictures in the live stream.
That's not a gore picture.
What is it?
Oh God, is it that
It's
thing
my-
you sent me?
It's my eye.
Jesus, Moyak, that's disgusting. I saw that you sent me that in DMs like a few days ago.
What happened to your eye, man?
It's a prosthetic
Okay.
and fake blood.
Is
Are
it?
you afraid
Is
of
it
fake
glass?
things?
No, I'm not afraid of fake things, man. I don't really mind, but it looks very convincing. I don't
I do
know
good
if,
work.
I don't know if I don't know if everybody likes this kind of stuff. You know what I
Do you
mean?
work in like
Summer School?
what's it called? Do you work in like the entertainment industry,
Anyway.
making prosthetics and what do they call it? Props and stuff.
I mean, I've done Halloween for a lot of years. I can make a really convincing wound on my face and stuff.
Okay.
That blood's corn syrup, a little red dye, some ground beef, and some starch.
Might as well just get real blood at that point if you're gonna involve ground beef into it.
Nah, the blood needed work. Get that translucent the right color. Just put ground beef there. It would look like ground beef.
Moyak, the Earth is not a globe, and we're just on a stationary, Earth. Do you think there's more or less need for transhumanistic alterations?
Huh? You're asking, do I think transhumanistic operations? Well, like I said, cochlear implants, stuff like that. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. If you take to the internet with your brain, that I find very problematic.
No, I'm saying, does it go with the globe? Because like this idea of like maybe being a space race, and we're just these biological entities that evolve. So you might as well just tweak and do anything you can. We got to go.
Oh, you're saying the other way, that it is a globe.
No, I'm asking. Well, I'm just saying. Okay, there's a difference. But there's a conversation to be had for a difference. Where in a globe model, like those things I was just laying out, and like we are just these biological beings that just evolved, and et cetera. Then there could be more of an idea of like doing these things to the body, and to then be able to like maybe integrate with space or other beings or some kind of even like story with that, and just the evolution story. And what I was saying is that, what do you think of that? And then also, if the Earth is not a globe, does it change that? Does it make it to where would it be the opposite, where like it makes more sense to actually be natural and at one with the environment that we're created in?
I would say in both situations, my answer wouldn't change. I don't want to have biological implants put into me that would be subject to nefarious acts. So, like a cochlear implant, I don't have a problem with that. Possibly even a bionic eye might be okay. Depends on how it's implemented, as long as it's not Bluetooth.
You could immobilize somebody who had a cochlear implant. Do you know what I'm referencing?
So for you, it wouldn't change your perspective on it. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay, what do you think about the idea that there's individuals that are deceiving us about the globe and have some kind of a strange transhumanistic agenda, and they're trying to kind of dehumanize us by convincing us that we're just these insignificant specks on this insignificant ball, and we just evolved, and our bodies don't have an actual original design to them, and instead can just be modified or just changed at will and sort of altered in those ways.
Now you're kind of going into the realm of souping up the body more than like I'm really dealing with the more of a I lost my eyes in a horrible meat grinding accident, and I go and get new eyes. I'm not going to have a problem with that. Do I want to have bionic eyes that can see through women's clothing? Well, kind of cool.
Hell yeah, that's half the reason I want a bionic eye.
Degenerates.
But just souping me up for souping up's sake, no, I don't think I want to be able to jump over my roof and stuff like that. Be the bionic man.
A bunch of guys would be poking their eyes out and shooting their eyes out with BB guns if you could have that.
Yeah, Jeremy did it first.
You gotta just do it
early.
at will. That's something you gotta be able to turn on and off. I agree.
Yeah, I created the $1 billion business way back when. You just press a button on your remote and everybody on the screen gets naked.
Gets what?
Think about it. Naked. You want to see this chick naked, you know, the news lady or whatever. You just press a button.
Well, with
You
AI,
can use it if
you
you
might be
want.
able
I
to do
use
that.
it.
People.
I'm not using it.
You could have the porn AI that just changed all the news presenters and fakes it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just press a button in the movie or the news or whatever, and the people that are on the screen, or you could select the person you want to see naked.
I think that
pay
would
big
that would
bucks for that.
desensitize you to the whole naked form. So I
No,
think
it
that
wouldn't.
might actually ruin
That reminds me. It reminds me of that movie.
That's not possible.
That movie called it's called Knocked Up, and there's that scene where he's like, he basically goes on like a one night stand with this girl and gets her pregnant. It's like what Seth Rogen and I forget the woman's name but anyways, he like
Small
goes.
Hat.
What's her name?
No, sorry, it's just the small hats at it again.
Just exactly. One of the anyways, celebrity dude, chicks. Anyways, so they like go on a one night stand and then he gets her pregnant and then they're like meeting for lunch the next day and it's like all awkward and she's trying to tell him that she's pregnant or whatever. Anyways, and he's telling her about like this website that he's making and it's like the kind of plot of the movie is that he's supposed to just be this like kind of all those like nerdy kind of dorky guy that's just like, but he says that he's like, I'm working on a website where you can basically find any movie scene where you can see tits and you can just go right to the website and type it in and it'll tell you like the exact timestamp of the movie. Anyways, reminded me of what you guys said.
All right, look, if you guys aren't with the transhumanism thing, how about this idea?
No.
We start breeding smart people. Like, yo, we
What
make
do you
an
mean
app.
by that?
Here's what we do. We make an app for smart people, right? And then they can get together and have kids, and then like we'll take them and have you ever seen Twins with Arnold Schwarzenegger and DeVito?
We already do
Yeah.
that. I had 3 kids, Jeremy.
Yeah, surely that's just people making wise decisions about who they choose to impregnate.
It'd be different though. I'm talking about in the movie with Twins with Dan DeVito and Arnold.
Yeah,
You
I
guys never
saw
seen
it.
that
You're
movie?
talking about you're
Yeah, I
talking
watched
about
it when it came out.
cooking babies in a lab and putting them in men. Do you remember that?
No, I think they were just twin. No, that was Junior.
Maybe I'm mixing movies up, but either way.
Yeah, that was
This
Junior.
one was twins where they weren't really twins. One was Danny DeVito, one was Schwarzenegger. Different dads and the same mom.
No, they
It's
were
supposed to be like
twins.
the Cain and Abel story. Yeah.
They were twins, but they were just raised in totally different environments. Like
Right.
Arnold was raised in like this nice island like lab with all the super nerd microscopes, Bunsen burner shit, and they just like threw DeVito in like the hood or something.
Well, DeVito was like the refuse of the experiment. Yeah, they basically had like 5
He wants
fathers.
to run to the litter.
They had like 25 fathers or something. They genetically modified him to do that. It wasn't just normal sex with a smart woman and a smart dude. But
I
yeah.
thought it was just one smart dude.
No, it was a bunch of them.
It's really easy these days. You just scan them. If they have
Both ways, really.
If they have a Bluetooth code, then don't marry them. If they don't, then they're probably all right.
I'm just saying, think about all the smart babies that are going to waste. Like, Tesla should have just been banging chicks nonstop and having babies.
What about the 99% not a serial killer chip? Like, go with this one. He's 99% approved by Bluetooth, like, or blue chip. You know what I mean? Like, pre-crime chip in your head and shit.
Yeah, the Tesla thing and the whole idea of breeding smart people that way, I'm sure it could be done. But like Tesla, let's put it this way: we don't see a lot of lineages of brilliant people. There's not a Tesla and then his son doing it.
There's an opportunity cost to it, right? To be brilliant, you have to dedicate a lot of your life to it. So it's what do you choose? Do you choose something like what Tesla contributed to mankind, which goes far beyond anything he could have done with his physical progeny if he had them?
Yeah, but
or do you wait? Hold on. Or do you choose the physical progeny and what that can entail? And that's the decision people have to make in their life. And some people like Tesla, they're rare, but they choose the other one because that's the best way to do it, which is to avoid that, because that energy that's required to be a father and to do all of that takes away from the brilliance that you can apply to your creations.
Is it really smart, or is it just like the ability that he has? Everything, like, I mean, I'm just saying, like labs and all this other shit, money, and hi, I need a team to do this. Like, if the slowest person in the world had all that, they could create things too. I mean, like, yeah. So I mean, is it really Elon's? I mean, come on, man. If he's got all these people working for him, somebody else got to be putting inventions in there or innovation.
We're
We're not
talking about the
Elon
proper
Musk in this
Tesla,
case.
not Muskie.
Yeah, Musk
Muskie.
is kind of average. He's just
No, I mean any guy.
He's just a businessman.
Right. But I'm saying any
with a
guy.
reasonable education.
Yeah, we need like the inventors, the geniuses. You know, this motherfucker's actually doing something. Not
Yeah, but
not to
I
other
understand.
people.
I understand in part what you're saying, Demok. But you can throw
Like
any
the Batman idea.
You can throw any level of person into a hugely resourceful environment. Not any one of those people is going to necessarily be able to create something useful.
Yeah, I mean Tesla was a shitty businessman.
He wasn't naive.
It wasn't about the money. It's not always about the money for everyone.
Right.
Right, but it may not have been about the money. But if he wanted his projects to go through, he should have made it partially about the money. So that if he was smart, he could have gotten it through.
Somebody's making it about the money. Somebody's going to sell that product or something. I mean,
But you're dumb if you don't think it's going to happen. In that
the thing
respect,
was, even if he had all the lessons that he learned as a result of the mistakes and the bullshit that was done to him, even if he had that knowledge ahead of time, it still would have been incredibly difficult to push through what he wanted to push through, because the majority and the powerful people who are in positions of industry, etc., they were opposed to his ideas fundamentally. So it's hard to do something like that.
they bankrolled him, and he didn't provide a product.
No, that's not true. He
Okay,
did provide.
so J.P. Morgan didn't give him the equivalent of millions of dollars.
But what he wanted to do, and what J.P. Morgan wanted him to do, were not in alignment.
What would you guys like to do?
I think they were in alignment. He was paying for the project
no, they weren't.
specifically. Oh, okay. You go ahead.
You got a lab and a team. Anybody in here? You got a whole team of people in a lab. What kind of stuff would you start inventing right away?
Yeah, but you're talking to me. You're talking to Gio. You're talking to Jeremy. You're talking to Mayok and Witsit.
Oh yeah.
This isn't the same as somebody who doesn't even know how to have the conversation we're having now.
First thing you invent.
They would go in that lab and just start throwing ideas out, but would they ever get
That's
anywhere?
the question.
I have a very
I don't
specific
know.
idea. First thing we need, robots. Like robots. Except they don't try to take over the world.
Yeah, we put them in rings and make them fight each other. That sounds good.
How would you stop them
No,
with
we
the
have
ability to have?
Just take garbage out, sweep the floors, deliver stuff, free our time up so we can do whatever the fuck we want.
You can't connect them to the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and all that. Then, once you do that, they have the ability to connect and chat GPT and scramble the code, decipher it, break it, rewrite it. Yeah, then you're gonna have that Megan shit on your hands. You cannot give them the ability to tap into the system themselves. That would be the
Robot
problem.
chefs.
That would be unwise for sure.
So you could have a Roomba and all that shit, but you couldn't have it to where it has the, because back in the day, or even still now, you can like see there's frequencies and things going on that you don't know if these things are communicating right now. You don't know.
Yeah, that Roomba's going to get you when you go into the stairs. It's going to sneak up behind you and get under your heel just as you go to take a step, and you're going to fall down the stairs.
Well, they do got the Roomba.
No.
They do got the Roomba lawnmowers. Those could get a little dicey.
You can
Right, but I'm
incapacitate
talking
people
about
with audio frequencies, right? You can do a lot of damage to people.
yeah. I'm talking
And you,
about the
and you
ability to.
have millions of people with Alexas and Google Voice
Yes.
and all these different things. So they
Automated
basically
computers.
they've given an open seat to basically any enemy. Go, here you go, kill me.
Right.
Okay, I'm
Car
sorry. There is
makers,
no audio
manufacturers.
frequency you can generate with an Alexa that will cause any harm to you.
Listen,
What are you
the
talking about?
Alexa's caused harm itself
With
by
just a
being
simple
here.
with a simple speaker and frequency manipulation, you can cause physical damage to people.
No,
What do
you
you
need
mean?
power.
Yeah,
You need power.
You need a remote. You need a remote and a frequency. And if you can tap into their frequency and you have a remote, you're going to control their stuff. Listen, so if the ability or AI, right, gets to that point, the funny thing is that it's getting to that point anyway. Like people saying, "Oh, we need robots." How do you know it's you?
We
How
need
do you know it's
robots.
people?
Can your speakers play a different frequencies, Moyak?
Yes, they can.
So your Alexa or Siri, whatever, could definitely hurt you then.
No.
You don't think
You
it's like
need
a
power.
frequency that could hurt you over time?
You need a big speaker with a big magnet. That's what you
Don't
gotta
know
have.
that, dude. You don't know that, Left Lane. Come on, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean, you gotta have something that'll.
This is a demonstration of
Yeah.
ignorance right here.
You know, you gotta have the size of the speaker and the power to create the percussive effect that would cause you any physical
That's
effect.
because you're thinking too simplistically. You don't understand. You don't either. You're not talking about it specifically and you're avoiding it, or you don't understand.
It'd be the difference in
You don't
like a rock'em
understand
sock'em robot
Oh
versus
my days.
versus Mike Tyson. You know, it's
No,
different.
you don't seem to.
Yeah, but over time, you
demonstrate
don't
an
think over
understanding
time-
of what kind of manipulation can be done with frequencies to the human body and the human.
You don't
mind.
think over time it would have an effect?
Sorry, go ahead.
You don't think over time it would have an effect, even if it was just at your Alexa? What if it was in like a dog whistle kind of frequency where you couldn't even fucking hear it, and they just had it on full blast?
Yeah, I don't know of the frequencies that'll do that. Do you know of frequencies that'll just that work over time, or do they work immediately or whatever?
I mean, I saw a guy do it with like to an audience with a spoon, or he rang something or something, and people's demeanors could change. I don't know. I mean, I think it could be done at like regular volume to where it's.
You can invoke nausea. You can invoke all sorts of stuff, and at the levels that
somebody
you don't
else.
seem to understand in the mind level, you can do some serious damage.
Demonstrate.
But all of this is just I don't know,
Microwave.
a lame attempt at obfuscation from the main point. Is that people have openly allowed things that they don't really understand to be put in their house.
Exactly. That's the thing. Why is it there? Is it really people pushing the thing? Because if it's own thing pushing itself, then eventually through all this Wi-Fi bullshit, frequency thought signals, how do you know the determination of where it really all comes from? Nobody does.
I mean, if you play a certain frequency to water, can you like examine the water molecules after and see if they've changed at all?
Demonstrate.
Yeah,
They'll
I'm just saying,
change while you're playing it.
It's already
Jeremy,
been
they'll
done.
change while you're
It's
playing
already
it.
been demonstrated. It's already been
100%.
demonstrated.
Multiple times.
We
But
need
who was the main guy we talk about? The Japanese geezer. What's the name?
I forgot his name.
The one who was
Mayoko. The one that's been debunked. Yeah. I mean, Jaren himself took
That's
two
all they
glasses
like
of
to say.
water and froze them, and they froze differently. But no, Globers on the internet say it's not possible. It's been proven in the lab that you can use electromagnetic frequencies within the same range that comes off the 5G towers to literally cause nanobots to self-assimilate. You can cause electromagnetic coupling. You can do all kinds of effects with electromagnetic frequencies. Whether or not you guys want to believe it doesn't mean anything,
Quick one. Have any of you guys got tetanus, ringing ear?
Everybody
Yes, I
does.
do.
Tinnitus.
Yeah, so I measured it against my guitar and I had A sharp. If you guys do the same, I looked up on the internet and A sharp was very, very popular, and A sharp is 60 hertz, close to. So if we hear a similar note, then what does that tell you?
C. What about
Your
C?
TVs are set up. And
Did you try
60
C?
hertz heading in A sharp. What?
That's outside
C.
the range of hearing, isn't it?
So.
Yeah.
Could I just jump in for a second? I've actually got an example.
You want to hear an A sharp?
Could I just jump in? Could I just jump in here just for a second, right? I've got an example in Britain.
Here's an A sharp.
In Britain, in Britain, they were having a.
Guys, listen.
In Britain, what's happening here? Can anybody testing?
Here's A sharp.
1, 2. No.
We can hear you, but Zanuck is being a pen and net. Carry on.
All right, okay. It was just I wanted to give an example. In Britain, I don't know if you remember, but years and years ago, in the 80s, what was happening a lot in a lot of the cities, kids were hanging around outside shops, right? So what they discovered
I
was,
remember this shit.
right? And you know exactly. And what happened? What they did is they put speakers outside these shops, and this is, you can go back and look at this. This is about 30 years ago. And what it was, it only affected, I think it was the age group from 16 to 20, 18 or whatever. And what happened?
Because of the degradation of hearing.
Yeah, and what it was, you couldn't actually hear the sound. It wouldn't affect me. Say I'm 50, I go, and it wouldn't affect, exactly to do with it. I wouldn't hear it, but kids are 16 and 18, they wouldn't hear it, but it would affect their brains, and they wouldn't stay. They would move away, and they actually used this technology back. I think it was the late 80s.
They must have outlawed it at some point, though, right?
Say again?
They must have outlawed that at some point, though, because that's egregious.
Well, it never. It never got anywhere. Anyway, that's me finished. That was just my point, just to go in with that, just to say left lane. Just to left lane, they've actually used this technology, and it's documented that they used it to get the kids hanging about.
I agree that they've used sound to do something, but essentially what you're doing there is you're making a loud, obnoxious, shrill sound that only kids can hear. So you're putting out 100 decibels of noise.
Is that why we recruit the young to war?
I just think that's directed. That's actually directed. So, like, if if you were over like 22, 23 or whatever, it wouldn't affect you, but it would affect these kids. But they wouldn't hear it. It was actually just affecting their brains, or maybe they did hear it. I might be actually.
I always heard them hearing it. I don't know if that's.
I could be wrong there actually, but the point was, but I wouldn't hear it. Nobody else would hear it unless you were between age. I think it was 16 or 15. Realm will remember this, but
your body
that's just an example, right? How they've actually been able to target a specific age group, and that was in the late 80s. Come on, guys. It's not.
They do it now for the war. They recruit the young.
God. Just think of the tech. This is like 30 years ago, nearly. Maybe 25 years ago. Think of the tech.
Think about disease and illness. You can induce that because it has a frequency response. So if you can erase
use EMF to self-assimilate nanobots. It's been done hundreds of times in the lab. Okay, well, guess what? They just put in people. I hate to break it to you, man. I hate to break it to you. In fact, they use EMF in the same same range as 5G. Right. And I've watched people self-assimilate the nanobots. Okay, you can't detect it. You can't hear anything. Self-assimilate nanobots with EMF. Just a fact.
Yeah, and you could induce cancers and stuff. If they already do this as a result of just being lazy and negligent and evil with the towers. People like to pretend like this doesn't happen. But every time people have lived close to these towers putting up, there's always these stories of clusters of cancers and stuff. Yeah, so it shouldn't be that hard to extrapolate that these things can be purposely designed to do this, and to argue against it.
The military admits they use these in war.
To argue against the possibility is kind of foolish.
Weird.
Well, no, it is foolish.
If you slap somebody with 150,000 watts of radar, you can warm them up and cause them skin, make it surface level. So
that's not the only weapon that the military has.
The audio weapons, they can make something really loud that
either it's clearly been working on you guys. You guys seem to think you're spinning on a ball.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Fuck you people.
They can use direct-to-skull frequencies to make you think that a voice is talking inside your head. You can't tell what direction it comes from. This is like over 2 decades old.
It's okay. They'll get over it. Napalm, I like that one. That's nice.
If half the world is if half the world is humming at 60 hertz and the other half is humming at 50 hertz, that 10 hertz difference, well, you've got the human brain, or the body that operates like nicely at about 4 to 6 hertz. So if you have a dissonance of 10 hertz, then that's going to raise the frequency.
No wonder the Americans don't make any sense, because they have a different frequency to Europe, right?
All right, you sit over there without your guns, buddy.
Because I think our electrical grid and TV system's 60-bit. Yours is different, right?
Back in the 80s, the restaurants
And you don't have three.
used
You
these,
do
low
120 volts and some different hertz.
Yeah,
So you
there's
don't have
lots of amounts.
You
What
don't
if
have
the
proper
idea of
three-phase
chat?
anyway. You guys
What if
used to
chat
have three-phase, but you don't have it properly anymore. It's
used
not
to have
working.
one channel,
We still
two
have three
channels?
phase. My dryer's three phase.
Used to have the smallest amount of channels, just one or two. What if Chat GPT was
Three
made
phase
by
comes in everyone's
artificial
house.
intelligence and not so much the
Take
human
one leg off
itself?
of that. Then you got your 110.
Say that again, Demok.
What if the Chat GPT was produced by artificial intelligence, not so much a human hand, as much as you would like to think? What if a
That
couple
would
of
be
these
funny.
things?
Wouldn't surprise
Think
me at
about
this
it. Look,
point.
the CIA has a report back in the day when they were doing stuff, FBI, CIA, when they were doing stuff with these machines, computers, and like frequencies. And they were doing the stuff, and the things were doing stuff like like dial up, but it was communicating fucking Wi-Fi almost, it seemed like. Also, it was trying to communicate Wi-Fi as well as dial up. And there was frequencies going out and coming in, and they didn't know what it was. They couldn't even decipher the code. And it's still been going on. They still can't decipher it. So what the fuck is that? They say the same thing about the human brain. There's two frequencies, one going in, one coming out. They don't know what it is. They say the same thing about fucking artificial intelligence, like computers and stuff like that. Like they can do it. Not I don't
You
know
know
which
what?
ones.
This is interesting because earlier they were talking about the upgrades and all of this, and it's the whole notion that we need to upgrade it, like what's been perfectly designed. Because mankind is an excellent creation, and for whatever reason, people want to ignore that. And one of the consequences of that is the Nephilim stuff, because the transhumanism, the upgrading, all that, whatever stupid terminology they do, all you're doing is mutilation and changing what is pure and well designed. And that's where you get the Nimrod story. That's where you get all these things where people are changing and cloning and hybridizing creatures that were never supposed to be mixed.
Right. But some of them think that those two frequencies are connected. The same two frequencies they can't tell going in and out from your brain are the same two frequencies they can't decode from the AI.
I wonder whether that's something like to do with the sustaining of life itself.
Maybe.
Oh wait, you know
It
what?
might
You know
be.
what that makes
Think
me
about
think
it.
of Demo. You know that whole old school imagery of the angel and the devil on your shoulder.
Yeah.
It's like that because it's the eternal. It's well, not the eternal battle. but
Everything at once, all three,
it's
you and both. Yep.
it's that battle. It's that battle
Yep. The
that's always
positive,
there.
negative, and the ground. Yeah.
Why? Yeah, but I wonder, like, I imagine it's probably a mixture of a bunch of things, but like if they've isolated these things.
Do you know that, going back to Hertz, do you know that the common the concert pitch is harmonically linked to 55 hertz? So and tuned in, so everyone tunes into roughly 55 hertz harmonically. It's the easiest way to say it. So if our electricity is 50 or 60, surely they've done that so that it didn't fuck up with the music. Because if the music is bang in the middle, if our electricity was all flowing at 55 hertz as well, then we'll probably have a big bang.
What are you talking about?
36,
Even know what you're saying?
369.
No, we use 440.
I don't know.
We use 440
Yeah.
concert divided by 8 is 55.
Yeah,
So
but I think that's an error. I think that's a complete error. We're not supposed to.
Yeah, of course it's an error. If you tune up to 444.4 recurring, all the numbers will start to recur in the tuning sequence. So obviously they moved to what they needed to, so that it didn't conflict with electricity.
It's about an A.
Don't you think?
So you got an A.
I don't think
an A at
it's about
444.
conflict. I think it's more about what effect it
No,
does.
hold on a minute though. Conflict with what? Well, you don't want to conflict with your own signal, right? You don't want to
A,
confuse your own
no,
signal,
it's
right?
not 60 hertz. It's not divisible by 60.
You don't want to.
If you play a 50 hertz note and a 60 hertz note on the guitar at the same time, you will get dissonance. You will get dissonance. You get a vibration, and it's a harmonic. It's two harmonics harmonizing, but there is a very, very, very low Dissonance.
It's probably a third or a fourth harmonic. It's not a harmonic of 50 and 60 are not harmonics of each other.
What is the action of that hertz when you play that frequency and sand on a drum?
Why do you think there is?
Hey, Xana, can you use EMF to make nanobots remotely self-assimilate?
No.
Did you say no?
There are no nanobots. You can
there are no
He
nanobots.
is a nanobot. He's a
I,
nanobot show.
I did a search. I couldn't find anything on it.
Zanuck is a
Oh,
nanobot
wow.
show.
That's a shocker
No,
that the normies
there are
couldn't
no
find
nanobots.
something.
There are no
No.
nanobots you can self-assimilate.
Nature has a similar thing that are like nanobots, and they're called Hydra, and they fix themselves, and they grow again and duplicate and all that. But they're a living organ.
Talk about small house, Witsit. That's some really small house there.
Dude, how weird is it that they say that there is no such thing as nanobots?
No, I
and
said
it's like,
no
and
such thing
something
as
else that's
nanobots
funny.
that
Every time a truther brings
replicate
something up,
under
every time a
EMF.
truther
didn't hear
brings
my
something up,
sentence.
because I was
I
in the
didn't say
middle
it.
of one.
I didn't say they didn't exist. I said they
Witsit,
didn't.
just put his volume all the way down.
My God. So like they're like I went and searched it and didn't find it because like the thing is, the normies don't realize how the internet works yet. That like everything is super censored. They don't know how to search like with hyper specific long sentences with very specific terms or use DuckDuckGo or other search engines. They don't know how to doctor the results. They just type in Google.
I said nanobots don't replicate.
Inside people.
I didn't say they don't exist.
I'm
You got it
saying
right.
even something as
No,
simple
I think
as like
Zanuck's the one who doesn't exist.
even something as like playing simple as like playing just this low key frequency over a normal speaker or something could fuck with you in some sort of way.
What do you mean? Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said that like that. It's already happening. They've been doing it on a regular basis. The way
You
people,
guys haven't
the
seen
way
that,
people think now is usually, and Denmark was kind of talking about this a little earlier. It's because of the equipment that you have in your house all the time. You're being influenced on a regular basis by the phone, by all of this that you've given effectively dominion in your life. So are you
remember
sure that the idea that came into your mind was your idea?
You remember that TV show? Was it like 1,000 Ways or Million Ways to Die, 1,000 Ways to Die, or something like that? There was an episode on there where this hacker kid ended up hacking into to a government database. I believe it was like a military one, if it wasn't exactly the army. I don't remember, but anyhow, he uncovered these frequencies and these tones, and they were all labeled like various different labels, and one of them was like literally drugs. Like if you listen to it, your brain would naturally release endorphins.
100%.
And he downloaded that. He downloaded that frequency and that whatever it was, that tone, and was selling it on hard drives or whatever, like little
Running
USB
water
sticks.
at night. It's sold
And,
right now to help you sleep.
He became a
No,
digital
check this
drug
out.
dealer. That's
Yeah, he was a
hilarious.
digital drug
That's
dealer.
not
Exactly.
false.
But
It's true.
he ended up dying. He came across one of them, and it killed him. So yeah, I mean, all that's very true.
The death frequency, that 444 you're talking about. Hey, listen, when you get rain on the internet, like YouTube, you want to hear quiet sounds, go to
444
sleep.
on a guitar?
No,
Hey, can we practice
want
it
you to
on
be
like
quiet.
lab rats? Can we
Oh,
practice
yes.
it on like lab rats or something? This frequency.
Yeah, I
Yes,
mean, this
100%.
kid, yeah,
all kinds of stuff.
all these stories were based on actual events and stuff. Like I'm sure like they kind of pumped them up a little bit. So, who knows how much of that was pumped up, but it was pretty cut and dry and to the point. Like you can go and watch the video yourself.
Think about this though, guys. When they play sounds in the you go in the doctor's office and shit like that, they'll have running water off a stream, or they'll have certain sounds playing in there. You guys never paid attention to that? Those are those sounds.
White noise, right?
Yeah,
Hey, they've
all
already
kinds.
admitted.
Raindrops, running water.
You guys want to hear?
They've already admitted this in pop culture, right?
Boys.
Have you ever watched Inception?
You're all gonna die. 444.
I hear a little voice in
No,
the background
Xanax, you're the
shouting.
one that would do it. You're the one sitting there playing it.
I hear a voice in the background shouting, but it's like a little mouse. I can barely hear him. Anyway, but no. If you watch Inception, they've already said like this is what they're doing in your dreams. And then what do? You have your phone next to your head when you sleep. Of course, they're going to be able to do frequency manipulation and input thoughts into your mind that don't belong there.
These frequencies aren't even audible to the human ear. Like you don't even hear anything
That's
going
what I was
on.
saying.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like there could be some frequency they could play, you wouldn't even hear it, and this shit could be like fucking you up a little
Yeah,
bit.
You
or
can just see
something.
the reaction
turn
of
the
it.
Wi-Fi off when you sleep.
Right.
Be
If you have a
normal. Be a
medium,
human. Ground
if you
yourself.
had like a medium that could show you, or like we put the sand on a drum and you can see the frequency and you can display. Like if the frequency can move that or affect it, if it's too high or too low to move that, that's when you won't hear it or get the effect of it totally, but it's still there subliminally. That's what
Like
subliminals are.
This is a
shouldn't
good
this
point.
be something that we're practicing? Shouldn't this be something that we're like testing on like mice or lab rats or some shit
Well,
where we just like
elephants already do it. That's how
They
elephants
already have.
communicate. They can communicate to like 400 miles away through low tone frequencies through the ground.
Yo, you
it's
know
already,
those
yeah, but go ahead,
you know
Elijah.
those Pharaoh cells that you can go and see the like a deeper view of a magnetic field and stuff. I think they're called Pharaoh cells. Is that their name?
No.
Yo, demo.
Yeah, you
is
can
that,
see
is
the
it-
magnetic field in them. Yeah.
Yeah, well, whatever those things are called, those thin things with the fluid inside. You could get that, and you could go and test what's
Carousel.
going down with other situations. So you could probably go and do some investigation on if somebody's affected in a certain way with certain substances that they shouldn't have in their body. And
Nah,
you can
this
go and
is some. Go ahead, my bad.
No, I'm pretty finished. Just said you could do an investigation that way.
No, this
let's
is
let
some
Zanuck
shit you
get
need.
in for a minute.
No, why? Go ahead, Zanuck.
I'm just fucking with you, Jeremy. I'm fucking with you, dude.
Yeah, I think we're gonna let Zanuck monologue, Jeremy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, but I've got his volume
No,
so low I
I'm
can't
having
hear
a
him.
computer, so I just want to be.
No,
Just
Zanuck,
constantly over talk him.
we can't hear you, Zanuck. We can't at all.
Look, you guys are just come on.
At this point, your interruptions have just become silence. There's been a noise tweaking within the system.
All I hear is other people yap away, and I make one comment, and then I get muted.
All right, Jeremy, go ahead. What were you saying?
You should
You wanna hear
set
the-
you should
okay,
set
let me- here's
Zanuck's
my-
name to
here's my one.
put me at
Wait, you're
1% volume.
Hey, you're talking. Get over me again. Interruptions. Here's the death rate. Everyone's gonna die. 444 hertz. Oh, you guys are all dead.
Zanuck, you
Is
got.
that it? You
got
waited all that time just for a lame ass
Zanuck.
joke? Get out of here,
Not
man.
a joke.
Zanuck,
I'm
don't you
saying
know
it's
there's
a death
three
rate.
444s?
444. It's the dead. It's a harmonic.
Oh,
There's
waste of
three
time.
444 hertz.
There it is.
How do you know
There's
that
more
was
than
zero
one.
point five?
Forces and infinite energies, bro. He's gonna save the world, bro.
Yeah, hold on a second. Playing your guitar is not the only way you can have sounds in it. You can get the 444 through all kinds of different things, right?
Well, that's 444.
You can get
Wanna go-
444
the lowest
high.
you can find, the lowest string on a guitar is
Okay.
60 or 50.
Listen, yeah, cool story. You can get 444 low. Make some new
No, bass
instruments
guitar
for
can
us.
get to 44.
Make some new ones. Stop using the old ones if you're so badass. Make some new ones. Make some new
All
guitars.
right, all right. My bad, dude. Jeremy had something to say, bro. I really,
Yeah,
I
Mox
seriously wanted to hear what
Grandbaby
the fuck
just
he had to
fooled
say.
you. But yo, this is some shit that you would practice on like plants and like lab rats and mice and shit. Just have groups of plants, groups of mice, whatever. Just keep playing them all different frequencies. Just go right up the list
Man, that's
from
some
whatever it
torturous.
starts,
That's
1
some torturous
megahertz
behavior.
to what?
I think they've already done it. I think they'd do it.
What are we gonna do? We're gonna like see
You're
like
gonna end
which
up
one
killing a
starts
bunch
acting
of
like Zanuck and stay away from
harmless
that
creatures.
frequency.
No,
can
you
start
see
with
which
mice.
ones.
I mean, ants.
You see which ones. Yeah, you practice on ants, whatever, mice, whatever. But you would see which group like flourished and did good and was healthy and didn't had the least sicknesses, and then which plants grew bigger and stronger or something. I don't know, some science nerd shit. Do it up.
We need to imitate. We need to imitate the
I wanna
Zanuck
know.
frequency and then weaponize it against the Glovers to deter
100%.
them.
Oh no, we need
I wanna know
an
if ants-
anti-Zanuck bot that when Zanuck is talking, it just responds in kind. Like
What
he's
about
talking
a-
in the mirror, and he just starts just deconstructs himself.
What if it's not
What about
AI?
what about like a material that you could have like either on your floor, your carpeting, on your walls, or built into your house that would vibrate particular frequencies, either sound or other frequencies that would be like glowing through your whole house, and you could modify it for different moods.
It would be a reactor, 100%.
Or ideally,
Well,
like
there's an easier way
like,
to do that.
you know
You
those
could have
like crystal. Sorry, we're just having like quartz crystal, like those crystal
Yeah.
bowls. Those crystal bowls they use in sound healing, they're incredible because they're made of like pure quartz. So yeah, if you could have some
Right.
kind of like
You know
crystal
what?
bowl materials that could then be like that'd be
You know
cool.
what else you could do is you could have all your floors and surfaces grounded. So you
That's
you
what my
put-
mice test.
Absolutely.
That's what my mice.
so that whenever you're touching the floor, whatever, it's you're not on even if you're on maybe on a well, actually no synthetic surfaces. That's a waste of time.
What
But even
we gotta
even
be-
if you're in a high rise building or in the attic, you're still connected deep to the
What-
earth.
We want to
What
get
if
it
you wanna be
all
ungrounded?
connected, dude. Yeah, if you can get it all connected, like if you could have flooring that is connected to the earth, and then that the flooring is connected to like let's say your table that you're sitting at or your computer's at, and then have that running all the way up, even to your mouse pad, and even like where you're typing or where you're working, things like that. Like you could have the whole house could be grounded. That'd be amazing.
Have you guys heard that different blood types have different levels of sensitivity to electromagnetic frequency?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
RH
because
negative blood is
there's
hypersensitive to electromagnetic frequency. And dude, I will just say this, man. This is
some
gonna
people
sound
can
somewhat
hear the
conspiratorial,
Wi-Fi,
but
man.
dude, I'm telling you that I can hear stuff that like my wife can't hear. I'm like, do you hear that? And she'll always say no, and it's like sporadic though. It's like something comes through the devices or comes through my computer or something, or even when I'm out. It's like something is being emitted from the phone for like 1 minute at a time, and I can hear it, and my wife
Are
can't
you
hear it.
RH negative? Are you RH negative?
Yeah.
He's an
My wife,
alien.
my wife is RH negative as well, and she's got like this crazy heightened sense of smell for whatever reason. Like she's just got this crazy sense of smell. Like I don't know if there's anything connected to that. Like I've often asked the question, like how is it that animals can perceive scents like miles away that isn't going with the flow of the air, rather against it, or like sharks in the water. Like there's something, there's some sort of an electromagnetic connection
Same way.
that's inverse to the direction of flow that actually passes the signal by. And like I can't put the connection
They're probably
together.
smelling it through the ether then.
It's a low
Yeah,
power,
something like that.
it's
Something like
it's
that.
low power, but it's amplified way more. I
Well, it would be the
don't know, but it
reciprocation.
is.
If you swim through a river, then you're affecting the water, reciprocating the opposite way. Right. So every action has a reaction. That's actually true.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, there's just I don't think there's any like real mainstream science explanation behind that
Of
phenomena.
course not. Mainstream science doesn't even acknowledge it either.
What is
Right,
mainstream science?
It's consensus and data and misinterpretation of data collection.
it's democracy of notions.
And how crazy is it how much they use Newton? And Newton was actually like an ether theorist. Like he used ether for his gravitational theories. It's just crazy that they use him for this whole heliocentric model, even though he, in his actual writings, was talking about ether and ether flow and all the gradient.
Didn't he even later write about his own theory of gravity and be like, "Yeah, this is some dog shit"?
Yeah, he said it was an it was like an electrogravitic effect that was connected to the actual.
They do that a lot because the same thing happened with you know, the ADHD thing or what, attention deficit, one of these stupid nonsenses, right? The guy who coined the term or whatever, either prior or close to his deathbed, he said, yeah, this whole thing was a myth. It wasn't real. There's no proof to it. But they ignore what the guy who actually came up with it said, and they just run with the narrative to fit their program. The same with the PCR.
They do that with every.
The PCRS tests or whatever. I'm sorry if I'm triggering the YouTube. Pardon me, Gio. But they do this all the time. It's a trick that they apply at every juncture.
Exactly. That test, Newton, even what Einstein said, like every single thing, bro. Everything they do is like Charles Darwin, all these people, they take what they originally said and then they remove the conclusion they came to and they run with it. Like Newton didn't just say there's an ether. He wrote an entire section in depth explaining what the ether had to be like. So Pretty funny.
I posted
Y'all
a
just sit
link
there
the other
grabbing
day
But
in
it's
here.
still just one man's way to like try to explain something, right? Like you and I, if there's a billion of us, we could probably all explain it better than just one guy named Bob, right?
But that's the point, is that they left that out. Like he said, the idea that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter is insane. The idea that the gravity is going to act on another thing of matter without something interacting between it is insane. He said that it had to be a direct act of God, and that it goes against all common sense and intuition. And he said that the only explanation for the movement of the bodies in the sky would require an ether that's fluid-like, that has no viscosity or impedance, blah, 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 or friction.
Real quick, while we're on the topic of harmonics and frequencies, I just wanted to state the fact that Walter Russell's periodic table, I feel, is far more accurate than what mainstream modern science is using today. And it's all based on spherical geometries and frequencies and harmonics. And
That's what the original one was.
yeah, I mean, that's
what Mendeleev was working on, and that's why he left space for the notion of a lighter than hydrogen thing, and that's where we were talking about the other evening about the ether and the gaseous nature of it and stuff.
Oh yeah, lighter than hydrogen would be helium, and then beyond that would be electrical currency itself, the electromagnetism field, the field that what you do is react with it. In it,
This is almost a perfect segue for me to get back to reading that book from the other day.
Think about this though.
I won't do that though. I won't do that.
We haven't hit on a certain thing. Which insects and which things have like antenna and pick up on frequency from those antenna? How are those antenna actually working compared to a nose or your ears or a snake tongue or you understand you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
I think it's depending on their design and the function of the animal, right? Because we have two nostrils.
They did a thing on the chalkboard.
They have two antenna.
Can
Pardon
you
me,
guys hear
Jeremy. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? They did this thing on the chalkboard in the school. It was like live in space. It says, would you rather? Then it was live in space or live under the sea. Only 3 people check live in space. The whole rest of the class check live under the sea. Thought that was neat.
SpongeBob.
Everything is better when it's wetter under the sea.
We're under the sea right now.
No
The holy sea of frequency.
Is that a line?
The holy sea of frequency will separate air from water.
Little Mermaid straight up just throws sexual innuendos in the song that children sing. Totally.
That's so messed up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, think about the cockroach. Then you got a bee. Then you got ants. Then you got wasps. And you got all these other things, and they have different antenna. And each different antenna from every different insect. Some of them have the same design. Some of them are different. The different idea of functionality and what frequency or what high or lows they can pick up on, because that's why you have different ones that can go around each other and go through each other with each other, so they don't block each other off. They have to have that ability to impede or go through or bleed through, because if they don't, then the cricket won't be able to communicate while a grasshopper's communicating, while a wasp is communicating, while a bird's fucking chirping. It's all the same shit, just different amounts, different amplifiers. So a cricket. Yeah, the cricket can only make a frequency.
Their hierarchical position.
Yep, and the cricket can only make a noise that it can make with its legs, and it goes out so loud because that's the amplification of its body. That's all it can do. And then a bird will outdo it because the bird's belly and the bird's chest.
All right, Billy Bob Thornton, i.e. Sling
I don't know
Blade,
what the hell
i.e.
that's
I
got
reckon you need to take a break.
Listen, we're not talking about Ken Wheeler. Go eat some mustard. Tell him to put some mustard on his magnetism.
No, we should bring some Ken. We should bring some Ken Wheeler into this, dude. It's a bit. That would be.
Yeah, I know. But listen, don't skip past those insects,
if we're gonna
man.
do that, then I'm just gonna read Tesla's book.
No, I want to talk about the insects. What do you guys think about the frequencies they can pick up or put out, maybe? And what about different animals?
I don't know enough about it, but what you're talking about that it would make. What are you talking about they would be? They would have their different bandwidth, kind of like the systems we have, where you operate on a radio and then and they've stratified it so that people don't interfere. That would make complete sense that nature has been designed like that by the creator. So that cricket and all these. Yeah, I like that. I never thought.
And what's the AI? Is the AI Earth? Is the AI the air? Is the AI just an absent frequency that goes back into
it depends which frequency it is, because
exactly
you have the degenerate principalities, and then you have the wholesome ones.
You have an
And that's the
inert
battle.
frequency.
AI, the way they have AI right now, it kind of just reminds me of like a system that's able to just categorize data and then just spit it out in relation. It's almost just like a little bit of a more advanced search engine.
Yeah, and it's always going to be like that until they integrate this system
Exactly.
with the demonic, because that's the
Who would
that's
need
the
that?
aim. Because the if you read scripture, you believe it, don't believe it, I don't really care. But the aim and obviously the trajectory that we can tell from what they're doing is they're going to integrate this with the evil force. At the moment, it seems, from what we can tell, given what Gio just said, that it's pretty basic. But we know where they're going with it. We know that these things aren't yet the mark of the beast, but they're going that direction.
We are kind of jumping topics quickly. Dyslo, did you want to say more about the last thing that you had said? Because that was very interesting, and I felt like there was more to that. And then the conversation went, and we're just kind of jumped. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just trying to take it down that direction because that's essentially what reconciles light and matter. Is this harmonic frequency of this spherical geometry that's been laid out by Ken Wheeler, and he's even put a formula to it. But the point is that I think that we're kind of stuck in a glitch where we're perceiving reality from this atomistic, materialistic perception that we're all kind of indoctrinated with. And I feel like if we just were to take a step back and analyze things from the perception of what these brilliant minds were trying to tell us long ago, I think we could definitely go a different direction in terms of technology and innovations. And that could potentially be what sets us free from the overreaching oligarchies that are binding us all to the system that we're just not really happy with.
Dyslo, have you read or heard of the history of Cold War technology by Jerry Vasaletto?
Nah, I don't really read too much, man. To be honest with you.
Well, you could.
I wish I had time.
You have one of those applications.
I just
that can
started
do
reading it
voice to text or text
again.
to voice.
I just started reading again, but I only read by the. Oh, go ahead.
You read by Braille.
I just started learning to walk
No, I was
again,
gonna
but I
say
only
by the-
run. I only run by the hops and jumps.
Well, I don't know. I could send you a video.
What were you going to say, Jeremy?
Echo.
No, it was just a joke, but I don't know if anyone knows about these harmonic frequencies and if they've done tests and shit. Like I've seen some stuff, you know, like Emoto stuff and shit like that. But if anybody knows of any other tests they've done, I mean, break us off with them.
Well,
Yeah,
dude,
I'd like
you
to see.
the one that Darren just did. Austin just Witsa just posted it the other day. Have you seen it, dude? I was gonna like maybe even DM it to you, or I could post it. I think I saved them. But dude, this is a new one.
DM it to me,
dude. It's pretty amazing. It's a new one that Jaren did. I haven't seen it like on Jaren's channel or Jaren describe it. I just heard Witsit explain it. He said that basically Jaren took 2 cups of water. If hopefully I recon it correctly, he took 2 cups of water. He spoke into them. Like one of them, he separated them, of course. One of them, he only spoke like loving, kind, really kind words into it. Then the other one was, I hate you, I want to kill you, really negative. And then he put him in the freezer. And then when he took him out of the freezer, he took a snapshot of them. And one of them, I mean, I can post them. I got to find them. I got to see if I saved them. But
DM it to me,
you
yeah.
see the difference, dude. One of them, I mean, it just speaks for itself. Let me just post it since I just laid it out. And then because it's like the way it sounded like the way he presented to Witsit, he's like, oh, which do you think is which? And it's kind of a cool way to do it because it's not even any preconceived notions which one's which. You'll look at him, it's going to be completely obvious. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean that's basically sounds like the rice.
Was it like
right there?
Yeah, it's
one
like a
had
different
nice
version of it.
structure, like
Yeah.
nice crystal structure, and the other one
It's kind of like what
horrible?
Dr. Emoto. That's kind of more towards what like Dr. Emoto did, but I mean, yeah, man, we should be running wild tests on shit like this. Like I said, just play each frequency to plants and just see which ones grow the best, and then try it on mice or whatever. I don't
They've done
know.
this with plants before, Jeremy. They did I think classical music versus like heavy rock or whatever, and they have actual yield differences that were
Yeah,
crazy.
they do really well with like just natural sounds. If they hear other nature sounds, like that's just as good as playing classical music for them.
Yeah, because that's the whole purpose. The relationship with the birds getting up and singing before the sunrise. There's I suppose this is maybe theoretical to a degree. I'm not sure if I've seen proof per se, but the way they describe it is that what the birds do is their song, their frequency delivery wakes up all the plants and all the trees to be ready for when the sun comes up, because they're always there prior to sunrise.
Yeah, it
every
should be
time,
like a
without fail.
24-hour track. That's what you should be playing these plants.
All right.
Yeah, I would. The only thing I would caution on things like that is there is a design for in nature of time for daylight, time for darkness. So if you overdo that, then you could be affecting things by not allowing the cycle to go the natural way. But that's just.
I mean, if
All
you
right,
want to
post these, but Witsit just posted a bunch of them. Yeah, check them out, Jeremy.
I was just gonna say real quick, if you want to increase like the prosperity of like biological entities, like you should start looking into magnetism further. Rawls and Davis did a lot
Is
of
this with
research on
the
this.
germination stuff?
Yeah,
Well, I heard
not only
magnetism.
germination, but yeah, this is all pertaining to magnetism, whether it be the south or north facing exposure. But
Yeah, I've
Are you
heard
talking
about this
about, like-
even with the way you sleep. If you sleep facing north, you get a better alignment.
So magnetism is intrinsically and extrinsically connected to everything, whether it be inanimate material or biological substances, and it should be at the forefront of everybody's understanding and explanation behind things, because that's the one thing that's inseparable and connected to all.
Hey,
Yeah,
Usually men
that
understand-
was interesting. Oh, I was just gonna say, Diesel. Yeah, it was interesting when you were mentioning the spherical geometry part of it, because of course with the whole globe model, they're using their whole sphere, the spinning sphere. But if you were talking about like a toroidal field and that actual structure and how that is like universal and like, is that kind of what you were saying? Like that's really where we need to be looking to actually to like unpack,
unravel the mysteries behind.
unravel. Yeah, exactly.
Well, they've actually done stuff with magnetism. They've actually done stuff with magnetism where you can like restructure water with it or some kind of other nerd shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, Dicel, have you seen Ken Wheeler's videos where he takes big magnets and puts them near seeds, and he exposes one set of seeds to North Pole energy and one set to South Pole energy, finds that the South Pole exposed ones grow faster, propagate faster, the other ones get all fucked up?
Yeah, yes, I have, and that's actually where I'm getting all this information.
And
He's the one who's like.
One quick follow up: Would you correlate that also to the hate versus love thing? Also, perhaps bringing into conjecture that happiness or hate and love is a lot like the magnetic polarities.
So, well, we're gonna start adding conscious intent behind phenomena. I think we first should really start focusing on just the physics and the material and said phenomena, rather than like, because those are two separate things. Not that they're not connected, but I think if we can't really understand the dynamics in which our reality orders itself, then to take it to the next level would just be a catastrophe. So I can't really give you an accurate answer other than just speculation to say yes, there's a connection.
Well, it's like the South Pole energy seems to like kind of expand things out, and that being beneficial for the plant's development to branching out and whatever. And I guess that's the love energy. The North Pole energy is really like harsh and kind of maybe spinning the other way or some shit. It's like just putting pressure on something. So that's what I think is going on. What do you think?
I just had a miniature mind blow because I was thinking of like ayahuasca and peyote and the difference, because peyote is grown more on the inner circle and it's like a small little fixated cactus. It has like a little North Pole in the middle of it. Like it's like got four kind of corners to it, and it's got multiple kind of corners to it, and then it's like a little center thing. Whereas like ayahuasca in South America, in the southern hemisphere, as it were, is like more of this winding vine. Like it's more of an expansive winding. So it just made me think of those two plants and how they correlated with what you just said.
Yo, real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Like contracting versus expanding in some way as well. But yeah, go ahead, Jeremy. Yeah.
Yo, if Jaren's taking requests, tell him next time to don't say it out loud. Just think about it, or just write the word on the cup or glass or whatever he did. That'd be dope.
I think I forget. I don't know if Witzit's by his mic, but I think he might have said that he did try it with only thinking, and it wasn't quite as clear. I believe he said that. Something like
yeah,
that.
so he tried to do it just thinking and it didn't work.
Yeah,
no doubt.
There's if you believe that, some people believe that there's like a psi factor with people.
The words. The sound has power by itself.
Well, like your brain is really doing the power. Your voice is sort of relaying that frequency. So some people might have, I don't know if there's some background noise or what, but some people are supposed to have like just a higher psi factor. So that, I don't know. It's maybe
Well,
maybe
hot mic,
today's
bro.
got a really high psi factor.
Jace is
I
hot
think it
mic.
can be done.
Hot mic and Jace.
I can hear the poker chips. Yo,
Yeah, bro. He's like
I think
fucking
it
washing
can
his
be
dog.
done. I think it can be done with just thinking about it, because there was this thing that happened. It was called Lynn McTaggart and the intention experiment.
Maybe you have to touch it when you're thinking about it.
They claim to have done a lot of stuff with just from thinking on it. No, they did it over webcams and shit. No one. The guy wasn't even in the same room. They claim they lowered the crime rate in Detroit.
I guess the variableness of a
Check it
thought-
out, Lynn McTaggart, the intention experiments.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this.
What if
before,
I could
but
just
I
think
think
your
the
wife into an
variableness
orgasm,
would be
bro?
the
How powerful
variableness
would I
would be
be?
down. One second. The variableness will be down to how effectively somebody can think at any given time. So that's why it would be a more difficult one to do. But yeah, I don't doubt that it can be done.
Would you have me over for dinner if I could do that, Jeremy?
Oh hell yeah, every night. My treat.
I mean, like to the extreme level. I mean, it would be something along those lines, right? Like if this was a thing.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't know how extreme you could take it. But I do think to have slight effects over time. Yes. I don't know about lifting a car. Like, I don't know if you... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if you can lift a car or something with your mind, but as far as having a small amount of influence over matter, then yes.
It depends how strong your mind is. But do
Can you levitate my coffee
you
cup?
reckon you could talk to or think strong enough to a bad bottle of wine and turn it into a good bottle of wine?
Yeah, that's some Jesus shit right there.
Turn water into wine. That's probably
Yeah.
Well, they say that so if you magnetically refine like water, that it actually does have some kind of effect where it will sort of make you feel different.
Yeah, it's called restructuring water. I was up on this water thing a long time ago.
You can do this really.
I was up on this water thing a long time ago. There's a lot of ways to restructure water. They say.
Right.
You're lagging, Jeremy.
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit, but basically it boils down to water having memory, and it records said frequencies. And if we boil down the fact that everything is essentially a frequency, whether it be conscious intent or physical matter, then we could quickly say that the world's full of trauma. Like, we can all agree to that, right? Like, it's not all about cherries here. And that trauma gets trapped within the frequency of water. right? So restructuring it is essentially like is wiping the memory bank clean of all that trauma.
So
And
there's a very basic one you could try.
Dude, that is profound, bro. That is deep right there, man. Well, I was kind of doing something else for a second. I might have to go back and listen to that on the live stream. What you just said, that was on point, dude. That was
That
deep.
was the best thing Dicelo said all month.
That was amazing, bro. Because yeah, like, and they've done this in healing traditions for eons of time, like using all kinds of different frequencies and tools. And yeah, like that was so deep, dude. Because yeah, when trauma does happen, that's fascinating how it gets like, what are the memories actually locked in? Like, is it in your brain?
it gets super deep. It gets super deep. Like, yeah, I mean, this ties in with the fact that, yeah, I mean, the memories could be stored within the water. I mean, there's a lot of studies that go back to kind of prove this. One being a university that tested these worms, and what they did was they trained these worms to receive an electric shock every time they were exposed to light. And then after training those worms, they ground them up into a puree essentially and fed them to an untrained batch of worms. And what the untrained batch of worms did was mimic the responses of the trained batch of worms, indicating that memory is stored within the water, being that worms don't have a central nervous system. There's plenty of other
thing you said.
Yeah, there's also sorry, I know you're trying to get in, but there's also single-celled organisms that also can retain memory. Yeah, so like,
I've got a really
I think
basic.
Jeremy was next though.
Yo,
Yeah,
DM me
go
that worm thing. Hell yeah, bro.
You could Google it.
Fucking
It'll
awesome.
pop up.
But I think some
pretty
of the
quick.
trauma from water.
What's that worm thing called, real quick, before I go?
Wormy.
Which one?
The one with the water and the memory when they drank the water.
You can type in God, I can't pronounce his name. He's a French Nobel Award prize-winning scientist who actually discovered the HIV virus, who did a study with another guy. I want to say Bernays, who did a study with another Italian scientist. And what they did was they recorded the frequency of the HIV virus and took that frequency and essentially reconstituted it into another test tube of untainted water from here to Italy, and were able to reconstitute the virus within the water based on frequency alone, indicating that water does hold memory. And when you look further into that, the implications of that could be drastic for the medical industry. If they could essentially just take medicine, record the frequency of that, and then introduce that to the body without any side effects. So I mean, yeah,
I wouldn't give them ideas though. They'd apply that in a degenerate form because their whole medical system is based on lies. But no, the point still stands. I'm not trying to dissuade from it.
Well, yeah, I hope I answered the question. I don't know. That was Noah, right?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
That's basically the transmutation discussion we've had in the past.
Just type in water memory, and look for the really smart old dude in glasses.
You were talking about like vibrating water as well. So what Tesla talked about in terms of like that like core ether energy, like that precedes the electric field and so on, like that can have healing qualities. So what if that is actually just able to vibrate the ether, and then that heals you in certain ways? And like you said, dude, if traumas or certain pain, things like that, like pain or trauma, are stored in the water and you're able to vibrate it.
Gio, that's part of why people don't get healed. Is because the trauma is still there.
Wow, there's so many directions my mind could go. I was just like, in terms of the ancient architecture and looking at all those like crystal, churches, like what were those really used for? Were they like vibrating? Anyways, there's so many different channels to go down, but just healing in general, because like there is a thing, like sound healing is a thing. In fact, there's entire there's a whole field of sound healing that and then also like when they do ceremonies, like they'll do all kinds of different singing and use different frequencies during ceremonies as well. So there is something to that. But what if like that is getting the ether to actually vibrate, which is then vibrating the actual? Because what is your body actually made up of? Like it's not necessarily only water, but to be able to somehow activate
hydrogen.
Water is actually the it's a dipole antenna, and it's the necessity for all life. And when you look at that, and you look at the nucleus of those atoms within that molecule, they reside at 108.36 to the dead center, and that coincides with all of nature in many various ways, but it gets really deep, man. It gets really deep.
So Gio, this is this healing thing is interesting, because one of the reasons why people don't get healed is because there's something blocking it, right? So either impurities, toxin buildup, all this kind of stuff, which is why it's so effective to do detoxing. But if you go to what you and Daiso were talking about the memory, it would make a lot of sense that the healing's able to come once you're able to go and clear up the memory, because you remove the trauma and it goes back to what it's supposed to be, right? And
yeah, I mean, my understanding
but I would imagine that's why it's effective, because ultimately the way the body's designed is to be self-healing. But if there's something in the way, like a memory stored in the water or whatever it might be, whatever like application, then if you're able to go and clear that up, like he was talking about, then it would just make sense that the next thing that happens is the healing comes through.
Yeah, exactly. There's ways in which, like, when something traumatic happens, it's not that the memory itself can be traumatic, but often it seems to be where the person isn't able to fully experience the intensity of the emotions or the experience that's happening. Like, they're actually not able to fully experience it because it's just so overwhelming.
Yeah, it's
and
like
then that kind of gets trapped in the system. So if you're able to access it in a way where you can kind of, you're not really reliving it, you're actually living it for the first time.
But unpacking it in a
and
way
then
that you can handle.
Resolves it and resolves any symptoms like anxiety or depression or different things that were associated with it, or phobias.
You know what else with the geometry that he was referencing, Deisler was with
So
the
if you
water.
could do that with vibration, that's where it's at.
Mm-hmm. So with the geometry, the thing with the water is interesting. Is one test you can pretty basically do is if you ever get bottled water or whatever, and you just let it sit a little too long, it becomes a little stale, right? It becomes a little. It didn't taste as good as when I poured this straight from my filter or whatever. But you can go and just spin it and do the toroid, which this is the geometry reference. You do that, not the toroid, but the what is it? The vortex. So you do the vortex, and then you can have a notable change in the way it tastes just from doing a vortex for a few seconds.
It's doing something like electromagnetically within the water. It's kind of freshening it out. Like just the vortex action seems to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were to also apply like
who's that guy? Sorry to.
But if you just put a magnet next to that action of the vortex, now you're charging the water up with the magnetic field of it.
Yeah, so you can make it incredibly more effective. I just thought it's something that everyone can just quite easily try without having to go to too much effort. So you can actually taste for yourself the difference that can be had. But there's a guy who did all the study with this. Reichenbach, something Reichenbach. Do you know who I mean? I'll try and get a video up because that study is great. With the whole relationship of water and the streams and the way it, like the proper geometry of it.
Actually,
you're talking about Victor
Schauberger.
Flow of water.
Oh, maybe it's Schauberger. I can't remember these names, but
cheeseburger.
It's probably Victor
Schauberger.
Yeah, Victor Schauberger. It reminded me of David Wolf, David Avocado Wolf. He's done a lot of study into Schauberger's work, and he's.
Bro, I was just about to mention Avocado Wolf. That's crazy.
Yeah,
but in regard, like he's done
route
fruit
like up the stream. You guys seen that?
Yeah, that it's that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's all associated with that.
Avocado Wolf's done magnetic trap stuff with water, basically just running around in a circuit and but charging it at every point with magnets. And the whole system it blew up basically because it had so much energy in it. You should ask Witsit to talk about that. That'd be cool.
I can post a documentary if anyone isn't familiar.
It works with blood too. They use magnetic therapy with blood. It increases blood flow through the area and it charges. It gives blood more of an effect in that area. So if you're having a bad back or a muscle cramp or whatever, you can put a magnet in that area and the blood flow increases.
Yeah, if you removed all the water from the blood, what do you think you're left with? I can tell you a large portion
Not
of it's going to be
much.
iron.
You're left with plasma, basically.
Yeah, well, there's also iron in the blood, so
Yeah.
I mean,
But it's
all
not
that
much.
kind of helps.
Most of it's water.
Yo, but this
Right.
whole structuring of the water thing is how they've more effectively been able to do solutions. So if anyone's familiar with colloidal silver is alright, but it's not as effective as when they do the ionic nano silver, because they do these type of applications to be able to suspend the silver within I think it's like a pyramid structure within the water itself, and these things make like more effective delivery systems into the body itself, because the water is more easily acceptable. Because this is something I wonder if Dyslo or one of you can speak on a bit more, because I never really did the deep enough
I was
research.
just going to tell you Lamore frequency. Type in Lamore frequency or Lamore precession.
But the question / discussion thing that I'm going to open up is that there's water in a certain state. Your body doesn't actually absorb it well enough, but when it's in the correct structure, it's able to permeate more readily through the different layers in our internal anatomy. It's
You
an
talking about
interesting
like
thing, but
Gerald Pollack, like the fourth phase of water?
I suppose it's associated, but I'm kind of asking a question because I've only ever done like really minimal research into it, and it's more what I've heard. But that's basically one of the reasons that people have issues with hydration and stuff is that they're drinking the water, but the water's in a state that the body kind of just goes, what do I do with this? It's not. I don't have any reason or ability
have you
to
seen any of the
intake this.
videos? Have you seen any of the videos where they take major bottle brands, companies, bottle factories and stuff, and they like whatever your name brand you can think of, right? And they test the ionization of the water, or they apply a small amount of I think it's a electrical induction, just basically ionizing the water. And after they do that, the water will react depending on the makeup of that water, and tell you whether it's proper or improper for your body.
Yeah, I know how to summarize this. So I just realized something. So it's the difference between the basically water in a non bioavailable way and a bioavailable way. And the easiest way to point this to is in vegetables and fruits, right? Like that, the water in that state is perfectly designed and perfectly assimilable, and that goes right into the cells. And that's what people are learning about with the technology and all this different stuff we've been talking about, that to be able to get the water into that state, or to remove all the gunk that we're putting in it through all the rubbish that humans have done, right? But nature just naturally does that, right? Because it's in the water, there is living.
No.
Say again?
Not completely. Not completely. No, because again, like everything's made of water, and everything experiences that trauma. Not necessarily like
okay, yeah, but you get the general point, right?
Yeah, I get your point.
The structure of it.
For sure. Like I would way rather drink something like coconut juice versus like some reclaimed water from any city out there. Like if you knew what goes on like in those reclamation plants, and the fact that they can't get rid of like majority of the what's the word I'm looking for, like
so
estrogen per se within the water. Like
so
they're
strange,
finding
to
traces
consider
of that shit all the way out as far as like the north and past the second parallel. So if that's true, dude, that means that we got a big fucking problem with contamination on a level that they can't perceive. And what is that doing to everybody that's bathing in that shit? Because the body absorbs 80% of anything it comes in contact with, whether it be like liquid or makeup. And we all shower.
And you shower, if you're showering in fluoridated water, you're just getting abused. It's crazy.
And whether you're drinking it or not, you're being exposed to it, and the body's absorbing it. And I'm just saying, like,
people like to just like a light in the light spectrum or frequency spectrum, that there is a positive and negative to every spectrum. Like blue and red, or you could take all the other like opposite colors in there, and then we take any kind of like scales out of like a 12-note system, right? We're gonna start to get diatonic harmony, or we get color harmony. But we could take these proportions, just shift them down the line, and they'll still retain like. And it's an interesting fucking thing that's going on, and I don't know, that the whole thing with just the magnets and the seeds really is very interesting to me, and I just kind of inherently do feel that there's like some kind of like hate versus love polarity there going on. It maybe just even in the just if you think about it, it plays out a lot of the same way. Yeah.
Have you guys heard my run?
I'm so surprised nobody interrupted me. Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was a miracle.
Well, I thought you were done. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Snacks, go ahead.
I was good.
Oh, you're good. No, we should fully let each other speak, because sometimes it does get
It's an
wild.
exciting topic, though, isn't it?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, did I cut you off,
There you go.
Snack? I didn't mean to, man. I'm sorry.
Jeremy.
No, dude. He said he was like, "Oh my god," he was expecting that someone was going to cut him off, and then no one did. So then he was like, "Oh, I can't believe." And then you came in, but he was done, so it was perfect.
Oh, okay. All right. No, I was just gonna say I don't know. I'm sure some of you guys have heard my my theory on all of this, like the world in which we live in. To me, it's like it's all vibration and harmonics, right? Like everything comes down to the vibratory nature of whatever you're speaking about, and there's harmonies within that, and then there's like disharmonies which don't allow for things to exist in a harmonic way, right? So you have these vibrations that are incongruent with certain things. So when you do have this like negative vibration thoughts, speaking very negative words that affects the material world around you in a non-harmonious way, right? It can cause destruction or to tear things apart. And I look at everything kind of in that way, even when it comes to periodic table, all that kind of stuff. So when people are talking about the quantum realm and quarks and gluons, and they all have their own quote unquote fields, to me everything is like a vibration on a very large scale or instrument, right? It's the universe, the one song that's being played, but there's various octaves to that, and each octave has the tone of A, the tone of B sharp, all of those things. And there's certain things that just don't jive with one another, but those things that don't jive also cause change to happen, meaning things can be in harmony, but nothing moves unless there is some sort of disruption that takes place. So some of this is also needed, but it also kind of explains everything. And to me, I look at everything as far as you go down or as high as you go up, it's all harmonies or harmonics or various scales or different octaves, if you want to think of it that way, of this one thing that's being played out, which is life, this realm, this world, this universe, however you want to explain it.
Yeah, like constructive and destructive, which is like anabolic and catabolic as well with the body. Yeah, building versus breaking down, and that kind of reminds me of like death and rebirth as well.
Yeah, so there's that change that takes place, but then there's also that harmony, right? So you have not only that through thought, but you have the thought first before the action. So thoughts can affect things, whether it's affecting you to act in a specific way, to do something destructive, or to do something in a loving way, or bringing things together, or just having a group of people thinking these things that can cause something outside of humans to also be affected by that vibratory nature. I think
that's why your gut feeling is most of the time correct, because you're receiving that information through whatever frequency that's surrounded. And if you just act on it, you're usually correct. I use that a lot in my poker days, but I'm starting to play again. I use it all the time. I go with my gut feeling because I believe we're interconnected somehow.
Yep.
And to me, like lots of times when people talk about like the ether or whatever you want to call it, right? This like, thing that's very hard to explain. To me, that is the thing in which, or the instrument in which this whole entire experience is being played.
Being connected, right? Like I think that's like I use the example of clipping a picture out right now and sending it to Japan, and they automatically get it, right? It's like instantaneous almost. It just doesn't seem right unless it's traveling through some type of energy field that's already there, right? That contains all the information that's ever existed. Does that make sense? So when I'm sitting across from you and you're throwing a vibe off to me, or you're in a room, a bar room, and you're trying to meet a lady and someone's sending a vibe off to you, if you act on that, you're usually correct.
All them chicken nuggets you eat, I bet that's a big feeling when you get there.
Yeah, somebody stick him in a robot room. It's no good. He's a
Jeremy,
global.
robot.
Yeah,
Jeremy, step out of the science room.
I think I'm connected to chicken nuggets in a way. In actuality, it's funny, but I hardly ever eat chicken nuggets. They did try and troll me with that. But I do think we're connected in some way, and that could be it, right? I mean, that could be one way at least, but frequency is definitely a part of it. I mean, that's why I ask questions or whatever. If I can hear you talk and your tone and your inflection and where you look and how you act and if you answer, or, it's just part of the story that I think the frequency tells. The shape, right?
Would you say your soul interacts, or your spirit interacts with the ether, the environment directly, and then is able to like holographically and fractally connect within the whole system?
I'm not
Your
sure.
mind.
Like that goes pretty
Mind.
deep, but it's definitely in your mind, right? It definitely relates to how you're thinking and creates a picture. Also, you can see that picture when you do a frequency with sand. So I'm looking for that story, that picture that you're trying to tell, and the frequency that you're giving off. I can tell if you're lying. I can tell. My kids hate it, right? It just doesn't work.
Yeah, you heard about the Akashic record?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's knowledge available to all of us. We just have to know how to access it. It's always there.
Yep. It is accessible by everyone.
I truly think that. I think the information is everywhere. It surrounds us. It's in us. It's around us. It flows. And if you can harness that information, I think the very elite have learned how to do it, and they share it with their family. You know what I'm saying? Like they share it so that they pass that knowledge down, and then you have other people that have less knowledge, right, of that don't succeed as much, and then you go down, down, down. It's like a pyramid.
Yeah, it's like it's all connected in some way, shape, or form, and we get into levels, right, where there's certain sounds that people can't hear, but dogs can hear, and then there's certain sounds that dogs can't hear that something else can probably hear. And as we're talking about this, you get the Globers in the chat, like doofus, that are like, oh well, physical vibrations are not the same as EMF frequencies and blah blah blah. But it's like, yeah, it's just on a different level. It's the same concept on a different level, and these levels go very low and they go very high, and everything is connected through that, at least in my opinion.
Well, I'm hard of hearing, so when there's background noise, right, I can't hear anything, but there's certain things that I can hear, let's say, better than most, right? like that little sound that you can't hear, I can hear, I pick up on. That frequency level is just different. It's some people are better than others at hearing tone or pulse or whatever. I just truly believe we're all different, but we have strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, no, but a comment like that is basically like saying, oh, well, infrared isn't light because we can't see it with our eyes, or, that kind of thing. It's like, no, it's all along the same thing. Just because our specific sensory inputs can't interpret it in specific ways doesn't mean that it's not taking place. And I get it that sound waves are different than light waves, but I think they're connected in a very similar type way. I think there is a connection between them, because ultimately what is being moved with the air is ultimately some form of light. In my opinion, I think everything is some form of light, and light is EM frequency.
Yeah, like, so what do you think matter is made of? Because when I think about this too, I mean, of course they're gonna, they're atoms and they're balls spinning around balls, but if it's not that, what do you think it actually is? And that's like what you were saying alludes to my thoughts on it as well. Like from the perspective that physical matter, and even the air as well, like the whole system is light and sound frequencies vibrating at a particular vibration with an electrostatic and electromagnetic component as well, which kind of makes up all of these different, what we call chemicals, or like these different forms or these different materials, biological or,
Yeah, I think ultimately, if you could drill down to the lowest layer of it, it's all the same thing, just in various different frequencies and vibrations. That being said, like, all matter is effectively what we would consider hard light, I think.
Yeah, that's basically what it boils down to, is light and matter are one and the same thing, just in different forms, essentially.
Yeah, it's like you get
Be
to
it visible light or non-visible.
Yeah, you get to a specific state, and then it basically, or a specific vibratory nature, and it basically changes what we would consider its